Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the Business of Cannabis. My name is Reverend Dr. Sharika Newton. I'm just super excited to be here with you all this morning. I serve as the executive pastor of Emmanuel Baptist Church in Brooklyn, New York. And we want to thank each of you for logging on, for participating, for streaming through whatever venue you are tuning in with us today and participating. We are just excited to have you here. I want to encourage each of you to uh, learn a little bit more about Emmanuel Baptist Church, as well as our Economic Development Corporation, A Better World. Join our services. Check us out on the weekends. We have service every Sunday at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. And we would love for you to be a part of that, as well as to do a little bit of digging and find out exactly how we are working in our community, because we are always working. We are super excited that this is our third year working with Women Grow and presenting the business of cannabis. And so we encourage each of you to just enjoy, learn, take notes, tweet, share it with a friend. So as many people as possible can get this important and vital information to our community and learn how to just be a part of the business at cannabis. There certainly is a role for everybody who wants to play one to be able to play. But before we get started, I just want to open us up in a word of prayer. Gracious God, we love you. We adore you. We thank you, Lord, for who you are. We thank you, God, for this opportunity to talk about the business of cannabis. We thank you, God, for an opportunity to turn something that at one point was deemed so negative and something that was criminalized into something that people in our community can learn more about, can grow from, and can actually develop just economic growth and wealth from. And so we ask, God, that you would just simply be with each and every participant today, that you would be with all the speakers. God, I pray that you would bless the resources that people have that would allow them to step their toe into the pool of the business of cannabis, that would allow them to just make moves economically and towards social justice when it comes to this particular area. God, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for the miracle of technology. And we ask that you would be with us throughout the duration of this experience. We love you, and it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Happy Saturday, everybody, and enjoy. Gia, it's on you now.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much to our good Reverend Dr. Sharika Newton. That is our Reverend, and she's incredible. And we appreciate her opening us up with a prayer this morning. Yes, my name is Gia Marone. I am president of Women Grow, and we are back for part 2 of the business of cannabis. We're focused on the tri-state higher learning. And so I cannot wait for you all to hear all the conversations that we have today. But it is my honor, it is my greatest honor to introduce one of the authors, co-sponsors of the Marijuana Regulation Taxation Act, known as MRTA or MRTA, which is widely recognized as the most ambitious and progressive cannabis legalization bill in New York, but I'd actually take a step further to say in the country. She has been our consistent champion, and we are so grateful for the fight, the tireless fight that she has done in the state on behalf of legalization. She has made sure that New York is a fair and equitable space, but also that communities that have been most impacted by the war on drugs, that those communities have an opportunity to be included in this industry, as we know what cannabis will bring to our state. In true form, fighting for us in our communities. This time last week, this incredible woman announced an equity focused PAC. And this PAC is focused on electing officials that support marijuana reform in our state. And this emphasis will be at the core and the center of all that she's doing. And I appreciate it is with great honor that we introduce to you our majority leader of New York State Assembly, Crystal Peoples-Stokes.
Really nice to be a part of your program this morning. I want to thank Women Grow. Gia, you've been doing a phenomenal job around the space for a while. And the growth that you've had in your organization is amazing. And it always leads me to say to people who think that they can't get in that you haven't tried yet, because there are people who have figured out how to get in. And if you can do it, anybody else can. And certainly want to thank Emmanuel Baptist Church for understanding the necessity to change the way we think about this plant. Not just because it's been legalized, but because it has so much value, not just to our potential economy, but to investment in our people, and certainly to the wellness of society in general. And so I want to appreciate Emmanuel Baptist Church for understanding that, and in hopes that, we'll be bringing along some other churches at some point who will understand that just because it's been criminalized for the last 90 years doesn't mean we have to keep going in that direction with this plant. And so I want to appreciate you all. And I just give God glory for your presence in this space and the opportunity to discuss this issue with you. Gia, you said it very well. I, led this fight for a long time. And I led it from the perspective, not because I necessarily wanted it to be a legal entity in our state, but because I knew that if it was a legal entity, it could provide an opportunity for our people to gain access to generational wealth. It could also provide an opportunity for our communities to get the kind of investment in them that's desperately needed. There is no question anybody who has looked at any research understands that the 90 years of prohibition of this product and the criminalization of this plant has destroyed the lives of multiple generations of Black people and brown people. And all of that destruction in their lives, in their communities, actually cost us all as taxpayers more money in terms of trying to provide them with what they need to live a good, decent quality life. So it was a struggle. It was one worth having. I was willing to fight anybody who said that, we should just open this up to mega businesses from across the world to allow them opportunities here. No, we shouldn't. We should open this up for equity businesses first, and we should open this up for New York farmers and people to have an opportunity to gain access to the industry before it is consumed by outsiders. And so that was a fight worth taking. I am very pleased that I was able to be in it. But here's one thing I have found out throughout my lifespan as being an elected official. I have worked on issues that would improve education, would get a nurse in every school, would provide opportunities for people to live in a better environment, would provide opportunities for people to get access to jobs, for diversity in medicine, for diversity in the teaching staff. And all of these things have, it's been a good work, but it's all not equaling up to something that necessarily makes it better for our people. And so I understand that, good legislation is only as good as its implementation. And quite honestly, I do have a lot of faith in the Cannabis Control Board and its leadership. And I really am very much appreciative of Governor Hochul and her immediate stance upon becoming installed as the new governor to move forward with this Office of Cannabis Management. So I am pleased with the progress so far, but I also know this: if you are not paying attention, you will miss out on this as a new industry. And so for me, implementation is only as good as the people behind it who keep the movement going. And so that's the reason why we started the PAC. Legislation and government is an addition business. And so I've got to begin adding people to the desire to see this equitable business be actually that, an opportunity for people who are either now in the legacy business or people who've never even dealt with the plant at all, that may have a thought that they like to be in business, particularly people of color and particularly those who are still in and around communities that have been majorly impacted by the war on crime. And so this PAC, in my estimation, is the way to grow the movement from grassroots level all the way up to the top. And that the first thought about it should be about equity, period. And if we can get to that, then I feel confident that at some point, a generation of a young man who perhaps did some time in jail, his mom probably watched his kids, they all need support. They all need help. And so I am looking forward to making these things a reality, not just through my work as the majority leader of the New York State Assembly, but through my work in driving the Equity PAC forward. Equity has to happen in this industry. If it doesn't happen, then it's all for naught. And so this PAC is an opportunity to engage the entire community on the entire spectrum of what happens with this plant and how it could be beneficial to us as a people. Equity PAC is also going to look at education because, quite honestly, um, New York State spends more on education than most states in the country. But when you look at the data that comes as a result of public education, we find that 37% of the fourth graders are not reading and writing and computing at fourth grade level. That's unacceptable. Um, I'm a previous educator, and I know that the foundation of education happens between K through 4. Your capacity to read, to write, and compute pretty much happens in those years. That's your foundation. If you do not receive that, we need to turn that around. We need to figure out how to fix that, and we need to demand that state education comes up with how to do it. They're the professionals. They're supposed to know how to do it. If the prison industrial complex can look at the results of fourth grade academic rates and decide whether or not they need to build prisons, then surely the professional state education department can do a better job looking at the exact same numbers and find out how they can turn that around to making it positive. Yes, I know people come from poor communities. Yes, I know parents sometimes are not as attentive that they should be. But the fact of the matter is they send their kids to school where they're professionals. And I like to see that turned around. And I believe we can get, if we can get people all saying the same thing at the same time, we can no longer tolerate a public education system that miseducates our children, sends them out into the world without the ability to learn how to work or know how to work and know how to take care of themselves and know how to take care of the communities that they live and thrive in. And so those are two of the issues, equity in cannabis, equity in education. And lastly, of course, I think is critically important is equity in environmental justice. It has been at least 30, 40 years that we've known that lead has a negative impact on the lives of children, yet there's still lead in our society. Um, and it impacts people of color more. Why is that? It's because we're tolerating it. And quite frankly, I no longer have a tolerance for it. And so I really, really, really want to engage the entire community from the grassroots level. You got to start saying no. No, we cannot keep allowing this to happen. No, we will not allow initiatives that are supposed to be dealing with this to end up being patronage. It's time for us to put a line in the sand. Our people, our community, and our children are of critical importance. Every day there's a new issue about a new population or a new something that has to do with some people who are in need. And I don't want to take anything away from anybody, but as a person who is a descendant of the people who made it through the Middle Passage, made it through the opportunity of, made it through slavery, made it through building this country. Everything this country has is because of what Black and brown people did in building it. Why do we have to suffer with things like the environment? Why should our education system not be giving us the best quality education? And why, when we open in a brand new industry, should we be second in line for opportunities for business? We should not. We should not accept it. I'm willing to fight for it. And I'm starting this pack to ask people to join me in that fight because freedom is not free. It's just not going to happen for us if we just talk about it. We've tried that. I've tried it. And many people have tried it. It hasn't worked. It's going to take a broader, stronger, much more people focused system to make this happen. And everybody's got to be engaged, from the churches to the schools to the block clubs to the business owners to the people who desire to be in business to the legacy operators. Everybody's got to be in this game. And so here's my effort to try and do that. And if there are some folks who are participating in this conference this morning who believe that they can be helpful, I would encourage you to go to our website. It's www.equitypac NY, equitypacny.com. Join the movement. We can make this happen, and I need you all to get it done. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Gia, keep up the great work. I did have an opportunity to see many of the speakers that you have and the organizations that they bring with them. It is exciting to see so many strong people pushing forward the agenda on this. Let's keep adding numbers to this process. This is a numbers business. You got to add, not subtract. Let's add more. With that, I'll say you all have a great day. Please stay safe and have a good weekend. God bless you. Peace. Lots of love.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. What a lot of great information.
Well, that was a good thing for the morning.
No,
Yeah,
that is the best way to begin this morning.
absolutely.
I mean, firstly, thank you so much to Reverend Newton. Good
Reverend
doctor,
Doctor.
Reverend Doctor Newton. Thank
That's
you so
right.
much for your words, which resonated so much with me this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to Majority Leader Crystal Peoples Stokes. I felt that. I don't know if anyone else did, but I felt that. And, you know, if you tuned in last week, you'll know that Reverend Trufant also stated that, you know, this event is intentional. We held
Yes.
it during Black History Month for this very reason. And so part one and part two are very much in sync in terms of what we're hoping to the people we're hoping to reach through this summit. You know, it's communities, as we've said, that have been most impacted, who are not receiving this information, creating opportunities to make a difference. Last year, if you guys remember, we talked about reinvestment in community, right?
Yes.
And so
Yes.
this year, we started out with making sure that we get more patients into the medical program and more caregivers, getting more doctors in. And Tanya, you and I have talked about this so many times of getting Black, Brown, all of these cultural doctors into the program, like getting them certified to be practitioners so we can get more patients. This week, we're talking about preparing for an adult use market. And in that preparedness, you know, it's always that saying that I love, you know, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. But in order to stay ready, you got to start preparing, and you have to start getting all of your tools in place. And I've been watching some of the comments in the box, and what I'd say is stay with us. Watch the day. This has been so thoughtfully planned out, and I think a lot of your questions, or I hope a good portion of your questions, will be answered. We're still not over. We're not done. We hope to do more of this later on in the year, but stay with us. And before you're ready to tear something down, recognize it takes a lot of work to even get to the first step, and it's a process.
And I would also love to say that in this focus, we're talking about entrepreneurship. We talked about it in the first segment, you know, from a medical perspective. There's opportunities there, obviously. But I've been an entrepreneur since I was in my early 20s. I've coached entrepreneurs for years. And if you don't come to something with the goal of learning, there is something to be learned at every process.
Yes.
And as an entrepreneur, you're going to continue to learn. There are entrepreneurs that coming into this industry who don't necessarily have a really solid knowledge base of either business because they have a solid base in cannabis, or a solid base in cannabis because they have a really great business acumen. So there's so much to learn. So as you go through the day, this is not it. This after this, you're not done. This is like sit down, grab your cup of coffee, casually let this kind of warm over you, you know, and but be absorbent, like learn. We want you to learn because we're going to come back, and don't rely on us. You need to be aggressively seeking information. We're going to give you some tidbits on some directions that you need to go into. But if you're trying to be a business owner in any industry, your job is to continue to learn.
And also building a career, if that's what you're
Either
looking to
way,
do.
absolutely, because you have to learn. I was in the music industry. I had to learn about the industry. You know what I mean? As I was working in the industry. So these are things that we just have to do. So I don't want people taking for granted that everyone knows everything and we're ready to. We're going to learn, and the state is also learning.
Everyone's learning.
Yeah,
Everyone is learning. And I think that's what I loved about what the majority leader was talking about in terms of the education piece for our children, right? And so if our children need it, it doesn't stop with our children. It continues even through adulthood. We're always still learning. And even through this plant, our entire world is still learning about this plant. Why? Because so much information had been hidden from everyone.
Right.
But
And I
now
think
when we
too,
begin to look at it, I'm sorry, Nicole, but I just wanted to say before, as we begin to look at what has been taken away and hidden from Black and Brown communities, I think it's most important that we remain open to learning more. Go
Right.
ahead, Nicole, I'm sorry.
yeah, so based on what everyone has shared and what the majority leader did say, learn from early, teach your children from early. That was one of the points that I got, and that freedom isn't free, right? So there's a lot of work that each of us have to put in. But what I would like to add to both what you and Tanya have said already, one of the things I wanted to add, and I've said it before, is that folks in cannabis are very open to sharing information about the plant, about the business. They will give you so much information, but it's still your responsibility to learn as much as you can and network with the people who have been doing it for some time. And so, as someone who considers themselves still a novice, I'm learning so much, and I'm really grateful to Women Grow. I'm grateful to all of the people that I've been able to connect with and the businesses that I've connected with, because they've been so receptive to my learning, and they will be to anyone else who comes to seek information. So I'm excited for the day. I'm excited for what everyone is going to learn, because there's such great information.
Perfect.
Absolutely. And at the end, we're going to have a workbook that is being sent to all registered folks. And trust me when I tell you, real time, we are working in real time still,
Real
adding
time.
more and more information as we can, because we believe it's important to you. But let's get started, because
Yes,
we have an
yes.
incredible, our first conversation is I watched it already. I thought it was awesome. And I can't wait for everyone else to see it. We were blessed with an opportunity to have one of our hosts sit down with the executive director of the Office of Cannabis Management, the OCM, Mr. Chris Alexander. And he sat down with Mr. John Gilstrap. And, Tanya, I leave this over to you. You're in control. You tell us, what are we doing? Because I can't wait to see this conversation.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up right now.
All right, over to you.
Okay, welcome back, community. This is John Gilstrap here, and we're joined for our next panel with a very special guest, Mr. Christopher Alexander, who's the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Management in New York State. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you, John.
Good to see you too. Thanks for joining us. I know you're a very busy guy, so I want to dive right in on things. Tell us, what is the Office of Cannabis Management? What's it all about? What's its role?
Yeah, I mean, starting from the top, I mean, when we advanced the legalization bill that y'all have probably been discussing today, the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, the legislation created a new office in state government to oversee the implementation of the rules of the road, right? And so, my office really is the agency charged with implementing the new cannabis law, enforcing it as well, and for, the administering of the licensing process, working conjunctively with the Cannabis Control Board that actually approves the licenses before they go out, but my office will score them. So, the OCM is like DOH or any other state agency acting in that respect, but we are the fortunate ones in charge of rolling out this massive program.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, and kudos to you. And it's also not easy to stand up an agency
from
In a
nothing. From nothing. I mean,
in a matter of
no
months.
office, no phones, no nothing. So it's been an exciting process. It really feels like a startup in that way. So you would understand that, but it really feels like a startup in that we're really trying to, one, learn from our government partners, the other agencies who, have some insight as to how we can build out an agency, but also the programs, regulations, and requirements. But it also gives us freedom because we get to start from scratch and determine what we think is going to be the best way to move this thing forward. So that's also really exciting.
So, executive director, you clearly are in a position of power there and authority. What's your vision for the OCM, and what are some of the goals you can share personally? What do you like to see happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have to break out the goals of the larger mission. I would say, I have specific goals as an executive director to build a cohesive team of folks who are kind of new to government, folks who are, don't normally have these jobs and sit in these seats, who, come from impacted communities, who understand the story of the enforcement of prohibition, but also understand that, there's a huge opportunity in front of us. And so folks who are really mission driven. So I think there's a culture part of what I'm trying to build here. That's a key goal of mine in this role. But then separately, for the larger mission, I want to build businesses that last. We want to create real opportunity and real economic development in communities across the state that haven't, seen this, something of this scale come to them in recent memory.
Right. Oh, that's pretty good. So, I get a lot of calls, actually from my aunts and so forth. Hey, they're selling cannabis down the street.
Yeah.
And, my so-and-so has a license to sell cannabis. It's legal, right? Right, John? I said, I don't know. I don't think so. But what's the legality around selling cannabis right now in New York State? Because I know the licensing process really hasn't started yet, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I get the same questions from family. We're trying to understand where we are right now. There are only two groups of people who are allowed to sell cannabis generally. And that are, folks with CBD retail licenses and the medical operators who sell medical cannabis. Everybody else is not allowed to sell. The rules for the road for those programs, for the adult use program specifically, has not been rolled out. And so everybody who's currently engaging in sale are breaking the law. We have a very specific language in the cannabis law related, penalties related to unlicensed sales. The goal is, when we pass the law, we're trying to end, from my perspective, trying to end the significant criminalization of communities of color, which use the marijuana as a tool for that criminalization. But we tax, the goal moving forward, the bill is called the Marijuana Tax and Regulation Act, right. So the goal is to regulate. And so right now we've got, untested product flowing on the streets and unregulated product, frankly. And so, our goal is to make sure that folks who are selling go through our licensing process, are adhering to the regulations that we put forward to protect consumer safety. And so, I would say another note on this, just as I'm going on a little long, but a little point of personal privilege, sure. Tied to the mission, when we advanced this, wasn't just ending criminalization. It was also creating, significant economic investment on the back end. And so for folks who are engaging in the sale now, I've sent notice to them already, my office, to cease and desist.
Cease and desist, right?
Yeah, for those participating in the now, they're missing. They're not aligned with the mission that we had, which is creating significant revenue to go to communities that have been most impacted. And I feel that I feel significantly actually that showing that they're unable to participate now or follow the rules of the road now as we're getting ready to roll out these licensing mechanisms, it's really frustrating. So my hope is that folks refrain from engaging with these businesses and wait till we get the adult use program running. It's on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic because many of these unlicensed vendors are in communities that are most harmed or disproportionately impacted, and there are also people in those same communities who want to apply for a license, and the unlicensed kind of undercuts that economic opportunity in those very same neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's the thing, is that we want to create an ecosystem where folks who have been previously participating in the illicit market have a pathway to enter. But, the direction as to right now is, hold on. Let's develop these regulations, show us that you can comply and that you can work with the system that we're creating. That's going to make sure that everybody wins on the back end.
yeah. When can we expect an adult use program to be stood up or launched? I mean, the numbers, the dates are thrown around: 18 months, 12 months, a year,
24
2024.
months. Yeah.
Yeah. So what, can you give us some insight on that?
Yeah. I mean, we have been trying to make up for lost time. I'll say that. And, obviously folks are aware of the delays in appointments due to the transition at the executive level, which, significantly impacts a program like this that has so many moving pieces, from contracts and procurements and, all these things that have to line up for us to be able to launch the program. We have been moving as fast as humanly possible to close that gap. And I'm feeling very comfortable in where we are right now. So as for particular timelines, we're drafting regulations right now. Those regulations have to be finalized in order for us to open up those licensing, application periods. And so we're looking at finalizing regs for most of the adult use program this early spring, late winter, i.e. in the next, month or two, and then having a 5 or 6 month review period, and then at the close of that review, that public comment and engagement period, being able to open license application window, which will be by the end of this year.
That's good news. So do you have any ideas on target number of licenses, like dispensaries, for example? What, there's 62 counties. Are we gonna see like maybe 2 or 3 dispensaries per county, or how is
I mean, that's probably not enough. That's probably not enough. No, what we're trying to do is, unlike other states, there's no license caps, right? And so we're trying to really gauge the activity in the market. We don't know exactly what the demand is going to be, but what we're trying to do is kind of gauge it as we grow and grow at a steady pace. And so there'll be kind of waves likely of licenses that we roll out in order to achieve that goal. But there's no caps and no real kind of, I mean, there's some estimates, but it's a big range. And so I think I'd rather not get into that. But we're going to try to make sure that we're touching every part of the state, that everybody has access, of the communities that want access. Everybody has operations, close enough that they can, frequent those businesses.
There's going to be more than 50 dispensaries.
There's going to be more than 50, John.
And more than 10 growers, I imagine.
And more than 10 growers. That's the big thing.
From the hemp guys.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, listen, you can DM me later with the real stuff, right? You rolled out the new regs on the medical program.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, by the way, in both programs, social equity is a priority. I assume the goal is to see some Black and Latinx owned businesses in the sector.
Absolutely.
Are we going to see any Black owned medical cannabis companies maybe soon?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the law, requires an expansion of the medical program to include, companies that are culturally diverse and able to reach, unserved and underserved areas of the state that have not, received the appropriate amount of attention or education around medical cannabis. So we're able to do that expansion. We're looking at it. We're trying to figure out kind of what's the best way to ensure that that the folks have a real opportunity to participate. So that's something that's in process as well.
Okay, and we talked a little about the hemp program and the hemp guys. The governor just signed a bill.
Yeah.
About that. What was the thinking behind enfranchising the hemp farmers with some provisional licensing?
Well, I mean, it's from our perspective. I think the governor and the legislature just gave us another tool. As I said, we've been trying to move as fast as possible. They just gave us another tool to accelerate, right? Mm-hmm. And knowing operations and how long it takes to build out a grow facility, for example, it could take 2 years to get that grow off the ground. Right. And so this is kind of a way to get some early product on the shelves. Should we be able to get some licenses out in a quick basis. So this is just, again, another tool that's now been made available to us that will ensure that we get the program running as fast as possible. So I think it was a great move.
Is there going to be a provision there at some point to get emerging farmers, new farmers into it, or minority?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so you remember, as you mentioned, that, the social equity goals and provisions in the cannabis law, go across license types. So ensuring participation of farmers of color, of new farmers, or individuals just interested in the grow space and an industrial environment as well. The goal is to make sure that everybody has a chance to come in and to participate in a meaningful way. This was just kind of a small offset to make sure that we're able to accelerate the process for everybody by getting these hemp farms. And again, our equity definition includes language around distressed farmers. And so we know that a large portion of those folks who will be coming in to participate and provide some of this early supply fit that criteria as well. It also includes service disabled veterans who, we also want to make sure we have an opportunity. But, we're working across license types. We're thinking globally. We're not focused, in limiting an opportunity. We want to make sure that folks have a way to come in where they're comfortable and participate in the way that they see best based on their business experience and what they want to do.
Yeah, that's great. Now, the CCB, I guess in conjunction with the OCM, has been on a sort of a listening tour around the state. I think they were in the Bronx the other night. What kind of feedback are you getting from communities around the state? What are their issues and challenges that they see? What kind of feedback are you getting?
Yeah, well, it's different. I mean, this cannabis conversation series that we had, it was just a virtual engagement. The chair of the control board, Tremaine Wright, who I think is speaking as well. Really, we took the time to make sure people who had an understanding of what we did when we legalized. So this was really like a 101 type engagement where, hey, cannabis is legal for adults 21 and over. You can't, there's still same restrictions on road, on driving under the influence or driving while ability impaired are still in place. Just really giving them the basic education of what happened when we legalized. So that was kind of an education series. What we were hearing significantly at the beginning of this was that was needed, was that folks needed for us to take a step back. Everybody's excited about licensing opportunities. Everybody's excited about, the revenue that's going to come into communities, but take a step back and talk about, what did we just do? What was the change in this comprehensive law that's a significant shift in public policy for the state? And so that's what we did. And the next types of engagement that we're doing will be a little bit more focused on the business, a little bit more focused on public health. And so we're, those are, things that are coming out, pretty soon.
Right. So Chris, how did you get into this role? I mean, I know we met a few years back.
Yeah.
You've been an advocate in the space. You're an attorney. I think you're CUNY grad.
CUNY, yep.
An Orangeman.
Yes.
How did you get connected into the cannabis space?
Yeah, it's kind of was like a slippery slope. If I really had to describe it, it was a real slippery slope. I started my career, far more on the political side, running state and local campaigns, a couple of federal campaigns, and just engaged in that way. And then decided that I wanted to work on something more meaningful and stay, get a little bit away from the politics and focus more on policy, but also on impacting real change in my community. In 2014, I really locked into stop and frisk and seeing how it was being abused as a policy. But also it was really like a visible, systematic oppression, of people that look like me and people from my community. So, locked in there around that time, and then found an organization called the Drug Policy Alliance, who were doing incredible work already on ending the war on drugs and reducing criminalization and increasing people's access to public health, to improving people's public health outcomes, particularly people who use drugs. And it was just absolute alignment. They were at the time running a campaign to reduce arrests, particularly marijuana related arrests in the city and in the state. And I came on to help with that campaign, and I became obsessed with, seeing the connection between stop and frisk and the marijuana arrests in the state, and how quickly, those numbers were growing together, right? When people were being asked to stop and empty their pockets, mostly, young people of color, all that was being found was small amounts of marijuana, and how that was, being used to give people criminal convictions that will, hinder them for the rest of their lives. So, starting to work on that, I then, just became obsessed with cannabis policy. And, that led me into the economic justice arguments and the medicinal benefits of cannabis, and, the environmental opportunities that are created by sustainable farming practices using cannabis and hemp. And it just became a slippery slope. I became obsessed. And so I worked on the issue from the outside as an advocate. And then I went into the legislature to help advance the bill that I led the drafting on, the MRTA that became the cannabis law. And so it's been a couple of years, several years now, working on this same thing, but I wouldn't have chosen any different path. And I'm just so thankful to have the opportunity to bring this thing to life.
Well, I'm glad you're in that seat. I mean, we need a lot of young, fresh energy.
Yeah.
And open minds to take on this complex issue of
absolutely
turning like a culture into an industry. I mean, that's
yes.
And trying to be fair to as many people, particularly most harmed people in that. What's I know we're going to be running out of time soon, but what's keeping you up at night then? I mean, your current job, and how can some of us on the outside be helpful to you?
Yeah, I mean, the bureaucracy, it's hard. It's hard. As I said, building something like this from nothing, it's been difficult. It's more just.
Are you fully staffed? Do you fully staff now? Do you have all the people that
No, we've got about a quarter of our staff right now. So we're still kind of going through that. So, folks have candidates, send them along. But what I would say is, a lot of this exercise has been learning from states, who've tried to do things right before and not making the same mistakes that they've made. We are comfortable with the fact that we're going to make new ones. But we just want to make sure that those new mistakes are ones that don't put us, get us away from the mission of the MRTA, right? We're trying to rebuild communities. We're trying to create economic opportunity. We've already cleared hundreds of thousands of criminal records, so that's already checked. But there's so much of what we're doing that is an experiment, and it requires a significant amount of imagination from my team, which is kind of one of the things I say you have to work here is imagination. But what keeps me up is just knowing that there's a lot of it's a huge opportunity that I don't want us to miss, and so I'm just making sure constantly to pressure test every policy decision and how it's going to impact the businesses that we're trying to create and the communities that we're trying to help. So it doesn't keep me up at night, but definitely something I spend a lot of time thinking about.
Right. Good. So, we're coming close to the end of our talk here, but I want to check your New York bona fides. All right. So we're going to do a lightning round. Which do you like? Knicks, Nets, or Liberty?
Knicks and Liberty.
All right.
Although, the Knicks have been breaking my heart for over 20 years. So
we could do another panel. We could do a whole panel on the Knicks.
Just frustration.
Stephen A. Smith or something up here. But Jets, Giants, and the Bills.
This is weird. Jets, which is, I don't know.
Go Jets.
Yeah.
Break my heart, but that's
another heartbreaking team. The third one, if you go on baseball, is the biggest heartbreaker because I'm a biggest baseball fan. If you go
the Mets and the Yankees.
It's Mets all day. It's Queens. I'm from Queens.
Right. I'm from Harlem. I love the Mets. And Rangers and Islanders. I don't know too much about the hockey team.
Rangers for me, yeah.
And this is the last one. It's a dangerous question.
Okay.
Michael Jordan or LeBron James? Oh, you don't have to answer that one.
No, pass.
Pass. All right, yes, that's a pass. That's also probably a generational question too.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. And like I said, we appreciate your service and jumping in in this agency. And you're doing a great job from what we can tell here on the outside. And many of our community want to be as helpful as we can. And please come back and join us again to just catch us up and update us on what's been happening in the next month or so?
Would love to. And really, I just want to say thank you to yourself and to the organizers. These types of education events are so important and critical to what we're trying to do. And I think honestly, without this, because we're going to be doing a lot of community outreach and education, but without these simultaneous type of operations and events, we won't, reach everybody. So I'm just excited that folks are engaging, folks are excited. I'm excited, and I'm ready to get to continue to working and building this thing out. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Gia.
Wow. Right. Look at our start. It is so awesome. It's so good to hear directly from Chris exactly what's happening in the state.
It's so cool from my vantage point because I remember, doing lobby days with Chris and he was a speaker at least 2 or 3 of the events that we did as we were fighting for legalization.
We're both part of Start Smart Coalition.
And he supported me with education at Women Grow as well. So to see this was to see his
growth.
And his now positioning. I feel very confident that he knows community enough, because that's the gap, is that cannabis, you don't know community, so, or you know legislation and you don't know this community, and this community is special. So and I support, and I'm eagerly awaiting these regulations, and I'm excited.
Me too. I mean, if anything, it's taught us, first of all, we have gained so much patience in the fight. But I'm also glad that it happened the way that it did, because when you think about we're almost at the anniversary.
Yeah, March 31st.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you think about it, all the past years of advocating and lobbying, we ended up with a phenomenal bill. And now we're seeing all the incredible people that fought alongside of us. He mentioned Tremaine Wright. Hello, Tremaine's been on panels and hosting events for years now. And she's been in these discussions and in the fight. And as you said, we've had Chris, who basically established the Start Smart Coalition. And now we see him, in a position where, we feel from community side, from the advocacy side, that we feel seen and heard.
Right.
What I'm looking forward to, I know we keep saying excited, but we are amped and excited about this.
We need just synonyms for.
Oh, you're right.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. I'm going to be like thrilled, flabbergasted. No,
yes, absolutely. Let me pull out the thesaurus. I'm going to pull that out.
But, all right, so we need to jump in. We got a long day. The next up is a chat that Nicole had
with Earl.
Right, because since the origin or the birth of this event was via the partnership. So Nicole and Earl, being members of EBC, they, someone who might not have industry knowledge and Earl having a lot of business knowledge, they had some questions. So we are
right. It's also important to mention that Earl's executive director of A Better World, which is a program and affiliation with Emmanuel Baptist Church.
Right.
So their voices actually represent the church community.
Awesome. All right, so let's jump right in.
Welcome back to part 2 of the Business of Cannabis. I am Nicole Monroe. I'm a member at Emmanuel Baptist Church, and it's so amazing to be here again for part two of the Business of Cannabis. And I'm not here alone. I have Earl Patton. Earl?
Hey, what's up, Nicole? I'm Earl Patton. I'm a member of Emmanuel Baptist Church, but I'm also a board member of a Better World Community Development Corporation. And we are proud and happy to help facilitate this conversation with respect to the business of cannabis. I've known that we've done this in the past, but as this market it continues to evolve and change, there's always new information. And one of the things that we rely on the Black church specifically is to be able to communicate and disseminate information amongst our community. And I obviously recognize that, whether it be generation gaps or information gaps or what have you the case may be, that there are some stigmas associated to cannabis, particularly as it comes to our communities with incarceration, as the new laws are onboarding for this to be a more of a business. And with that being said, I commend our church leadership to being on the forefront of this. Not necessarily, I guess, taking a position, but just to recognize that this is a marketplace that is going to evolve, and we don't want to be left out of the economic opportunities within that. So I know there has been great information that was conveyed, everything from the overall business and landscape of it, but I'm also interested in reinforcing some of those learning principles, but also I guess getting down to the specifics of what we can learn with respect to everyone wants to learn about licensing and opening up a dispensary. Now that could be a pretty, I guess, expensive endeavor. And let's be honest, there are probably mechanisms that will maybe not include, or barriers to entry may be high. But I think with any business, if you can look at it in totality and look at the ancillary businesses associated with it, where are those opportunities of the ancillary market that can be as as profitable. I mean, there's a old adage that if everyone's digging for gold, sell picks and shovels. So I hear there's onboarding licensing to just do delivery services. So could you be the next DoorDash or what have you for the delivery of specific, I guess, cannabis products, as well as, how do you get, capital? There's certain banks that are starting to, onboard or recognize it because it's not within a federal framework yet, and everything is going by state. So what are those, I guess, those laws that are particular to us being, in the metropolitan, New York area, in New Jersey, and so forth, that will be applicable to us, that may be a little bit different than California. But also, learning about, what can do personally. There's obviously been a lot of research with respect to, the medical benefits or whatever the case may be. But for me personally, I am looking for, where's the business? We know that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and what I don't want to happen is, I guess how I can put it is economic gentrification, where we are left out of this. And I just go back to commending our church leadership, at least, engaging in the conversation, regardless of, where you stand in it. So I don't know, what else that you're looking for, Nicole, in the upcoming conversation in the forums. But I've been reading a lot about the industry. I've learned a lot from Women Grow and Gia's leadership in that organization, and for us, I guess the benefits of the adult use market and how that is going to specifically again just galvanize the economy of this. I was in and I guess would be my last point. I was in Williamsburg not too long ago, and I walked by a store, and I thought this store was an Apple store. and I think it's called Sunnydale, or whatever the case may be. And it was actually a dispensary.
Sunnydale.
Yeah, it looked fancy.
Oh,
So
wow.
the amount of investment in terms of customer facing and being able to service customers or on that behalf is only going to grow. So with any business, like I said, the dispensary wars or fight for a license is going to be something that is, I think, for those who can afford it, that's fine. But in one of the examples that I saw when I was watching a show on CNBC, there's a company called Kush Bottles, and Kush did about close to $100 million in revenue, and all they do is sell the packaging. So, if as an entrepreneur or as a business person, hey, if I can be just Kush Bottles and just sell, the bottles within the marketplace, that's a tremendous opportunity, whatever the case may be. So, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to the second conversation of it. But interested in what you want to get out of this going forward, Nicole.
Well, I think you said it all, and I am just excited about learning about the cannabis adult use market and about the licensing and what does that involve. So everybody stay tuned and listen to all of our wonderful and amazing speakers. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. Thanks, Earl.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, community. Good morning. This is John Gilstrap here from Awaken Space. We're joined by a very special guest, Christina Bucola, who's an attorney here in New York, and actually in the Tri-State area, right, Christina?
Mm-hmm.
And she's really fabulous. She's very well versed in the cannabis industry and what's going on. And we're going to have her here today to talk about some of the broad strokes of the industry, key terms, types of licenses, and just some broad strokes about the infrastructure of the industry. So welcome, Christina.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you, John?
That's good. You got a lot of books back there.
We're trying to fill it out.
Yeah, trying to fill it out. Good. So I don't know, where do you want to maybe give a little bit about your background and just tell us where you want to dive in after that?
Sure. As John mentioned, my name is Christina Bucola. I am an attorney here in New York. I'm also licensed across the country. I'm the former general counsel of High Times. I have been a partner in a cultivation concern out in the Pacific Northwest. I have my practice. I was a core member of the Start Smart committee that helped push New York's historic MRTA over the finish line here in New York. And I also teach law school. And it's really great to be here with you today. I thought it would be good to make sure that just some key terminology that I use in today's presentation, we all know what that means. I thought we'd also delve into the various types of licenses and circle around what constitutes a social equity applicant here in New York State. So just to make sure we're all operating on the same set of vocabulary, I want to make sure that everyone, I'm sure that I know the presentation that Women Grow puts together, that you put together, this undoubtedly has been discussed, but for purpose here, vertical integration. Vertical integration in cannabis means that you control everything from seed to sale, so that one company has their mittens all over everything. Now, New York was very intentional when it set up its market architecture for the state. And it said, we don't want unbridled individuals coming in here, companies coming in here and controlling all parts of the supply chain, because that's not good for bringing different people into the industry. It costs a lot of money. Not everybody is able to do it. And it really doesn't underscore what the MRTA is about. Let's also recall that MRTA, the Marijuana Taxation Act that passed, Regulation and Taxation Act that passed last year. We also have to remind ourselves that as much as this is a commerce bill and this is a justice bill, right? This really touches on justice in a number of ways, not only economic justice, but restorative justice in terms of community reinvestment, in terms of rectifying people's records. So we want to concentrate on justice. And to that end, the economic aims of the MRTA are also justice focused, in the sense that it wants to bring the most people in to this new economy, and does not want vertical integration, because again, that limits the types of people and the number of people who can enter the industry. So with that in mind, let's talk about the type of licenses in New York.
Sure.
So
if you can hear the bell, I'm sorry, I don't know how to turn off the
that's okay.
The ringing on my thing. After all,
it's all right. I might do a little dance every time you do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I'm cool with it.
But so how many? So how many categories of primary licenses are we anticipating for this year?
Sure, let's go through them. So we anticipate a nursery license, a cultivator license, a processor license, a distribution license, retail license, on-site consumption license, testing license, co-op license, micro license, and then there are a handful of licenses that are available to the existing medical providers in New York, which I'm not going to really focus on, because I don't know that those people are on, this webinar, and it makes sense to bring people the information that's going to most benefit them. So the nursery license, think about this as, small plants, clones, seeds, things of that nature. Cultivation is the actual growing of the plant with minimal processing. So think about minimal processing. It could be cutting the flower, but you don't make it into something else. That's what you would do under a processor license, right? And think of your rosins, your resins, your edibles, your waxes, your vape pens, your tinctures, those are processed cannabis products. Then we have the distribution license. The distribution license is aimed to get product from one point in the regulated system, from a license holder to another license holder in the regulated system. Retail, this is your cannabis dispensary. On-site consumption is where you would go to consume and purchase and consume on site. I also realize here, I didn't say the delivery license. We are also anticipating a delivery license, which is if you live in New York and you have ever consumed cannabis and you have ever used a delivery service, you know what that looks like. And this is going to be a variety of that. We also have,
on the delivery license. So you can be an independent delivery operation, or do you have to be attached to a dispensary?
You do not need to be attached to a dispensary to have that license. I'm going to dig into that a little bit more when we talk about social equity, because that is one of the licenses that has been identified as a social equity appropriate license. And I don't mean appropriate as these other licenses aren't appropriate, but more that social equity applicants could focus on that license along with the nursery license, because those are two of the licenses that have a lower barrier to entry.
Right.
And they're already in existence now, right? And so we have people who are servicing that now, and that would be a nice on-ramp for them. We also have co-ops. Co-ops are almost completely vertically integrated. They don't have a consumption site, but a co-op is a business where it's not a not-for-profit, but in order to receive profit from the entity, you actually have to work there, right? A workers' co-op. If you've ever gone into a supermarket, that's a workers' co-op. You understand that. The other thing, and they also have to abide by the principles of a co-op. You can't bequeath shares in a co-op. There's no way to really transfer wealth that you have earned in a co-op to another one. I also have the dinging problem on my end, and I don't know how to shut it off. So I apologize to you for that. Then we have the micro license. Micro license is yet another license that is vertically integrated. They control everything from seed to sale. And you might be saying, Christina, you just discussed how New York didn't want to do that, but this is a smaller license, right? And this is going to be capped by the number of plants or the canopy, which is going to be, it looks like it will be measured in square feet rather than plants, limited in size and scope. And then
that one also is kind of geared to help small businesses, small farmers, rural farms, and social equity applicants to get into the business in a vertical way. But then again, it doesn't threaten the larger operators in the area.
Absolutely not. Think about craft beer and how important and how far craft beer has come, and it's not threatening the Michelobes of the world. Is Michelob even a thing anymore? I don't know.
Michelob Light? I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like my dad sometimes has one. Not sure. It's a dad beer. Okay. So you've heard me toss around the term social equity applicants. Why does that matter? So under statute in the MRTA, there is a goal, a rough goal of awarding 50% of all the licenses to individuals who identify as a social and economic equity applicant. And so this looks at incorporating folks from communities that have been historically disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition into the regulated cannabis industry, and to promote other racial, ethnic, and gender diversity through the issuing of licenses. So now this begs the question, who qualifies as a social and economic applicant under MRTA? Again, individuals who have come from communities that have been disproportionately impacted, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, service-disabled veterans, and distressed farmers. The community—
So justice involved.
Pardon?
Applicants as well. Justice involved applicants as well.
So
in the social equity.
So yes, because that would be okay. So on its own, an arrest under statute does not necessarily enable you to be identified as a social equity applicant. That's not how I read the statute, right? It doesn't mean that people who have records are going to be eliminated from participating, but equity under the MRTA is pretty specific that for example, if you're a white guy who had a charge, I'm not sure that, I don't think that you were eligible for social equity applicant. There have been times that the OCM has been out there. I heard once, or at least I received and fielded a number of calls from people who said, I heard someone from OCM say that if you have a record, you are going to be able to apply as a social equity applicant. And I said, well, I think that's going to depend on a number of other factors, not just your arrest. And certainly, there's a more holistic approach to that. I could be wrong, and maybe I'm reading something, but under the statute, individuals who merely by having an arrest or conviction does not necessarily.
Thank you for clearing that up. That's a very important point about this.
I get enough phone calls, so thank you for raising the question, because this also brings me into another point, and we really need to be when we talk about minorities, that also is pretty specific, right? And so for a minority-owned business, those groups that are identified as a minority group member are U.S. citizens and permanent resident aliens. They're Black persons who have any origins in any Black African racial groups, Hispanic persons who are Mexican, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, Central or South American who have Indian or Hispanic origin, Native Americans and Alaskan Native persons, Asian Pacific Islanders, and Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, and the Pacific Islands. So sometimes I will get a call from someone who says, I know, I am a minority group member. I am going to be a social equity applicant. And sometimes I have to say, well, the definitions that might be under MWBE under state don't necessarily qualify you for social and equity or to identify as a social and economic applicant, simply because a different process does. And to that end, OCM has recently said that they're bringing the qualification process in-house. And so I think that that is a great move, because if you've ever dealt with MWBE certification, it takes a long ass time, A, and B, you need to literally produce receipts. I represent legacy market individuals. I don't want them to produce receipts, right? And so there's a different way of looking at this, and I'm really happy that OCM has brought that process.
I recently just did a reciprocal MWB certification from my company from New York City to New York State. And in those processes, you do have to evidence an invoice, a client contract, and then evidence that you've been paid by that client, which means you have to show a bank record or something of that nature. So while, it wasn't so involved for me, but it is an involved process. I mean, it was a little frustrating to get through it, but I can see why some people hesitate to go down that road.
Sure. It's a long process, it's an arduous one. And if we're talking about applications potentially dropping in or being made available in December, you might not have that certification by the time it's time to apply for a license. So I applaud OCM for doing that.
Well, we probably would talk about later how to get prepared. But if that is a route you want to pursue, MWBE, and it is helpful, now is a good time to start working on the paperwork. So, the timing can work when the process opens up, the application, the licensing process opens up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there are tests for both women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. Either the minority group or the women group needs to own at least 51% of the license. There's an ownership test. Is the ownership of this group real, substantial, continuing? Are they controlling the day-to-day business activities of the enterprise? Is this independent, not associated with a larger conglomerate? Is it a small business? Is it licensed to do business in New York State? And of course, entities can both be women-owned and minority-owned. Service disabled veterans are either United States veterans or New York Guard veterans that have been injured in the course of duty, and they have at least a 10% rating from the VA, and that relates to their disability and how much of their ability they have lost, as I understand it. We're also talking about distressed farmers here, and these are New York State residents or businesses who meet certain qualifications by the USDA and can show that they are experiencing hardship or have been disproportionately impacted, or they're small farm operators who come from groups that have been historically underrepresented in farming. There could always, as always, and this should be a caveat for everything, there could be further qualifications defined in the regulations. But right now, that's what we know.
Christine, we don't want to run out of time here, and there's just so much ground to cover.
Me? I'm talking too much? What?
Can we circle back to the dispensary?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the delivery license.
Yeah.
Category that you were mentioning. Because, one also might think, well, Uber can come in and apply for a license, right? So there's some limits on the size of your fleet and all that other stuff.
Yeah, and that's capped at 25 persons on a full-time basis, right? And so that would prevent someone like an Amazon or an Uber coming in and taking over delivery. There are certainly size caps around that would eliminate or tend to eliminate some of the larger delivery services in New York from taking over, which is great, which is how it should be.
Right. No, I agree. But if you want to strike up a partnership with Uber to help you out, that's a good thing. But you still have to own 51% of your company to make it work. So do we have any idea on when the adult use program will open up? Have you heard anything from the tea leaves?
So tea leaves, webinars, crystal balls, all of them. So I think the most definite timeline that I heard came off of a webinar 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And OCM identified the following: some regs out by end of March, April, all of the regs out by May, which could mean end of May. 5 to 6 month period back and forth for public comment, which I think is a healthy public comment period. Final regulations to be out sometime, maybe November, applications December. But as you likely know, there has, and I don't know that it's been discussed yet on these seminars, but there has been legislation that was just passed that allows our existing hemp cultivators and hemp processors to be interim processors and growers until there is a final program up. Now, this is great because these are people who have been farming and have a regulated space that they've been working in with the state of New York and have to have farmed 2 out of the last 4 years under a license with New York State. This is great because it will allow some of those smaller players to grow for either the day that retail dispensaries open, or perhaps there is also going to be some kind of interim retail measure. Pull that out of a hat. I don't know. Could be. I like the way that sounds, though, right? Like,
listen, I love it.
Like a big fair, like a state fair for weed.
I have a CBD retail license, so I would love to marry up with a CBD, one of those farmers who are producing at the moment. It would make sense, because I think some of the concerns of those farmers are, okay, I can have a crop out by November, but where am I going to sell into?
Exactly.
So that has to be solved. And also, I think one other provision of that hemp program is there's a minority, for the lack of a better term, apprenticeship program, where if you train a Black or Latinx or women-owned farmer, that farmer, if they pass the certificate or pass the course, can also get a provisional license as well. So that's
super important. And let's not get, because the vast majority of people who are growing and cultivating under the hemp program are white.
Are white, yes. And that also
is hugely important.
And it's also it's aligned with the goals of the MRTA, their justice goals. So we're running out of time, Christina. How should people be preparing, though, in general for that day when this program drops? And how can they reach you?
Okay, so let's start from the top. I always believe in firsthand primary source information, right? Because when things get withered through, screw the grapevine. The cannabis vine is the worst game of telephone you've ever had. Someone starts here, all of a sudden there's a $5 million bond requirement that someone has manifested out of thin air. Right. So let's go to primary sources. So to that end, people should absolutely go to the Office of Cannabis Management and sign up for all of their updates, because then you'll know when meetings happen. Attend those meetings.
Right.
Try to attend them, because then you'll get a sense of how the board is thinking about things, how the Office of Cannabis Management is thinking about things. And, you also don't have to depend on other people's interpretation to tell you what is going on. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of also sources out there that do a great job of keeping up with New York cannabis. Go to those sources. These are papers. I would recommend that you go to papers over people's blogs.
So do you recommend also just getting your financial records in order?
I see. You want actual preparedness like that.
Yeah, your tax returns. And maybe if you want to jump into one of those categories, maybe start working on a business plan, building a team, things like that.
Oh yeah, sure. So there are things that you can do on your own. There are things that you may need to do. We just don't have enough information. The things that you can do on your own, that's a great starting list. Get your ideas in order. If you can do it, put together a business plan, because a business plan is likely going to be part of your submission package, part of your application. Look at your money. Be honest with your money and say, okay, I have this much money. What is that much money going to do for you? That's actually a tricky one, because we are yet to see how the equity, the $200 million equity plan is actually going to roll out. And so that is, again, one of the bigger question marks, because you want to understand your money, but there also might be access to more loans, to more grants, to things of that nature. We just don't know. But know where your money is. Know what your skills are. What are you really good at? And what is going to be, what's your superpower? And what's your kryptonite? And who can supplement that? Because you want to present a really well-rounded team. Now, one of the number one things that I see people do that is terrible is run out and just, it kind of reminds me of high school or elementary school gym, where it's like, will you be on my team? Do you want to be on my team? No, you want to do that. You want to actually have people that you can work with in high stress environments. And so trying to figure out who your team is super important. Having an initial call with someone who understands business, because you're going to want to put this under some kind of business entity. You're not going to want to be a sole proprietor. To that end, you're going to want to consider whether you want to be an LLC or a corporation. You can have some, there are a lot of initial sources out there that can help you identify what might be better for you. There are also a lot of lawyers out there that you could probably schedule a call with that will help you put this all together.
Well, you're one of those lawyers I recommend people reach out to, because I've seen you operate in the space, and you're very knowledgeable and very helpful. So I think we'll have your information up somewhere later on. But Christina, we've actually run out of time.
Sorry.
Starting to get, no, that's okay. And I hope you come back again for
Absolutely.
a part 3. I think we're going to be working on a new program. So you'll be one of the first people that we will call.
I'm excited about that. I will always take your calls, John.
Oh, well, thank you very much. So everybody, Christina Bucola, Esquire, and that's it for this segment. Thank you so much, Christina.
Thanks, John, for having me.
All right, bye-bye.
I'm muted. This is live TV. Thanks, everyone. That was a great segment talking about licensing. 2 things. There was a question in the segment about the MRTA, the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act. So you'll hear it referred to as the MRTA. Some people refer to it as MRTA, which was very funny during the push for legalization. And then some other stuff they talked about was MWBE, if you're a minority or women business. And the last thing I wanted to just double down on is everyone is rushing for regulations. Here's what I will tell you. Use this as an opportunity to plan. As Christina said, this is the time to get your business in order. Start building out your financials, start building out your team. So take this time as a gift. One of the other things we're going to talk about next is because we are in the new adult use market, we are allowed to consume as consumers. Patients get allowed to consume, but we also want to talk about housing, because that is going to be something that's going to be really important. So we are going to bring up our next chat, which is talking about how housing and the MRTA equity goals work in tandem, and we will see you in a bit.
Welcome again to the Business of Cannabis. Today we have Tanya Dwyer, President of Parish House, Inc. Welcome to the Business of Cannabis, Tanya. How are you today?
I'm great, Nicole. Thank you for having me today.
Good. I'm glad to have you, and we're going to kick it right off. You have some insight on how the New York State housing budget plans support the MRTA equity goals. Explain that to us.
Yes, I think in order to really get an understanding of why the MRTA and our proposed housing budget are a good marriage, you have to understand where we're coming from. So the budget has a $25 billion proposal for affordable housing, and MRTA, as you may know, has money set aside for socially disadvantaged groups. So in putting those two things together, there are opportunities for people who have been left out of the housing market for similar reasons that they may have been incarcerated. And that is the history of housing policy and cannabis policy. Some people may be wondering, are these set-asides fair? And my suggestion is that if you look at what the American government has done to create wealth over the last 400 years, it's by creating special groups, creating special privileges for those groups, and that privilege creates immense wealth. The first instance anyone would think of is when the government said that white men were allowed to vote, own land, and own people. And that gave them immense wealth, right?
Yeah.
And so then you look at the homestead policy. This is a marriage of European law and American law. The European law says that if you're a Christian and white, you can take any land on the planet that is not inhabited by a white Christian. So then you put that in America, and America says, well, there's all this land out west, and we need to claim it for America. So every white Christian that's come to America from Europe, please go out west and claim your land and make it American. And you set up universities and investments in farming technology that creates immense wealth for white European Christians, right? So that's affirmative action for white people. And it goes on. And the New Deal, President Roosevelt created so many initiatives specifically for white people. And it is not an exaggeration when I say these laws said whites only, and people were really harmed if they tried to break those federal rules. The mortgages, as we understand them, were invented for white people to go out and buy houses in the suburbs. We built infrastructure. Half of Americans didn't even have indoor plumbing and electricity. He invested in all of those things to create a middle class for white Americans. So at the same time, you have Black Americans getting Jim Crow. And even when they decide to create their own economies and their own cooperatives to make their own money, Jim Crow tactics such as burnings and lynchings and imprisonments take that wealth away, right? And that's the housing policy side. On the cannabis policy side, we have marijuana came into this country with an H, not a J, as a foreign plant. And we change it, America changes that H to a J to start associating it with Mexico and the brown people that are coming into this country. And I'll tell you that in 1930, right around the time of the New Deal, America had its first commissioner of narcotics. His name was Harry J. Anslinger, and I'm just going to take a minute to tell you what he said to the good people in our Congress back in 1930. He testified and said, there are 100,000 total marijuana smokers in the US, and most are Negroes, Hispanics, Filipinos, and entertainers. Their satanic music, jazz, and swing result from marijuana use. This marijuana causes white women to seek sexual relations with Negroes, entertainers, and any others. The primary reason to outlaw marijuana is its effect on the degenerate races. Marijuana, yes, it goes on. Marijuana is an addictive drug which produces in its users insanity, criminality, and death. Reefer makes darkies think they're as good as a white man. Marijuana leads to pacifism and communist brainwashing. You smoke a joint and you're likely to kill your brother. Marijuana is the most violence-causing drug in the history of mankind. Now, marijuana came to this country as medicine, medicine that had been used in other parts of the world. But this is how he saw it coming in with immigrants. So this is where our cannabis policy starts, with racism, right? And it continues through today, where we see that housing policy, when it was whites only before the Civil Rights Act, created such beautiful housing. We have the suburbs, we have Stuytown in Manhattan. There are all these beautiful places that were created and explicitly made whites only through mortgages and deeds. And then at the same time, we have the I'm sorry, in the 1960s and the civil rights movement, when everyone gained access to that housing, the government abandoned the programs essentially. So not with money, because we still put a lot of money into public housing, but they're no longer dignified, right? They're in need of repairs. And people always, I always wonder, why do we spend so much money on public housing when it is not as great as it was when it was whites only? Something is very wrong here, right? Um, and when we look at what happens after the 60s and the civil rights movement, we see that what happens with housing degenerating. We also see that with our policy criminalizing marijuana is also on the rise with the Nixon administration. We had John Ehrlichman, who worked for Nixon, one day said after he'd been released from prison that it really was intentional, that they knew there was nothing wrong with marijuana. They did it on purpose to incriminate people. And if you'll entertain me, I'll just give you his quote about why they did this. Mr. Ehrlichman told a reporter that, you want to know what this was really all about? He asked with the bluntness of a man who, after a public disgrace and a stretch in federal prison, had little left to protect. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies: the anti-war left and Black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or Blacks. But by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. So you see where we're coming from. This is where we're coming from. And this is what New York is trying to address with these policies. So MRTA and the housing policy, anyone who criticizes them being set asides, I would say take a look at our history. Our government has a history of making set asides for whites. And I really feel like with all of the things that have been taken away from BIPOC, this is certainly an opportunity for us to get something.
You gave us history and a wealth of information. And this was supposed to, look, I'm going to go into the next question because I'm floored. Two more questions. One, as our state is moving towards adult use based on the work you do, can you provide people with direction on how to stay informed and protected regarding regulations?
Yes. So we're looking forward to everyone starting their businesses. Hopefully they will be very successful. Unfortunately, because of federal laws, you will not be able to buy a house with a mortgage with the money you've earned, because any national bank that is backed by the federal government is not allowed to consider your income to be true income, so they will discount it. And as far as public housing goes, anyone in public housing, even if it's for medicinal use, if you dare ask for permission to have medicinal marijuana in public housing, you are the housing authorities required to evict you. So you cannot have anything on you if you have a voucher or you're in a public housing facility. So those two things are still very much problematic, and our housing laws do not fully address those issues yet. They cannot, because New York cannot fully address that. But what Governor Hochul has put in the bill is that a criminal record cannot be used against someone when they're seeking housing, especially if it's non-violent. So that should help. And credit scores are not allowed to be used against people either. So I think those two parts of the bill should help people who've been discriminated against in the past get into decent housing. But as I said, it's just a bill, it's not a law yet. So we do have to continue watching what happens with Governor Hochul's affordable housing bill.
Okay. And is there anything else that I have not yet asked that people need to be aware of?
I would just say, please participate in what's going on with housing policy around you. This criminalization of marijuana is ridiculous as it relates to housing. It is depriving so many people of their housing and destroying so many families with this criminalization at the federal level. So please, just if you know of anyone or want to talk to anyone about these topics, please do. I think we should all be discussing this.
Tanya, thank you so much. You have given us new information, information we need to seek after for ourselves so that we too can be more informed about the housing policies and regulations. Thank you so much for joining us. Tanya,
You're so welcome.
Squire, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Nicole.
I'm an icon. But since we can't talk about cannabis publicly, my likeness is being used as a safe substitute.
Well, Brock?
Hi.
Oh, hi indeed.
I don't see the resemblance.
It was on sale. That's the only reason I got it. Oh, hey, where you headed? Under break?
Finance meeting, Janet.
Okay, bud. Go get that green.
They're not even being subtle anymore.
Wow. Don't do this to me.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, Susan.
Let's hotbox this.
It's taking over my life. Cannabis is here to stay. That's great. But can we just call it what it is? I'm broccoli. I mean, you guys get it. Pot, leaf.
It's messed up.
Thank you.
That was a cute commercial. Hello, everybody. It's John Gilstrap here. Good morning. And Tanya, thanks again for that presentation. It was very sobering, and I think I'm just ordering another mimosa here to get through that one. We're going to switch states here and jump over to the Nutmeg State again to discuss the adult use market there. Last week, we talked to Kibra Smith Bolden with respect to the medical market. But now we have Luis Vega, who's the CEO and founder of Wepa Farms. Luis is an extremely prodigious cultivator of CBD hemp in Connecticut and has some experience growing in legal markets as well of THC cannabis. So can we bring up Luis? Interview?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully you are enjoying all these interviews today. We are super psyched to have Luis Vega with us today. He is representing Connecticut, but let me tell you something. His roots did not start out in Connecticut, and you know that I have been bigging up Brooklyn probably all day. And my good brother here, Luis Vega, CEO of Wepa Farms, actually comes from East New York, Brooklyn. And when he went on to college, he actually attended school in Connecticut and actually stayed there. And so he's been in Connecticut, but he still has family here in Brooklyn, New York, in East New York, because that's what he said. I rep East New York, I rep the East here. But he's a cultivator. He's a hemp farmer in Connecticut. And oh, by the way, this is also my good Boricua brother. I gotta shout out all my Boricuas, right? And so yeah, so he has a farm in Connecticut, and but he is also one of those folks who are applying for the opportunity for a social equity license in Connecticut. And so Luis is here to give us the download and the update, because those of you who are in Connecticut, know someone in Connecticut that's looking to apply, this is your segment. So Lou, welcome. How are you?
Thank you so much, Gia. I really appreciate the honor to be here. And thank you so much to everybody who's joining you today. The Tri-State Higher Learning group here. This is such an amazing opportunity. Thank you so much. So East New York, Brooklyn is where I'm from. I was on the J train riding that from wee knees, and I really had a great time growing up in the hood over here. Not many people understand New York like a Brooklyn New Yorker. So it's a pleasure to be able to come back and do these things. My family still has tons of roots here in New York. And East New York, you can jump on the J train, grab some seafood, and then take it into the city. I'm very excited about what's going on. Not only are we in Brooklyn, but my family's now in upstate New York as well. And so Warwick, New York, we became my father retired, worked for New York City Transit Authority. And then I was a hemp farmer in Connecticut. So we did a little bit of that in New York as well. But my story leads us to at least Connecticut here. And moving forward to the social equity portion, I am applying into the lottery section as a social equity applicant. In Connecticut, that required you to live X amount of years before 8 of the first 18 years in a DIA area, a directly impacted area for the war on cannabis. And so if you fell within those zip codes through the census tract, as well as made X amount of dollars, which was 3 times the annual norm, which is about $225,000, $25,000 a year. All this information is on the Department of Consumer Protection's website, and you'll be able to go into the adult use section, click on the tabs, and find out what a social equity applicant would require for verification of your social equity status. With that, the state opened up a whole slew of licenses that you can first apply to a lottery before applying for the actual license.
How many slots in the lottery?
So there are 9 different actual license types, and then the amount of licenses that are allowed that are going to go into the lottery are listed right on that Department of Consumer Protection website. We're looking at 2 cultivators for social equity, 2 cultivators for normal process, and then 4 dispensaries on social equity, 4 dispensaries for normal, so a total of 8 there. And micro cultivators are 4, so it's 2 social equity, 2 regular license. Then we're going into delivery and transportation, which is going to be another 4 licenses on social equity and 4 on the standard license. It turns out to be 52 total licenses the first round between the 9 different license types, between cultivator, dispensary, food and beverage, packaging, delivery, transportation, and micro cultivator. So between those, as you get your license, you'll start that's the biggest part of going in here. It's the biggest barrier or challenge once you even get through the lottery is going to be funding. You know, as a social equity applicant, you're going to be looking for trusted partners, hopefully, to be your capital backers. Not as you're going in, we have an income cap. So at $225,000 a year, that's a little rough to build out $1 million dispensary or a $3 million grow facility. And that's where, you know, we come to these type of events and try to meet these awesome people like Gia and Women's Grow and all the other organizations that are helping support the education here and help spread the knowledge. You know, this has been years in the making. It's not the legislation that we were fighting for. We didn't get everything we were looking for, but this was the path that laid forward. The Social Equity Council in Connecticut had a large a tall task in front of them as they started to take this on 8 months ago. And within the year, we at least have the lottery options to go out. We have the licensure types. We have some guidelines on what the next 4 to 6 months is going to look like. And that's another drop to the Department of Consumer Protection's website. So if you jumped online and went to ctdcp.gov, I believe, and I believe that information will be in the workbook at the end of the session here.
Yes, so we're going to share that in the workbook for sure.
We really appreciate that. Are there any other questions that we want?
Oh my God, I have so many questions I want to
go ahead, throw the questions.
Because thank you so much for that information, because I believe that that's hopefully a helpful start for someone that is looking to explore, what those opportunities are. And for clarity, a micro license would include all of that you mentioned, except it's just on a smaller scale. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the canopy size would be different. The square footage size would be
canopy
different.
size, because I want to make sure, we're so used to in this industry to using our language, right? But then outside of it, people refer to it very differently. Canopy being equivalent to the grow size, like cultivating, whether indoor, outdoor, correct?
Correct. So when we look at real estate, where we might see a space that we find and we say, hey, this is a great looking space, we want to move into it, it's 50,000 square foot. If you're applying for a license, you don't necessarily have to apply for a 50,000 square foot license if you're not growing in 50,000 square foot. You're going to have your office space, you're going to have some processing space, you'll have packaging space, employee locker rooms. So you don't want to overshoot your expenses and plan to build out a 50,000 square foot grow space when your whole building is, say, 50,000 square foot. Maybe you're going in as a micro cultivator where you're going to allocate 5,000 square foot solely for the grow processes. So now that would be your canopy space when you're referring to your license type. So a micro cultivator would be between 5,000 square foot canopy space and 15,000 square foot canopy space. That means that the building can be whatever size building that you're looking for, whatever size rental you have access to. If it's your established space, you can section out a certain area. So it allows you to plan ahead before you jump into something larger if you're going in that micro cultivator space.
Lou, being a current hemp cultivator yourself, do you find that that's helping you in terms of preparing for a cannabis adult use market?
So I'm really excited about what's going on in that space right now, and especially in that space in New York State currently. So I was a hemp cultivator for the last 5 years here in Connecticut, and it really prepared me in the sense that I was able to gain my actual practical knowledge. So what I learned in books and what I learned through the field, I actually got to put it hands-on and actually touch the plant and grow the plant, because the hemp plant and the cannabis sativa plant that we refer to for adult use and medical cannabis are very similar, as in they're just different cultivars of the same flower. A red rose versus a yellow rose, or a beefsteak tomato versus a cherry tomato. So now in New York State, if you were a hemp cultivator for the last 2 of 4 years, the proposed legislation is that you would get your provisional license to grow adult use cannabis in the same style that you would be growing the hemp. So being a hemp farmer allowed me to get some base knowledge and actually create a business of cultivation, because I tell everybody, if you're going to go into the cannabis sector, go in your field. If you do something already, don't look to change what you do. Look to do what you do, but just add this sector into it. So, if you're a lawyer and you're looking to get into cannabis and you've never grown a plant a day in your life, don't decide that you're going to open the largest grow facility in the East Coast. That may not be your forte. Maybe go into something where that's more in your avenue, in your wheelhouse. So I was a
You must have
cultivator.
learned a lot in being a hemp farmer. Like, I'm sure not every grow harvest was perfect. I'm sure that you had to learn through trial and error and mistakes along the way.
There are always trial and error in all of this, and one of those big things that as you move into cultivation or move into a new business or entrepreneurial endeavor, because we're, as we're moving in, this is Connecticut. This is the Connecticut jump. This is everybody's moving into this new space. Connecticut, New York, New Jersey are all in that same lane of moving towards adult use. They've passed something. They're in the process of creating some legislation, and now they're getting ready to enact that. Some of the things that I learned the hard way were sometimes plants don't mix. As a hemp farmer, I learned that corn.
What does that mean?
This is one of those principles you can take for the rest of your life on so many different places, but sunflowers and hemp do not mix, because the pests that sunflower attract actually are very detrimental and debilitating to the hemp plant. Certain pests and bugs that thrive within a cornfield that don't disrupt the corn absolutely destroy a hemp plant or a cannabis plant. There's certain cover crops that do very, very, very well integrating, working with the hemp cannabis plant. You learn that there are certain plants that actually can keep your hemp cannabis plant healthier than if it was a different style plant, So planting with companion gardening goes a really long way as well. And that's something that I've taken into life. Sometimes the people and the energies that you have around you can affect what you're doing. So if you can companion garden well, you can get through life as well, I think.
And you learned all of this as you went into farming, or you had some prior knowledge about this?
So as you enter into the field, my grandfather was a farmer. So we had some natural knowledge that came from the island. I'm Puerto Rican, so huepa. So abuelo came over from the island. He had to work in the city. So when he came back to the U.S., he actually ended up working in a fishmonger, as a fishmonger in Knickerbocker, Brooklyn. So if anybody's ever been down there towards Murdo, got a cuchi frito or something, that's my grandfather worked in the fishmonger area there. And he was in a freezer at the second half of his life. But before that, he was a farmer in Puerto Rico. So there was always some type of garden or something being grown in our house and our yard. And when we went back to the island, that's what he made sure he showed us. So as I got older, I got to go to college. I got to, take part of the actual, as our parents would say, make sure to do the corporate side of it and actually, get a good job. I ended up falling back into agriculture as my industry, and it was successful to the point where we're at now. And I'm blessed for my heritage that allowed me to push this forward. But with that, it was the idea of let me just jump in. And if I got to learn, I'll learn. And not everything was perfect. So the field that I planted next to the cornfield was destroyed. I didn't get anything out of it. The bugs ate it and I had to turn it over, and then it became fertilizer. And the earth loved it a lot better. I lost a lot of money on that one, and it was what it was, but that was a learning lesson. Fast forward a couple years, I learned that as you push this forward, there's some great resources that you can take place in. As like I said, the Department of Consumer Protection website has a lot. Your local Department of Agriculture websites have a lot of information. Your farmer circles, your new farmers alliances. In New York, Cornell Agriculture is a huge public free access to everybody. You can join and you can look up through Women's Grow. There's a ton of information that you can reach out there. There's some amazing Women Grow members in New York that you can really take and find a mentorship with. The State Department has a bug guy. As you know, I call him the bug guy because I can't pronounce the scientific word for a bug scientist. But the bug guy, the bug scientist.
I love the name nonetheless. Just call the bug guy, because
I just call the bug guy. And it's something that's through Cornell and the New York State Department of Agriculture. And then in Connecticut, we have UConn's extension, as well as the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. And that's where you learn that these resources are available to you as a member of the community. This is something that if you're into a plant that is legal in your state, they will help you. So since cannabis is legal and hemp is legal in both New York and Connecticut and New Jersey, if you have a question, they will answer your question. They won't ask you any really harsh questions like, hey, where is it going? Where are you growing it? Or no, I have a bug. This is what the bug looks like. I want to talk about this bug. And they will give you all that information that's necessary. And then if you're a licensed hemp farmer, they are so helpful. You know, if you have yourself a license in whatever part of agriculture, the State Department of Agriculture's are so forward in actually helping our community because there was such a lack of it over the last 15, 20 years that now it's been brought to the forefront. And there are funds available for people there. And this is where, if you're looking for
on the hemp side, correct?
On the hemp side. So go ahead and look into there. So that's what else you got going there?
That's so helpful. I have one last question for you. I stated that you have applied, and what were some of the materials that you needed for your application?
So as you move forward to put in your application, you should be looking into having a formalized business. So you should have an LLC or some type of C Corp or something that has a business plan attached to it, so that you're going to be required your business plan. They're going to ask for banking information. So as you look to apply, you just want to be able to say, hey, we have a bank in mind that we're going to use. Then they're going to look for your address. So you're going to need a location that you're going to actually put the place that you're at. From there, if you get a provisional license, then you'll move on to looking for zoning regulations. You'll be looking for 5 letters of support from the community, and then 5 letters of support for your community business development plan. So ultimately, at the end of the process, there should be 10 letters of support from the actual town or community that you're going to put your business in. If you are a social equity, if you're looking to apply under the social equity portion, you're going to have some information to just validate the social equity, your claim to the social equity. So some residency information and then some wage information. And then you'll be looking for where you're putting your place. So if you're going in under a DIA portion, you have to be within one of the 30 listed DIA sections. If you're not,
again, DIA is?
Again, the DIA is a designated area of impact. Impacted area, I apologize. And that will be right on the website. There's a big map that you can look up and see if your zip code is in there. And that's ultimately the starting point. Once you get there, you'll get a provisional license. And then after that, you have 14 months from your provisional license to actually open your doors and start servicing and following through on your business plan.
Wow. And I know I said one last question, but I'm thinking of these questions for the person that is very serious about applying. And so for that initial application process, was it a short form? Did you have to, submit a lot of documentation to support the questions and proof of your business? Like, did you have to submit tax papers, not just for yourself, but for your team? Did you have to, was it just you, or was it you and your team had to submit?
So depending on the size of your licensure and the item that you're looking to do, that's where you'll be entering more and more information. If you're just a delivery service and you're a small organization and it's just you, then you're just submitting your information. And then this was also during this lottery period. So not very much information is necessary during the lottery period. So it's more of a short form application as we move into your provisional style. So if you, at Connecticut, the way Connecticut is working is a lottery. So you're going to put in a short form application, which just shows that you're eligible for whichever lottery position you're looking to move into. And then from there, the lottery should happen. And this is the list of required items are on the DCP's website. And this is where you'll have the next at least 90 days from the opening date of that specific license to start getting that information available and together and at least put together, because once the lottery happens, they're going to put out the list of how many people got their lottery ticket picked. So now we'll have a list of who it is. From there, they have 14 months to submit everything, get their provisional, and then get their doors open. So it
Thank
seems
you.
it's a lot of steps. So this is where, if you are serious, please be prepared to spend a lot of time on the Department of Consumer Protection's website. Please be prepared to get all of your paperwork together in digital format so that you can upload it via the Department of Consumer Protection's website. They have hired a specific individual to monitor the application process. They did hire a third party auditing service to review the eligibility of social equity applicants. So when you put in if you click the button that you're applying for a social equity applicant, you're going to have to put in your residency and your income verifications. And then that third party auditor is going to verify if that does validify your social equity status. And then you'll be moved on to that pool as well.
This is so helpful. I mean, because I learned so much more for every person that I speak with, and you can tell the difference between the guidelines for each state. While they're similar, there's also differences. And so what you shared, this was specific to Connecticut, but it is an overall guideline to, you got to get your paperwork in order. You have to make sure that everything is digital so that you can upload it and that you're mindful about what you're applying for. I appreciate you so much. I know the other day when we were texting and emailing, you're like, I just came in, from the field. And I'm like, this dude is always working, no different than I am. But, you have your hands literally in the dirt. And so I appreciate the knowledge that you're able to share with us from the cultivation side, but also from this application side. And for those who are looking to get into this industry in the state of Connecticut, please take heed to what Luis said, and we'll make sure to drop many of those links into our workbook so that it guides you directly to the locations that he's recommending. Lou, my brother, Wepa.
Wepa. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, man. And when you said Knickerbocker, I'm like, yes, of course I know. Remember, we were just talking about Bushwick and we talking. So yeah, I just love it. And I'm proud of you. And I appreciate all that that you're doing in Connecticut and as well as here in New York, because, it's important that we do keep up, right, with all of our friends and family in both states, but also keeping up with the business in the places of which that we reside and are connected to. And I know you got some stuff going on in PR. I know you do. Listen, you got to do it. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. We got to get you back. I want you on the podcast too. So we got to talk about that.
I would love to.
By the way, if you guys didn't know, Luis is honorary Women Grow. Like, he used to help run the Women Grow market in Connecticut. So like, he is told, when he mentions women, he knows it because he was there with us. My brother, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Soon.
Thanks, Vega. I always love hearing from Vega. He's so knowledgeable in the space. And I've been growing hemp since 2017 as well, and was kind of geeking out when he was talking about companion crops and so forth. We too planted corn, by the way, around the hemp field, thinking, we can maximize land. But we found out it attracted this thing called a corn borer, which was actually pretty much new to New York State. And the little bug would drop out of the corn kernels and plop into the soil around the base of the hemp plant that would eat at the roots of the plant. So we got a big learning lesson there. And plus, the corn keeps the wind from blowing through the field, and the hemp plants need a lot of aeration to get the maximum yield. But anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. We're going to pivot and move over to New Jersey now and to connect with our brother over there, Leo Bridgewater, who's going to lead a discussion on the adult use market in New Jersey. And, it's kind of like your brain can explode keeping track of what's going on in Connecticut and New York and New Jersey. But as Gia alluded to earlier, it's kind of important, I think, if you can, to do that, because the states are interconnected. There's so much traffic between them, and you can learn best practices across state lines. But New Jersey just legalized last year, a little bit before New York. Their license process has begun for certain categories, and it is complicated as well. So hopefully Leo and team can shed some light on us in this respect and help us get our hands around what's going on in the adult use market in New Jersey. So let's take it away, Leo.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Leo Bridgewater. I am the National Director of Veterans Outreach with Minorities for Medical Marijuana. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce three very important members of the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission, Executive Director Jeff Brown, Commissioner Maria Del Cid, and Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, Mr. Wesley McWhite. If you guys would please just talk a little bit about yourselves and what all came about in terms of how we're approaching cannabis regulations in the state of New Jersey. I'll turn it over to Jeff. Jeff, go ahead, brother.
So thanks, Leo, and thanks for having us for this very important conversation. We've been on a journey here in New Jersey, and I remember meeting you at a Starbucks back in 2018 when I first came into this job then as assistant commissioner with the Department of Health. But really, I want to focus in on what we've accomplished. It really in the last year, and that is setting up this new state agency that we now call the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission. We're fortunate to have 5 commissioners, one of which is with us, Commissioner Del Cid Coso. Fortunate to have an exceptional senior staff here helping to lead the commission. Wesley McWhite leads our Office of Diversity and Inclusion, which we're excited to build out over the next year here and in the coming years. But we are in the process of legalizing the production, sale, of cannabis here in the state of New Jersey. We've made tremendous strides to expand access to medicinal cannabis, and we've continued that work into setting the stage for what I hope will be the best East Coast cannabis market in the country. And I'll just kick it over to Commissioner Del Cid to introduce herself.
Thank you, Leo, for having us, and thank you, Jeff, for that very nice intro. Like Jeff mentioned, again, my name is Maria Del Cid, and prior to coming to the CRC, I was the director for the Office of Policy and Legislative Services for the Department of Health at the state level. So Jeff and I come from the same department at the state level, and I had the pleasure of working with Jeff on the medical marijuana program. We work very closely, and now that we are on the CRC, we are not only overseeing the medical program, but also making sure that we build this new recreational market in the state of New Jersey. So very thrilled to be a part of this conversation, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the questions that you have for us. And thank you for having us.
Absolutely. And Wesley, go ahead, man. You might as well go ahead, brother.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you all for having us. My name is Wesley McWhite, Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Before that, I was in nonprofit, also doing some health and social justice work around that. And I'm just really excited to dive into this work, answer all your questions, and just dialogue about what we're doing here in New Jersey and how we are propping ourselves up and using our social equity framework to really see a diverse and inclusive adult use market here in New Jersey.
I gotta say, Jeff, I didn't realize it's been 4 years. My God, like time really flies. And considering the fact that, and this is really geared towards you and Maria, because we've gone from the Department of Health to now the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission. over a span of 4 years. And one of the things that I often find when you guys do your monthly meetings, and the thing I love most about it is that they're completely transparent and open to the public. But one of the things that I noticed quite often when fielding questions or talking about it is a lot of times, folks are kind of confused about what falls under the purview of the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission and what actually is beyond you guys as far as legislation. So can you both of you talk about, what's the difference between legislation and regulation as it relates to the way things worked out here in New Jersey?
So I'll let Commissioner Del Cid Coso go first, and then I'm happy to jump.
Sure. So, I can speak to this a little bit more in terms. I actually, before coming to the CRC, I worked for one of the assembly members. So I've been on the legislative front and now working in the executive branch for over 4 years now. So there were certain things that I would like to highlight that was set in the statute and that was pretty much done by regs by the CRC. But before I get into that, the legislation, it is the law of the land, right? Once the governor signs the bill, it becomes the law of the land. So there's really less ability to change any language in there, because unless it's a legislative fix. Now, for the regs, there is a process internally that any state agency goes through. It is a very lengthy one. People, the public is able to provide any comments, and it probably takes about, I want to say, 8 months to a year. But there's more flexibility, more wiggle room for any changes. Whereas in the legislative process, a little bit more difficult because it does have to go through that extensive process. And you know that, Leo, from being in committee hearings. And so there is a process to that. But I would like to just focus on some of the things that were set in statute and then things that were set in regs based on around the cannabis industry. And that's something that in the statute was very clear in defining impact zones. And I want to make sure that I highlight this because we've gotten a lot of questions from municipalities saying, what can my municipality be a part of this list that you have on your website? And the statute was very clear, defined it. And they define certain criteria about what makes up an impact zone. And that's based on population, unemployment rate, number of crime, or any arrests on marijuana, or a combination of these variables. So we do have a list. What the CRC is, what we did recently is we extracted all those municipalities that fit that definition that was set in statute, and we released that information on our website. So that's available to the public on our website. And the same thing and speaking of municipalities, we also know that they got a lot of authority in the statute that was pretty laid out. And the municipalities are able to pass regulations or ordinances that are able to establish any zoning requirements, reasonable application fees, the number and type of cannabis business that they want to see in their community, and also business operation things like what time do these businesses open up or close, and the ability to impose any local taxes or any fees. So these are things that were set in statute specific to cannabis. And one of the things that the legislation did not include was homegrown, as you know that.
Right.
Right. And in regulations, and we did listen to the public. You mentioned the public hearings that we had. We spoke to different stakeholders, and our initial rules reflect that. It reflects on social economic equity and safety. And as you know, in our regs, and maybe Jeff can speak to a little bit more on this, but we created the social equity application designation. And those are applicants that have lived or continue to live in economically disadvantaged areas and or have any cannabis related criminal offense. And our rules also define what an economic disadvantaged area is. And those are zip codes within the state that meet certain criteria based on income and uninsured rates. So again, we do the same thing that we did with impact zones. We extracted the zip codes within the state of New Jersey that met that definition that the CRC was able to put in regs. And we found that 55 out of the 595 zip codes met that definition under economically disadvantaged areas. So again, that information is available on our website. And that's a distinction and the beauty of having things set in statute and then things that we can do as a CRC that we can put it into regulations.
Wait a minute, time out, hold up. So, and I just want to make sure that I'm being clear about this. And that is, okay, we did a whole lot of fighting to get this done as far as changing our state constitution through ballot referendum and all that. We now have our governor signed, our bill. We have a CRC and all this work that went into it. But then you're also saying that there's another kind of fight that has to sort of kind of take place when it comes to the municipality level. Because, now people have to actually petition their individual municipalities to participate and create their own social equity programs as well. Would that be accurate?
So I'm happy to jump in here, and then if Commissioner wants to jump in as well, or
yeah,
Wes,
please, Jeff, please, yeah.
I think the important thing, yes, the law sets up a dual role where you have state licensing provisions that the CRC adopted in regulation, and I think an important thing to note, Maria mentioned that rulemaking on the quick end goes in the 8 to 10 month range. We did it in 4 at the CRC,
right?
And that was because we were able to really listen to the community, listen to stakeholders, incorporate that into our draft regulations, and then the commission adopted them. The other thing, what we've done in our regulations is created this, which Commissioner Del Cid mentioned, created a social equity business designation that did not exist in the statute. We heard from stakeholders, particularly social equity, social justice advocates, that people who were had past cannabis convictions or lived in areas of the state that were economically disadvantaged should be given a leg up in our licensing process. And so that's something that we put into our initial regulations. And those applicants, if you're a social equity business applicant and you essentially, your application gets reviewed before anybody else's. And that means that social equity businesses they'll get reviewed first, they'll get approved first in our licensing application process. So that's an important thing. And so when it comes to regulation, we can go back and we can adjust that in the future. So if it's not working out the way we hoped it would, then we can go back and adjust that. Whereas changing a statute, like i.e. adding home grow, that requires an act of the legislature and the governor, which can be a more involved process. On the municipality side, we did put out municipal guidance, and we hope that municipalities will align with our licensing process so that social equity applicants that are approved by the CRC don't essentially run into barriers at the municipal level. And we've put out guidance on our website to help municipalities do just that, to align more closely with sort of our licensing system so that it's, hopefully one pipeline to access the market.
Wow. Okay. And keeping on the theme of, social equity, I got to get my brother Wesley to tap in on this because, what's interesting is all of you are in unprecedented times because you don't have a predecessor. You're the first to be in your positions at such a hot button topic. Wesley, can you talk about what your vision is and how you're intending to implement social equity as it relates to the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission? What are the things that you're finding out or learning, and what are your plans? Talk to us, brother.
Sure. So coming into the CRC, I came in last October, but even before that, the CRC under our chairwoman, Diana Waynu, and under our executive director, Jeff Brown, they already set up a framework for social equity to thrive, right? And so that includes some of the things that Jeff talked about: priority review of applications from our social equity folks, from our diversity-owned businesses, from those impact zones that Commissioner Del Cid talked about. And we're also, easing application fees. We have some of the lowest application fees. We have the opportunity for folks to, when they fill out their application, if they're missing information or something is incorrect or looks a little fuzzy, we're giving them opportunity to cure their applications. And so the CRC has already looked at what was going on in other jurisdictions, heard from the community, and already enacted some of that stuff. So it kind of makes my job coming in a little easier. And so we don't have to start from scratch, right? And so in addition to that, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion wants to build on that framework by keeping up with what's going on in our communities, hearing from our applicants, and hopefully hearing from and building relationships with our future license holders, and figuring out how do we ease the burden and lower and get rid of barriers to access into this industry. And so a large part of this office is outreach. It is talking to legacy operators. It is talking to chambers of commerce. It's talking to minority and affinity groups to see what we can do to enact policies, and then send recommendations to our legislators and to the governor's office and to our commissioners about what we can do to expound on the framework that has already been placed here at the CRC.
Wow. Just, and I want to change gears for a hot second. We're going to expand on what you were saying, Wesley, in a minute. But I do want to talk about, and this is more geared towards Jeff and Maria. One of the things that Governor Murphy spoke upon when we were fighting to get adult use was also, prior to that, was the shoring up of the New Jersey medical marijuana program. Governor Murphy was able to expand the number of qualifying conditions that, aside from PTSD, now we have anxiety, a number of other different, qualifying conditions. But could you speak to a little bit more about some of the protections or things that are happening when it comes to why it would be a benefit to be a medical marijuana card holder here in the state of New Jersey? That's for either one of you.
I can just jump in there. Jeff, feel free to jump after.
Why don't you go first, and I'll go second. That works.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things that, kind of stands out, and I remember being with Jeff at the bill signing for Dayconics law, was that essentially the taxes for medical are going to phase out, right? I think we're in 2022, so I think this is the last year. And after, I think, maybe July of 2022, I think that's the date that taxes will not apply anymore for medical cannabis. So I think that's one of the benefits for our patients, given that, we are seeing that the prices are very high in some of these ATCs. And, it's not unique, to New Jersey. And when I was at the Department of Health, I used to talk to a lot of constituents that, called my office, speaking about these prices and how high they are for our medical patients. So I think that that's one of the benefits of being in the medical program, is that the taxes are going to be phasing out in 2022. So that's a benefit for our patients. And, this is what we're doing, the work that we're doing to ensure that they have access to the care that they need.
So, one of our priorities, is to build on what's in the law, things like reduction of taxes, and look at things that we can do from a regulatory perspective to continue make it easier for patients to sign up, to stay enrolled. If you look at other markets, other recent rollouts of recreational sales, I'll mention Illinois, similarly, their law, and this is another thing that our law does, is it gives the medical operators the ability to convert outside of the normal application process. And that's something the law does. So the CRC doesn't have any flexibility there. That's something that the law sets up. It gives them that ability. Same thing happened in Illinois. And interestingly, despite some folks who've said that medical enrollment will go down, when recreational sales start. That did not happen in Illinois. In fact, they're still seeing patient enrollment go up, and that's because when you have a situation where the medical operators are allowed to convert, you're going to have a limited number of outlets. It's going to be, it will be there will be very high demand, limited locations at first, and patients will get priority. And that's something that we're committed to doing, is working with the industry to make sure that patients are always served first, continue to have access to the range of products that they have now, and maybe even expand some product offerings for medical patients. And so, there will continue to be, in addition to the tax benefits, other incentives for people to stay in the medical program. And that's something that we want to continue to do, is not lose sight of the gains we've made in medical. And Leo, I believe you were on stage with the governor at the EO6 signing. So where we started and where we've gotten to, and we're up over 125,000 patients in the program. And when EO6 was signed, we had 17,000 patients. Just exponential growth over the last several years. And there's no sign of that abating. We're still enrolling over 4,000 patients every month.
Wow, 4,000. Wow. Okay. Yes. And speaking of, again, legislation and regulation, in the legislation, it's my understanding that as of now in New Jersey, it's against the law, if you're a medical marijuana card holder, to be fired from your job for testing positive for cannabis. Correct? Or
one of the things that Jay Koenig's law did was it built in workplace protections. And interestingly, even before that, there was a Supreme Court case that also, kind of looked at the old law and found that there were, in fact, even in that old, Christie era law, there were some workplace protections embedded in that. But Jay Koenig's law expanded on that, gave, patients the ability to, be a patient and not worry about being fired from their job. There are some provisions. So like in issues where there's federal funding at stake or issues like that, there are some carve outs, but for the most part, they're very strong employment protections for patients enrolled in the program.
That's going to be awesome. And Wesley, when you're talking about diversity and inclusion, you could imagine the impact of having such workplace protections in place here in New Jersey, how far that would go, particularly when you're talking about those communities most harmed by the war on drugs, and also in inclusion. Can you speak to how those things, getting that information out to the general public, and informing them, there's benefits aside from just getting your record automatically expunged?
Yeah, so what we pride ourselves on at the CRC under the direction of our communications director, Tony Ann Blake, is that we want to make sure that we have equitable access to all correct and current information, right? We want folks to be, our constituents, New Jerseyans, to be informed about, not just the adult use side, but also the medical use side, right? And the ODI's office is written in statute that this office has to pay attention to both. And so oftentimes we're finding that folks just don't have the right information. And so on our website, you can find information from everything from, expungements to, medical, applying for your medical marijuana card, and just making sure that communities that have been historically locked out, right, who have suffered under the war on drugs and who now, medical marijuana is a stigma for certain communities, we have to kind of undo some of that work through, informational campaigns that this office is going to be in charge of and running and partnering with our communications team and making sure that it's not just about, getting folks a business, but it's also making sure that this industry on both the medical and the adult side is thriving and that folks are informed and able to make those informed decisions.
I gotta say, considering all the things that you guys have just laid out, which is a lot, to be quite honest with you, bearing in mind that we are talking to the folks with Emmanuel Baptist Church in Brooklyn, New York, and in the state of New York. I wonder, have you, because we do, I always felt that we have to take a regional approach to how we view cannabis legalization. You cannot talk about cannabis legalization in New Jersey and say nothing about New York. And you can't talk about cannabis legalization and say nothing about in New York and say nothing about New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut as well. And so that being said, have you guys had an opportunity to talk and exchange ideas with your New York counterparts in these matters, or are you guys in communicate with each other?
I'll just say that I love what's going on in New York, and I think that the benefit that we have is we can learn from them, they can learn from us, and similarly it's happening regionally in the Northeast, and we have examples that have come before us in Maine and Massachusetts, and Vermont is moving in this direction, and but New York and New Jersey, I mean, we share that border, and so many people move across the Hudson River, whether it's for work or for fun, for family, so yeah, I think that there's a lot of opportunity, friendly competition too, but I'm certainly rooting for our counterparts over in New York to succeed.
Me too. And overall, good question here. Are New York medical marijuana card holders allowed to purchase their medicine here in New Jersey and receive those tax breaks as well?
So the law, in order to, they can, but they have to get essentially what they can do is possess. So if they're have New York product and they can come over to New Jersey and possess that, that is, they don't have to do anything else. The law allows that. But then in order to purchase, they need to get a certification or an authorization from a participating New Jersey physician. That's something that's written in statute, and that would get them a 6-month authorization to purchase in New Jersey. I think that's something that certainly should be revisited in the future as we move forward here, because people do move between the two states.
Yeah, because there's this actual natural interstate commerce that naturally takes place. It's one of the things that I often tell people. These are things you have to live here in order to find out. For instance, people in New York come to New Jersey to get their cigarettes, but people in New Jersey go to Pennsylvania to get their cigarettes. But people in Pennsylvania and New York come here to get their gas. So there's all of this natural, interstate commerce that takes place. And so, with that being said, have you been able to, really reach those different municipalities here in the state of New Jersey with their willingness to participate in the adult use program by allowing for the sales of those types of businesses and products to be within their municipalities? How's that going? It doesn't matter who.
Yeah, so I can start, and Jeff and Wesley, feel free to jump in. Yes, so we've had conversations with the League of Municipalities. We're in constant conversation with the Urban League of Mayors. And, we've had this great dialogue in the last couple of months, trying to understand what are some of the things that, some of the challenges that they're seeing at the local level, and things that, how we can help at the state agency in order to trickle that information from the state to the municipality. So we do have someone on board that is working closely, our Director of Legislative Affairs. He is going to be working closely with a lot of the municipalities, along with our Chief of Staff and the staff here. So we have a good team in place that are going to be answering any questions that comes from them. But I think Wesley and Jeff, you guys have been part of different conversations with different groups. So I'll kick it to you guys.
Yeah, just to add to what Maria was saying, that we're having conversations with municipalities as well. And even Maria and I were in one of those meetings. And what we're finding is that a lot of some of our municipalities are looking for ways to incorporate social equity into their laws in their own towns and cities. And so that's encouraging, right? Because we want to make sure that we can support that kind of work and then see kind of some of that work duplicated across all of our municipalities. And so we stand at the ready, and our door is always open. And now that we have our Director of Legislative Affairs in place, we want to continue that work, and by creating more resources for our municipalities to tap into diversity, equity, and inclusion, diversity, and just the whole gamut of what it means to kind of push this industry forward, because we got to partner together. And in a partnering together, like I said earlier, is also providing our municipalities or municipal partners equitable access to information that they need to make informed decisions as well.
Okay, so staying on that, Wesley, here's the $1 million question. Our social equity program, can you break down for the folks that are watching, exactly, like the framework of how our social equity program is going to work and how it's actually being funded, the whole 9 yards? Because that is something that's always, as I look at states who are, falling for adult use, and you're talking about social equity, there's all these different ways in which they're approaching it. So can you talk about how New Jersey's social equity program is the framework and how it's being funded, the whole 9 yards, whatever you can give us, man?
So the Office of Diversity and Inclusion is funded through the overall budget of the CRC, which is a great spot, right? Because what that says to the public is that the CRC, the state of New Jersey, and Governor Murphy is really putting the dollars behind making sure that this office and all of its activities are funded so that we can create, implement, recommend policies that will help communities most impacted by the war on drugs. And then secondly, we also can talk about our social equity excise fee. And so that is a fee that is set that the commissioners can raise or lower. And so those investments, that social equity excise fee is an investment, right? It is a social justice investment into our communities. And through the ODI office, we can, talk about, maybe grant programs. We can talk about funding streams to make sure, folks most impacted can get licenses or get medical marijuana cards. But I think what we have to keep in mind is that, as we move forward, funding will be available, right? And it's going to be up to really this office, with the help of staff and commissioners, to recommend how those funds are spent, not just through CRC, but also through our municipal partners as well.
What? Okay. Okay. Good news. I'm happy with these answers right now. And Jeff, can you, Jeff and Maria, can you guys, talk about, can you talk about what it means to have, a diverse playing field when it comes to cannabis businesses in New Jersey, as it relates to what you will see in other states fresh out? Because again, like I said, you guys are in unprecedented positions. And so, and this is something that we've been talking about for years here, and now that it's here, seeing it play out, what are you guys thinking, or how are you guys feeling about the way our program, our adult use program, is moving forward with that diversity and inclusion for those businesses?
So I'll defer to Commissioner Del Cid first, maybe provide some comments, and then happy to jump in.
Yeah, so when I think about equity, I think everybody has their own definition. I could say, I sit here and share what equity means to me, but I think that people have different perspectives. But when I think about equity in the cannabis space, yes, it's getting people, Black and brown people in the market, getting a very robust, diverse market in New Jersey that is going to be sustainable for our communities, right? Making sure that a lot of these reinvestment is going back to our communities, and it's also helping other communities, right? What are we going to do with the excise fees? Are we going to create programs, at the community levels? Like, are we going to be helping, the folks that were affected by the war on drugs? So I think that, I see equity from a big picture, and it's not only in the market, but it's also like the returns that we are going to be making in these communities.
Okay, well, guys, listen. I thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to really sit down and have a bit of a comprehensive conversation about where we are right now. And I just want to leave you with this to all our viewers who are listening. When you think of social equity, because to Maria's point, if you ask 10 different people, 10 different activists what social equity is, you're going to get 10 different answers. And so I would like to look at it as, you want social equity in policy making. You want social equity in administration, social equity in enforcement, and social equity in the business. And that pretty much covers the rooter to the tutor. And when I think about that, and I look at the way our New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission is set up, it's actually social equity in its physical form. If you look at the makeup of the commissioners, or if you look up the makeup of the different offices, it all says social equity to me, on top of the way the programming is being run and managed. And so I thank you all for your existence. I thank you all for being here. Again, thank you to Pastor Trufant, Gia Marone, Tanya Osborne, everyone at Women Grow. Again, my name's Leo Bridgewater, National Director of Veterans Outreach with Minorities for Medical Marijuana. And to the congregation at Emmanuel Baptist Church, thank you so much for allowing us the time to come in and talk to you guys about what we are doing here in New Jersey. To Jeff's point, it may be a little bit of friendly competition, but at the end of the day, this is about helping people, period. And there is no state line when it comes to that. And with that, I'll take our leave. And thank you so much, everyone. Go ahead, Wesley. I'm sorry.
I want to make sure we talk about equitable access to information. I want to make sure folks visit us on our website at nj.gov/cannabis. They can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at New Jersey CRC, and also on Facebook as well.
And everything for Leo Bridgewater, social media, Instagram, all that, it's Leo Bridgewater. Okay, guys? And check out Minorities for Medical Marijuana, m4mmunited.org. You guys have a good rest of the day. Take care, and thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
I am so excited to have with me today Chirali Patel, who is CEO. She's founder and CEO of Blaze Responsibly. She's based in New Jersey, and she's here to speak with us about the adult use market that is happening in New Jersey. Welcome, Chirali. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks, Gia, for having me. Really appreciate it.
Well, you've been doing a lot of work in this space for some time, and you've been tracking the progress of the state. And so can you tell us what is currently available? What are the opportunities that are currently available in New Jersey with respect to the adult use market?
Sure. So traditional opportunities are available and then some. So right now, the regulations that we have in place allow for the traditional cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensary licenses. We still have regulations that are going to come out to allow for an additional 3 types of opportunities, which is wholesale, distribution, and delivery. So right now, applications are open and being accepted on a rolling basis for cultivation, manufacturing, and testing labs, I should add. Testing labs is looked at more of a permit or a certification versus a license. And then March 15th is when the portal opens up to accept retail applications. So right now, everybody's getting really, busy working on their existing applications and knowing that we have wholesale distribution and delivery coming down, hopefully at some point this year. But really, it's the traditional plant touching opportunities are what are viable right now in New Jersey. And a lot of information is publicly available, which I'd love to share just the website, nj.gov/cannabis. They have FAQs on there. The final notice of applications are available. And so really it is prime time right now for anybody that's looking to get into the adult use industry, because they're actively accepting applications on a rolling basis, which means there's no deadline, right? When you're ready, you apply. And outside of cultivation, there really isn't a limit. They're limiting cultivation licenses as to how many they're issuing, which is 37 total up until February of 2023. And then that cap may go away or may not. We'll see what happens. So all the other license categories are really, they're open. It's limited at the local level. And so definitely whoever's looking to get started, start now, just so that you can build up community ties and relationships. But it definitely is prime time right now for anyone that wants to get into the plant touching side in New Jersey.
So what does the social equity program look like in New Jersey?
We have a few components. So I would say not at a minimum, but one good thing that we do have is we have a applicant status for a social equity individual. And in New Jersey, they've defined social equity as somebody who has had either an indictable cannabis-related offense or 2 disorderly persons offenses, or somebody who's lived in the past 10 years, at least 5 years in a economically disadvantaged area. So certain zip codes. So the state's identified several municipalities, zip codes that fall into that classification. And essentially, if you qualify as a social equity applicant, what happens is at the time that you apply your whatever your type of application, you get priority in review. So even though December 15th, the applications opened up for cultivation and manufacturing, if you're a social equity individual and you decide I'm ready today, almost 2 months later, you're going to be put to the top of the pile over everybody else who's a non-social equity. You'll be behind other social equity applicants, but you get reviewed sooner. So at a minimum, we're giving individuals who are social equity status a priority in review. The other thing I would say, unfortunately, we don't have a set aside as far as how many social equity licenses will be given out, but there is what I will call a social equity initiative, in that at least 15% of total licenses have to be issued to minority business enterprises, and at least 15% of licenses to be issued to women-owned businesses or disabled veteran-owned businesses. So there is that set aside. And then I will say there is a large amount of tax revenue that's going back into what the state has identified as impact zones, or municipalities that were really, I guess, brought the war on drugs as far as cannabis-related offenses and high crime indexes, unemployment, taking in a lot of different factors, which I won't get into because it's arguable if those are really impact zones or not. But a large amount of money is that gets collected eventually from the tax revenue is going to go back into these municipalities and help out with education, social equity givebacks. And then there is the office, which has been renamed now, but it's the Office of Women, Minority, and Disabled Veterans that sits within the agency under the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. That office is charged with really helping to make sure the equity licenses or the minority licenses get awarded, and what support do they need. They're looking to provide technical assistance, so they're working on that. And so I know the state is really trying the best that they can. And when I say state, I mean the Cannabis Regulatory Agency.
Which is oftentimes referred to as CRC, correct?
Exactly, correct. Okay. So the CRC is definitely working on, getting their office to help social equity and minority applicants get up and running, and then knowing that we have this priority review. But we haven't gone as far as New York, unfortunately. And so I hope we do, because we really need to help our people out here.
Well, I mean, it feels like both New York and New Jersey are really focused on social equity. And so we do have to remain hopeful that the regulations around that just continue to improve and truly support those that were most impacted, and looking at the qualifications, right? The criteria of what qualifies as social equity. Now, you mentioned something earlier in terms of the applications. Are people only able to apply for one, or can they stack like application not licenses, but applications rather?
So the rules are interesting. I'll talk about what we can do until February of 2023. After February of 2023, things look different. And of course, regulations can change from now until then. But for now, you can submit one application per license. So you can have one pending application at any given time, number one, per licensed category. And it's
Wait, hold on. Does that mean on a rolling, so the rolling scale, are you saying you can then submit another application each time it opens up?
So it's the application portal is going to remain open, but essentially if you decide I want to apply for retail, for example, and you submit an application for retail, you can't submit another application until the one that you've already submitted has been scored. So they're saying you can't, because sometimes people think, well, I'm going to put in 5 applications with 5 different sites and all different ownership. CRC is saying no, at a minimum, you can only have one pending application per license type. And then if you choose to do retail, you can only do retail. If you choose to do cultivation, you can do cultivation and manufacturing together. So there's no vertical up until February of 2023. After February 2023, you can be a vertical. And so you can hold all different types of licenses. But
And would you have to then apply separately for those?
Correct.
So there isn't a full vertical, but you can put in separate applications that then will equal to a vertical license.
Exactly. So one entity would be able to hold all of them, but you just wouldn't be able to do it all at once, how we've seen traditionally been done. You can just go straight for the vertical. Now it's either you decide to do cultivation and manufacturing together, or you decide to do retail, and then after February of 2023, you can go and get the others.
Okay, so that just for those that are listening, because it sounds appealing and someone's like, oh, I can go and do that now. No, that is currently right now, you can only submit one application in and then wait for your
per license type.
Right, per license type. But then after February 2023, you can then submit, is it limitless at that point?
Not limitless.
Okay. Well, I have to ask these questions because I want to make sure people understand.
Absolutely. It's still the one per, type and all of that stuff. But again, our rules in New Jersey they're interim rules. These are not final rules at all. August of this year is when we're supposed to have final rules enacted, and whatever amendments we're supposed to see happen by then. We'll see if that actually happens or if there's still going to be another delay, but that can change the February 2023 date and as far as how that looks. So as you know, Gia, this industry, you blink and then there's a new law, there's an amendment. So what I'm saying is only true today.
Today, right. But that could change. And think about where we were last year versus where we are today, which brings me to what are some of the challenges people are facing in New Jersey, especially right now? And when I'm asking this because I'm also thinking about social equity applicants.
Yes.
It's not just putting in an application. You have to find real estate and be able to either purchase or lease. I'm sure there are many other, pieces here that, I'm looking to you for your expertise. What are some of the challenges people are faced with?
Yeah, I'll give 2 specific examples, which are really 2 of the biggest issues that I've been seeing individuals, especially social equity, face. And one is really at the local level, because out of 565, I believe, towns in New Jersey, we only have about 120 so far as I checked last, that have opted in. So those towns that haven't opted in, it's not necessary that they're a permanent no, it's just not right now. And so a lot of individuals don't understand you can actually go into those no towns and try to get an ordinance in place. You can go through the public process with them, help educate them. And I feel like a lot of the larger companies or larger groups that have resources have been able to bring in a lobbyist or someone to help them at that local level. And so social equity applicants, for the most time, or smaller entrepreneurs think, well, I don't have those resources. I'm not going to be able to convince the government. I worked in local government. I've been at public meetings, and they really want to learn about their constituents and what they're looking to do. So it's challenging to find local support, but that doesn't mean you give up. It just means you need to go in and educate. Go in with a pitch deck, go in and teach them about how secure these facilities really are. But I think not giving up because of the limited towns that we have. And to add to that, the other issue is the real estate market. Because there's limited municipalities that have opted in, there's limited real estate properties on the market, and then the properties that are available are really unreasonable, because what landlords are essentially saying is that the market is whatever the buyer is willing to pay, and that means there's no, normally you would ask, what is it, $2 per square feet, $1.50? It's no, whatever well, somebody offered us like $10 a square feet. And I'm like, well, that's not even, there's no basis for it, right? So it's really challenging when it comes to how do you actually negotiate when it comes to these landlords and brokers that are being difficult, and how do you find the right sites? And that's why I say going into municipalities, I'll give a town, Cinnaminson in New Jersey, their ordinance has a list of commercially available properties. Done. Now you can go to that municipality, you can look at, see what real estate's available, but it's like you have to actually have the conversations at the local level. So I think for people, finding real estate and getting that local support are two of the biggest impediments to actually submitting a license, because even if you go for a conditional application, which is a provisional almost in New Jersey, you still have to have a proposed location. And in order to get your final approval, you're going to need to have real estate secured and a resolution of support from the local level. So the sooner you start on those two pieces, the better.
Wow. So question, because of the real estate piece, is there a listing of all the impact zones that people could find, and where would they find that?
Yep. The website that I mentioned earlier, nj.gov/cannabis. If you click the tab that says cannabis businesses, there is a link that says priority applications, and then they break down impact zones by municipality, so you can see every zip code on a map and listed.
And is there a list there as well for the towns that have opted out?
There isn't. And that's the frustrating thing. It's not public records, right? It's more of like a consistently searching on your own, like X Township, and going on their website or calling them up and saying, did you guys opt in? There isn't a central database that's not behind a paywall. Let's put it that way.
So if I live in Inglewood, New Jersey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interested in these applications, my first step is to find out if my town will even allow this.
Right.
And even within the town to find out what zones then will allow this. And wow. So of course, there's a lot of research to be done beforehand, but that's the challenging piece, I would say, even for any business or any team that's looking to enter, because you first have to figure out just by manually calling, because you can't find that on a website, it sounds like.
Yeah. Not if they...
And then finding out who to call within those towns. Is that correct?
Yeah. So most of the towns have done a good job. Like if you go on their website and you go on ordinances, it's still like, a hunting job trying to find the results. But there's two people I always call at the local level. It's the city clerk and it's the zoning department. City clerk usually has ordinances on file. So if I'm unable to find it online, I call. They're usually 10 out of 10 times I've gotten a yes. So I've never been rejected yet at the local level. But you just call up city clerk and say, can I get a copy? Can you please email me a copy of the ordinance, regardless if they've opted in or opted out, just so I can take a look at it. And then once like a client has identified a site, we'll call up zoning. Even though I do my own research and we confirm it, we like triple check and have the township confirm, hey, we've identified this site. Does it work in your zoning? And again, 10 out of 10 times they'll say yes or no. So it's like at a bare minimum, anybody can do that, right?
Right. Well, you said clients, and I didn't ask you, what do you do?
So I am an attorney, and I actually 2 weeks ago launched my own law firm, Blaze Law Firm. So I help all types of individuals from social equity, even an MSO that is trying to get into New Jersey. Everybody with good values. And I also have a give back, which I'll mention quickly, which is my pro bono program. I've already found my first applicant, which I started with day one. But essentially, I'm going to do from formation to submission an entire free application for an eligible social equity individual. So that's my give back.
Wow. So let's just be clear about that. And this is only for clients in New Jersey, correct?
Correct. For now, yes.
And so the formation, meaning just establishing the company, getting it registered, all the way through the application process.
Everything, like helping you get your certification in line, helping you find your real estate, helping you with municipal support, putting together your application, parts of it. And then things that I don't do, for example, like I don't do business plans. I'm not going to pretend to be a jack of all trades, but I know the law, I know compliance. And so the things that I need help with, I have partners who have agreed to offer their services, either pro bono or at a reasonable rate. So I'm hoping that this will at least spark a little bit of an initiative in the legal community. I mean, we need to do our part here, right? And we need to at least help as much as we can.
Because having an attorney as part of your application process, I would imagine is critical.
Yes, the CRC went so far to say you should definitely hire an attorney. And like the steps to getting a license, they highly recommend it, and mainly because you don't want to mess this up, right? Not that you only have one shot at it, but it can be costly to put this together. So you want to have at least somebody do a review for you. If you want to do everything on your own, there's nothing, no issues with doing that. But I definitely recommend
it's
having
highly recommended.
Yes.
when you see the words highly recommended, it's like basically can't tell you to do it, but
you should.
You should.
Yes.
And for those that are tuning in, please know that we do have that list from the CRC that we do plan on including in the workbook once part 1 and part 2 of the Business of Cannabis is completed. So, Charlie, what tips or action items can people do now?
Let's see, there's a few. The most important thing is everybody that always comes to me, whether it's through Blaze Responsibly in my law firm or just in general, is always like, I want to go after like a retail license or a cultivation license. And then when I ask about their background, they have like none, no relevant whatsoever. And so I always ask people, what is your background? What is your skill set? Really identify what the strong suit is, and then fill in the holes as far as the gaps. And like, is it the financial gap? Is it the legal gap? And then so you can build your team, because you really shouldn't do this on your own without having a team, unless you really are, I don't even know maybe unless you're Gia, right? You've done everything and you know all this stuff. Even for me, it's like, I wouldn't do this alone. You want a team.
Because I wouldn't do this alone.
You can't, right?
It's impossible. It's so much work.
It's a lot of work. And I know where my weaknesses are, right? So I think number one is doing like an assessment of your skills and figuring out, based on my skills and the team that I can build, what license is actually reasonable for me to attain. Like, don't go after a cultivation license for tier 3, 100,000 square foot grow when nobody on your team has any experience in agriculture, for example, or science or botany, anything associated. It doesn't have to be cannabis, but similarly regulated industries. So definitely thinking about your skill set. And then the other thing, when it comes to business formation, I love this. I get a lot of people who come, they're like, I already have my LLC, I'm ready to go. And then I review their LLC and I'm like, but your business purpose is limited. Like, their business purpose will be, high dispensaries opening up to sell legal products. And I said, yes, this is what you're doing, but you're now putting it on a public state record that this is the purpose of your business, instead of what I do and I'm sure a lot of attorneys do, is leave your business purpose broad. The purpose of this business is to enter into and transact any and all legal business activities under the state of law, under the state of New Jersey, period. Because guess what? In case your cannabis business license doesn't come through, you have an LLC, and then now you've limited your business purpose. You can't really do anything else with that. I mean, you can amend it, but again, thinking up front, like keeping it broad. And
really good.
And then even with the names for businesses, a lot of people always check just their local database or New Jersey or Google search if their name works. Highly recommend going on uspto.gov, doing a basic word search, because if you intend to be a player in this industry and build a brand, you want to make sure there's no one else anywhere else in the country at a minimum that's using your name already. And that has to be at a federal level. So just another tip, don't just pick a name that's available at your state level, pick a name that's available at the federal level, because eventually when it's national, and federally legal, you want to have a brand that works across the board and not just in your home state. And then you want me to give another tip, Gia? Because
I do. Listen, I'm here like writing notes myself. You can't see me, but my hand is going here.
Okay, good.
Go ahead. I'm learning.
Good. The other thing which I noticed is with real estate being one of the most challenging things, I've found success actually driving around and finding properties that are not listed on MLS, that the brokers are not aware of, because sometimes sites come up and no, it wasn't listed yet, right? Or it's a private sale. And so I tell everybody that I work with, drive around whatever municipality you want, because I promise you there will be sites there that are not publicly listed yet. And it's easier for you to work directly then without having to get a broker involved potentially. And so drive around, get out of the house, and just be safe in your car, but highly recommend moving around. And then I guess.
But wait, before you go on, because I do want that next tip too. So actually that makes sense to me, because then you may be able to negotiate a better
Yes.
market price versus going through the broker. And as you said earlier, hasn't been a standard.
Yeah.
And so people are just offering the best price.
Yes. And when the broker isn't, not that you'll always be able to do this, but you don't have to worry about the commission then that the broker would be receiving. So you factor out that cost as well. So sometimes, especially for the small
direct lease or direct sale.
Yes, definitely driving around. And then another quick tip is, even though it's hard, I read the legislation and regulations regularly. So if you're looking to get into this industry, you have to read the rules and legislation, because if you don't know their terminology, you will get taken for a ride. I won't be the one to do that, but I can assure you there are other service providers in this industry. When they see you don't know how you're using the right words, or you're just calling it a vertical when it's not, I mean, they're just going to be like, you know what, my price just went up 2 times or whatever, because they don't know, the price. They don't know, the lingo. So reading the rules and until you actually understand it is going to only benefit you. And then the last thing I'll say is, for anybody that's really looking at this long term, you need to have a plan on what your strategy will be when federal happens. Is it to be the boutique spot? Is it to consolidate? Is it to expand? Whatever it is, if you're not thinking about that right now, people are already doing it. So I highly recommend building that into your business plan up front.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'm like, wow, I've been in this industry for quite some time, but it never ceases to amaze me how much more I learn from amazing people like yourself.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. We have to stay on top of it, because we continue to be students of this industry, because regulations are changing. And you're right. There's times there's language. I've got to go to someone and say, can you please explain this to me? Break this down in the most layman terms so I can understand this, and not only understand it, but be able to express it and articulate it to someone else to help them to understand and make sure that we're applying the right guidelines to the things that we're doing. And so to that point, if you're reading it and you don't understand, is there a place to go to? Are there people out there who can explain what these regulations mean? Because I think that's also, I feel like that could become a hindrance to someone applying, because if you don't understand it, and as you said, there are people out there taking advantage. And I'm sorry, for Black and Brown communities, so many of us, as well as, other diverse cultures that English is a second language, oftentimes they get taken advantage of because they don't understand. So where can people go?
Well, highly recommend checking out Blaze Responsibly, because I share a lot of free content.
I think I just set that up for you.
It was like too easy, because I really I think Chelsea Higgs Wise from Virginia. I was on a panel with her a couple months ago where I put a recording of it on Blaze Responsibly, where I talked about the difference between shall and may in legislation, and how they are 2 completely different words, and how they will alter the entire.
Say that again,
meaning.
please.
The difference between shall and may. Those 2 words are so powerful, and depending on which word is used, it will change the whole meaning of the provision or the language of the law. And a lot of times people, like in New Jersey, for example, it says, 15% of licenses will go to minority businesses. Yes, but it's not a mandate, right? It's a shall, which, they should do that. It says they shall. But again, it's not a mandate, right? And then if they say they may, now that's discretionary. They don't even have to do it if it's a may. So like little key words are really critical. And so I think I'm trying to share as much as I can for free for people through Blaze Responsibly. I get messages all the time. Can you explain this, or can you do? I'm happy to share information for free, because that's what I do. Because I'm blessed with all the other work that I do. And so I think that as an individual in this community, if I'm learning, it's my duty to share back with other people too.
Wow. I greatly, greatly appreciate you, all the information you shared. I know that people are probably running to the website now just to look up all the things that you suggested. Thank you so much for just coming on with us today and sharing. And again, this is Chirali Patel. She is an attorney, an incredible attorney based in New Jersey. She's the CEO of Blaze Responsibly, and she just launched her new law firm, Blaze
Law Firm.
Blaze Law Firm. We love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we look forward to having you back again very soon.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Blaze
you.
responsibly, everyone.
Thanks. Hey, we are
Hey,
back.
Good morning.
Brother, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm in my other hat now. I'm coming to you live from the edit room of the Dabbing Cabin off the set of Smoking Hero. So we're taping this weekend.
Wow, that's exciting. Yeah. That's exciting. But we just saw you speaking with the CRC. What an incredible conversation. And then that was followed with Charali Patel. Just like, I mean, what an outline, right? For anyone that's just hearing this information for the first time. And so I'm honored to be speaking with you. You know, I know we've got to jump to the next segment, but I wanted to get on with you, Leo, because there's been some confusion in New Jersey. Coming out of New Jersey, there's been some confusion about while there was so much conversation around diversity and inclusion, there's been some news reports that there aren't any Black license holders. Now, what's interesting, part 1 of the Business of Cannabis, we actually had one of those license holders who was a recipient in 2019, Suzanne Nicholson. But can you speak to that? Because I've heard so many people enraged over there are no Black license holders in New Jersey, but you're here to tell me something different.
Absolutely. The first thing I will point out is if you look at who the source was of that story, and the source of that story was the New Jersey African American Chamber of Commerce, and it was all wrong. And it was also indicative of why that is not the organization you look to. That's not actual Black leadership in the cannabis industry in New Jersey, evidenced by such a wrong story. And so I had to jump on it real quick and mobilize, the folks in the community in New Jersey to make sure that what was being put out, because right now there's some very important work that's going on. And what we do not need is a story that was just simply not true. And so the way I'm accustomed to doing things is bringing you the horse's mouth, so you heard it from the horse's mouth. But I like to swing the big stick early as well.
What's true? Are there diverse license holders in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, they are. You heard from one of them in the first episode. The first day we were doing, who was Suzanne Nicholson. It's not enough to just say yes, there are African American license holders in New Jersey, and there are multiple diversely owned businesses in New Jersey as well. But it's not. You have to not just say yes. You also have to say yes. And here's one right here. You actually got to, because right now there's so much work, and I think what people at Emmanuel Baptist Church need to understand is by doing these events, and this is the 3rd year we've done this, Gia, and what people at Emmanuel Baptist Church needs to know, in the larger scale of the Black church community, you're literally on an island. The things that you are doing, this informational is unprecedented, because you're actually getting immediate exposure to the real Black and brown leadership in the cannabis industry in New Jersey, evidenced by this, and then also knowing who's bringing you the actual right information. Because again, you saw how it went down with the AAC.
Right, no, because it went viral, right? And people
absolutely,
from California were saying the same thing. So just for clarity purposes, these license holders that, just like Suzanne, she said she applied in 2019.
Yeah, that was from 3 years ago. And that happened under the Department of Health. And so, which all predates the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission. Our regulatory commission is less than a year old. It's, so what Suzanne, so any licenses that have been issued thus far up until today were all from the medical marijuana program. And so there are no adult use licenses that have been issued out. Zero. You know,
because those applications haven't been
the
processed yet.
the cultivation licenses actually the application process opened December 15th, like a week and a half before Christmas. And
Okay, so
it's
pause.
actually
Hold on 1 second, just for clarity. The adult use cultivation applications were open and available to the public to apply December 15th.
And yes, and they're still open today. And no decisions have been made on any of those applications because we're doing it. We're in it now.
Got it. So medical cannabis licenses that were given out, which were given out to diverse license holders.
Yes.
That was from the application process from 2019. Yes. But the adult use application is still
correct.
Open. No licenses have been given out because they haven't been processed yet, reviewed, or have been advised. So they're still in the review process.
They're still accepting them.
They're still accepting
them now.
Got it.
They're still accepting them now. We haven't, you know, so that's why there are zero adult use licenses, because today people are submitting their applications. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine who just submitted his application at 9:50 yesterday afternoon in Ewing, New Jersey. African American man.
When is the deadline?
That was the deadline for that municipality, yes. For that individual municipality. So that because in order for you to actually apply for a license in New Jersey, you cannot apply with the state without first getting a letter of support from the local municipality in which you're going to be operating out of.
Clarity.
The particular municipality go ahead.
Each municipality has a different deadline. Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
Okay,
and the one that he was going for.
That's why I'm stopping you, brother, because listen, if I'm coming into New Jersey for the first time, I have to understand each municipality has a different deadline. There's a different approach to it.
Correct.
As you just said, you have to have a letter. And so no one in the state of New Jersey yet has an adult use cannabis license in terms of the cultivation. Is that true of dispensary or processing or anything else? You're breaking up, but I want to.
Everyone who is. How about now? Am I good? Right. So everyone in Jersey who is serious about opening up a cannabis business right now, they are, depending on where they are, everybody is currently working and putting together their license depending on the municipality. So an example was municipality's deadline was yesterday. So he got it done yesterday. But someone in another municipality in New Jersey is to a different calendar, a different tune. And so we're all currently working. We're just a little bit, we're ahead of you guys in terms of the actual businesses. So there are a lot of diversity owned and Black businesses who are currently working to get to submit their applications, and a lot have already done so now.
I understood.
So that is what is currently happening. We're working. So that when that story came out, it threw everybody off, and then it went viral. And so a lot of people, and that's where it was.
I definitely understand. I'm so sorry to cut you off because we have to run to the next segment. But I wanted to make sure, brother, that we got you on, we got your voice on to make that clarification, because it's so important. We'll probably have to have you back, Leo, just to break this down further. But we had to do this in real time because we've seen it go viral. You and I have talked behind the scenes about this. And so we'll share the information so people know where to apply and understand what the guidelines are per the municipalities. Thank you so much for hosting that conversation with your leadership in New Jersey. That was so critical, so important. You know, we don't get access to
No.
these types
Yeah.
of leaders every day. So thank you so much for bringing them together. Thank you, Charali Patel, for bringing us together. And now we're going to segue to one of our sponsors who has an incredible message about why representation matters.
Love you, sissy.
Hello, everyone. I want to begin by thanking A Better World, Women Grow, and Emmanuel Baptist Church for hosting the Business of Cannabis. I especially want to thank Gia Moran. I'm Terry Peterson, CEO of PTS Corp., a multi-state cannabis operator in Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, and Arizona. Since 2015, our company has been dedicated to providing quality cannabis products. You should know that I'm a relative newcomer to the industry. For 30 years, I've led a life of public service as a Chicago alderman, CEO of Chicago Housing Authority, and chairman of Chicago Transit Authority Board, and most recently as vice president of corporate and external affairs for Rush University Medical Center. Throughout my career, I've sought ways to deliver real positive change and impact for communities I've served, particularly communities that have experienced lack of investment. That's why I'm particularly excited to serve as the new CEO for PTS. I care deeply about these communities, and I am excited to create real opportunities and access in this $61 billion industry for Black and Brown communities in cannabis. As you know, Black and Brown communities have endured a difficult history with cannabis. The criminalization of cannabis wreaked havoc for generations. Think about it. The cost was just not an abstract criminal justice issue. The cost was lost generations, families torn apart, careers derailed or never given a chance to begin, the inability to secure housing or capital for businesses, economic insecurities. The long multi-pronged history of cannabis laws created disproportionate impacts on individuals, families, neighborhoods, and entire communities. But now we're at a changing moment in history. Today, 37 states have some form of legalization, and the number's growing. This sweeping national trend of legalization creates tremendous opportunity. While the industry is still quite young, the early leaders have a responsibility to create equity and access to extraordinary opportunities ahead. I'm talking about developing meaningful careers, developing business ownership, and yes, creating generational wealth. What drew me to the role as PTS CEO is the foundational commitment of our organization to be a strong partner with underserved communities and create real, tangible pathways to mutual success. We are paying careful attention to direct jobs. This means developing industry training for a myriad of career opportunities, including cultivation, processing, product development, retail marketing, and more. But we're also looking to create ownership and leadership in the industry as it grows and matures. We're proud to be one of the sponsors for this important event. It's an important step in working with communities to use cannabis to finally change lives for good.
Welcome, community. This is John Gilstrap. We're back here today with a really special guest. I'm very excited that he could join us. We have with us Marvin Washington. Marvin is a super entrepreneur. He also has been a longtime advocate in the cannabis space for responsible use of cannabis as a recovery medicine and functional medicine. And he also has happened to play in the NFL for 11 years. I mean, 8 years with the New York Jets. God bless him.
Jets.
Go Jets. Yeah, we can talk about it. Let's talk about that later. And he's also played with the 49ers and Denver Broncos, where he won a Super Bowl ring. So, he's in rare company here. And welcome, Marvin. Thanks for joining us today.
No, thanks for having me. When Gia presented this opportunity to me, I definitely wanted to do it because, I have 3 legs in this as an athlete and advocating for my former peers and ex-teammates, as an entrepreneur, taking advantage of this emerging market that we have with cannabis, and as an activist, as this market comes online and goes from the black market to the green market, making sure that people that look like me are involved, because when this plant was illegal, we definitely were involved with the arrest, incarceration, and all that. So I want to make sure that we're involved now, particularly when it's coming to the population centers of the Atlantic states, of New York City, of Philadelphia, Boston, New Jersey. There we need to be representative in a strong way.
Yeah, definitely. The narrative is moving across country from the West Coast to the East Coast. Are you based in the West Coast now, or are you in?
I've been in California, Vegas, New Mexico over the last 3 weeks. So right now I'm in Dallas, but I live in West New York, New Jersey. I'll be back there. I'll be back there next week. I should be back there today because it's like 20 degrees here and it's freezing. And in New York City, it's like 62 degrees.
I know people out here with T-shirts on today. There's an organization you found that I always found very interesting and maybe one of a kind, and maybe it spawned a number of offshoots. It's Athletes for Care. I know you're one of the co-founders there. Can you tell us a little bit about that organization? I think it's a very important one and a timely one as well.
Well, when I first got in this industry back in late 13, 14, there wasn't that many athletes out. And, as guys started to get into it, we started to see a pattern of these cannabis companies, they would use the athlete, their talent, and what have you as a one-off, and that would raise a profile of the company, but leave the athletes on the side. And so we started talking amongst ourselves, like, how can we do this and really get out, about the medicinal benefits of cannabis for treatment and for treatment and recovery and things of that. And we decided to come together as a nonprofit to highlight athletes. And it didn't matter whether you're a professional athlete or what sport it was. We wanted to be centric and talk about, like I said, the treatment of it. We wanted to do fundraising. We wanted to get with other plant-based medicine like, psilocybin mushrooms and ayahuasca, and because I believe that's the next moonshot. And we started out with a handful of athletes, and now we have over 350 athletes from all disciplines. We have soccer, football, basketball, the 4 major ones. We have hockey. We have everybody, wrestlers, UFC, and some pretty high-profile athletes like Mike Tyson, Rachel Rapinoe, John Sally. And I just feel like it's going to keep growing, and I'm really excited about the growth of it and where it's going to go when it started at a diner in Denver, Colorado as an idea.
Mm-hmm. So it really advocates for the use of cannabis for functional medicine purposes for athletes.
The medicinal benefits, and we want to get out there and show society that you can be a high functioning athlete and still use cannabis. because most of the people on the THC side, they've been using cannabis since college, and they went through college, and had the rigors of athletics and academic. A lot of them went on to play after college professional sports, and they used cannabis then, and they're using it now. So it's not the stereotypical, lazy, lethargic, whatever narrative that we've been fed. These are high functioning individuals that are using cannabis as an alternative to the opiates and benzodiazepines, which professional sports and even amateur sports, they kind of poison you with, and that's the other thing that we want to do is present cannabis as an alternative to those, because if you sat in a room of 100 athletes and you ask each of them to raise their hand of how many have taken, opiates and pain blockers and anti-inflammatory and benzodiazepines, most of the hands will go up. But if you did that in general society, very few would go up. So that's what we want to get away from. And I believe that cannabis is going to lead the way in the 21st century of us going back to the future and medicate it like we've been medicating for thousands of years, because this is the way we've been medicating. If you want to take it to, the Native Americans here, they were taken care of by the shaman, over in the motherland, the village doctor was taking care of a whole village for thousands of years. The Aztecs and the Chinese and whatever, it's all natural herbs, and we got away from it.
It almost seems criminal or ironic that it's a Schedule I drug, where it's been around for thousands and thousands of years. It actually was a really important drug in the early 20th century.
Yes.
Eli Lilly and Park Davis were already making products with cannabis. They really didn't know all the cannabinoids at that point in time until the Prohibition came along, and they were actually ironically induced to study more of the opioid types of medications to get away from the hemp, which is a competition for the jute and everything else. So it's really been a really solid product for thousands of years. I have to tell you a quick story. I have my partner ran the marathon, and she's not an athlete. She was in her 40s, and she ran it with her teammates who were in their 30s. First time running it, and did okay, and was worried about recovery. So I happened to have some gummies on hand that I had been using and sourced from a reputable source. Took one of those gummies, slept through the night, popped up, and went into work the next day. And the rest of her teammates were out of the office for 3 weeks. For 3 days. It just helped with total body recovery at that point in time. So it does. It's
no. I believe that, and here's the thing is that once they lift the federal prohibition on this plant, and we only know about, 4 or 5 of the cannabinoids, future generations are going to look at us like we were crazy because we had this plant and all the cannabinoids, and we made it illegal and didn't use it. And we don't even know what it's going to do. But as Bob Marley said, this can heal a nation, and he's right about this plant. And you're talking about marathon runners. Most of the marathon runners I know in my circle, they medicate and recover with CBD or THC.
Really?
Yeah. And you talk about the ultra marathoners, when they go into like the 50 mile or the 90-mile race.
Right.
They're definitely, all of those guys that I know, they're medicating, treating themselves with cannabis.
Yeah, I don't think that story is not out. Not a lot of people know that.
In their community is, but here's the whole thing is, I want to see this plant, right now, see it in every medicine cabinet in the country. Definitely in our community, because we can. With the economics that this thing can bring, we can gentrify our own communities. We don't have to worry about that. But the other thing that we have to do is the medicinal benefits of it. You go into some of your older relatives or some of your friends and peers, you go into their bedrooms and go into your aunt's and uncle bedroom. What's on that nightstand? There's a plethora of pills. Let's get off this. Let's heal ourselves, because it's happening. Why is it happening? Because, you know, there's a movement in this country about plant-based stuff. Like my friend in LA name is Ron Finley. He started the movement with the urban gardening. He's called the Ghetto Gardener, and he started gardening in South Central. Now, this was 12 years ago. Now he goes all over the world talking about this. But you're starting to see these urban gardens pop up in Brooklyn, in Manhattan, in Dallas, in the inner city. You know, and then the largest segment of society that's going plant-based diet is African Americans. You know, so we're going to get back to that. This is what we, like I said, for thousands of years, we need to get back to it. We're going to get back to it. And that's how we're going to medicate for the future.
No, I think your point about the 15, 20 pills in the cabinet is a valid one. And you watch these commercials when you have a treatment for diabetes, but the commercial says, well, it also may cause blindness or elephantitis.
So
and everything.
At the bottom it's in fine print and it's going by. But if you ever pause it and read it, you want your medicine to be in your diet. You want your medicine to be plant-based instead of all those synthetic things that, you know, that cause more problems. And then you have to take more pills. That's one of the frustrating things that I have with my mom. I took her to the doctor about 6 months ago, and we cut down on. I'm like, because she bought a bag of pills. I was like, what is this? And she's 88, whatever, but she shouldn't have all this, you know. And so one of the things is like he started like regulating her diet, you know, and get her glucose and get her blood pressure down and get her all that down, and that cuts out on the medicine because it's in the plant. And my mom takes CBD. Now she's taking CBD, and she's better for it. All of her sisters take it, but I want to see everybody doing this. I want to see everybody doing this because I want to see everybody healthy.
Yeah, I've got my mom starting to taking it now too. And those synthetic medicines, they really only attack the one issue. But you know, your body is a system, a total interconnected system. And I think the CBD and the cannabinoids are helpful because they actually help keep the balance throughout the whole body while addressing one simple thing. So that's why
it all starts with the endocannabinoid system that's in your body. You know, and this is not taught in medical school. This is not taught anywhere. And this is where I want to take it. You're talking about the community. I want our community to be educated because we've been lied to. We've suffered from it, the prohibition of cannabis, and we need to be educated about this. And so that's comfortable going into churches, going in Chamber of Commerce and community meetings and talking about the medicinal benefits of this plant and the economic benefit of this plant. And I'm just sticking to the science. I'm not going off here. I'm not promising this and that. And that's what we need because this thing is coming. You know, Colorado and Oregon went off 12 years ago, but you know, I grew up in Denver, Colorado, so I was 12 years old. We're a small segment. And in Oregon, we're even a smaller segment. But coming to New York City, yeah, we need to get this right. We need to get this right.
It's a perfect segue. Yeah, because you know, there are more people in Brooklyn and Queens than there are in all of Colorado. So I mean, so New York is a bigger opportunity. Now we were talking earlier. I mean, have been an advocate in this space for economic empowerment, particularly around this plant. And now you're seeing the advent of New Jersey coming on with a legal program. New York is slowly getting up and running. Connecticut is getting up and running. What are your concerns for the Black and Brown community as these regimes try to get up? And we need to be in that space.
I want us not to be on the sideline. Number one, we need to be involved in all the 12 verticals of cannabis. You know, I don't want to see some big multi-state operator that comes into community and opens up from 8 to 8 and leaves the community. I want this to be the people that live in the community and the people that look like them. You know, we have a chance not to do business as usual, but let's do a better business. And in these population centers that you're talking about, there are a bunch of legacy people because of the plant is being made illegal. They're not criminals. They've been running their businesses. I want them to have an opportunity to get in here and to be part of, the green wave. I want our community to be educated about this plant, about the medicinal benefits, and talk to their healthcare providers about it, talk to their doctors about it, and see how they can use it, And lastly is, I believe, like New York City and the 5 boroughs can be the cannabis capital of the world if done right. And by doing it right, it has to be the people of the world majority, the Black and brown people, that have to be a part of that, a big part of that. And that's what I want to see.
What do folks have to do to get prepared to go after a license, or
if they want to be in this, get educated about it and get you a good team. If you want to go for an adult use license, recreational license on the recreational side, you got to have a good real estate person that knows the real estate in Manhattan, because you can't be by a church, you can't be by schools and what have you. You want to get you a lobbyist and talk to your local politicians around, let them see that you're part of the community. You got to get it's not going to be, you have to raise a lot of money, but you're going to have to need some finances. So you're going to have to get that together too. You're going to have to get a good attorney. Get you a good attorney that knows contracts, and get with a group. There's a guy over in Brooklyn in the Renaissance building, his name is Sidney Wayman. They have a deal where they can write decks and help you get through it and help you get a license. Those are the people that I'm sending my people in Brooklyn to him, so they can learn about it. And there's another guy in the Brooklyn Navy Yards. He has a First Friday deal. His name is Kenny Mack, and he's educating them about it. So you got to get educated and position yourselves, because there's, being first out, this thing is going to continue to grow, but there's going to be opportunity there for us. And in order for, there's going to be plenty of opportunities. And we know some of them are going to find it about the wayside, but put yourself in the best position you can to succeed. Because my vision of Manhattan is, how many Starbucks are there in Manhattan? There's one on every corner, right? Or how many hot dog stands are there? There's thousands of them. And we're going to need, in order for this to be the cannabis capital of the world on the medicinal side and on the adult side, we're going to need that many, because that's going to do twofold. It's going to, number one, it's going to kill the black market, because the prices are not going to be way up there. It's going to kill the black market, where you can get somewhere, where it came from, where it's grown, what's in it and what have you. And number two is it's going to give everybody an opportunity to succeed, whether it's big or small. I don't want this thing to be like 4 or 5 or Walmart. I don't want to see cannabis get Walmart, where you got these super centers and that's where everybody goes. No, this should be in the community.
Yeah, I mean, I think the program will be really successful if your small and medium-sized businesses and your family businesses can participate and be successful in it. That'll help stand up the program. Marvin, go ahead.
No, it has to be mom and pops. It has to be. Now I can understand, there's going to be, some MSOs and what have you. They're going to have their footprint, but this is something that's God gave us, and anybody can grow, and what have you. So this should be something that benefits the community. We would be remiss in 20 years or 10 years, and we look back at it, and this is just something else that has came to our communities, and we use it, but we don't get none of the benefits from it.
Right.
This should benefit Harlem. This should benefit Queens, the Bronx, Brooklyn, and even Staten Island. I've been up in New York for like 30 years. I haven't been to Staten Island once.
I think I've been there twice. We don't want to end up as customers only, right? Just consumers only. We need to be on the whole supply chain. But Marvin, they're telling us we have to wrap up now, and we didn't get to the Jets, but that's okay.
And that's okay.
Well, yeah, they'll figure it out. But how can folks reach you if they want to talk further or maybe think about some collaborations? What's the best?
I'm not going to give out my email, but you can find me on Twitter or Instagram at mwash52. I have an open page. Everybody always DM me, send me DMs and whatever, and I answer. And if anybody wants to get in this industry, I'll help you out any way I can.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Marvin.
Thanks for having me.
Nice finally meeting you, and look forward to catching up again.
We'll catch up in person.
All right.
Nice
absolutely.
meeting you.
Same here.
Good deal.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. So I am with my friend and colleague, John Gilstrap of Awaken Space. Hey, John.
Hey, Tanya, how are you? Hello, everybody.
So one of the things that we wanted to talk about was ancillary businesses. I know most of the day so far has been about learning about how to operate in the adult use space, all about the different types of licenses, how to build your team, so on and so forth. So those are businesses that require licenses to operate. But I don't want to not talk about the businesses that don't require licensing to operate. We call them non-plant touching or ancillary businesses. And that's a really great opportunity for people to enter into cannabis without having to go through that process. Because what I don't want to have happen is people have high expectations or expectations to participate in the legal market and get a license. And, have you started any other business prior? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want anyone to have, because believe me, there are going to be people that are, and John can attest to this, there are going to be predators in this market. There are going to be predators that are going to be trying to take advantage of people who don't have a knowledge base and they want to eagerly get into the market. Right, John? Am I wrong there?
Right. I mean, this industry is not going to be immune to the vagaries of a market like any other industry. So there will be some predatory lenders out there, some consultants who claim that they can, don't worry, I have the motorcycles behind me.
Sorry.
There'll people be out there claiming they can help you get a license or do this and that, and they're not really equipped for it. So it's not going to be easy. But with respect to ancillary, Tanya, I look at it this way. The product will have to travel from the soil to a shelf, right? In some form.
Is that the cannabis equivalent of farm to table? Is like seed to shelf? I love it.
Seed to shelf. But and it has to go through multiple steps along the way. And I always like the businesses that are like in that bottleneck that every product has to go through, right? Every product has to go through. Everything's gonna have to get tested, everything's gonna have to get formulated. So those are the kind of ancillary businesses I think we'll be talking about.
Right. So one of the, I have in my Women Grow, when we were doing the market in New York, people would come, I want to get into the industry so bad, what should I be doing? And my always question is, well, what do you do now?
Right.
And because if you're an accountant, guess what? We're going to need accountants. If you are a physician, we did a whole talk last week about the opportunities for physicians, attorneys, marketers, website designers. We have like a whole list. So those are non-licensed opportunities in the space. Is that what you meant, John?
Yeah, and I mean, some of these you probably going to have a license for something else, but not from the Office of Cannabis Management of New York State, right? So
Right.
if you're a plumber, for example, I think, servicing cultivation facilities, processing facilities are going to be an opportunity. You don't necessarily need a license from the OCM for that, but that's a big opportunity if you're a plumber, or the same as an electrician. I always talk about the example of a grow house that has several rooms, and if one light goes out in that room, your whole crop can be messed up. Your economics are messed up. So having a great electrical team or somebody to bird dog that stuff is very valuable. That's something that's not inconsequential if you're working with cultivators. So yeah, those are the kind of businesses that I'm talking about. Also, I just helped last year a physical therapist. She specializes in pelvic floor issues, and she needed help developing a CBD product that she can use for her patients, either before or after. So I helped her formulate these two products. The company's called Wellness by Nature, I believe. Two products that she uses to focus on pelvic floor issues, whether it be endometriosis or fibroids or whatever. And she didn't know anything about formulations, but I knew a lab, and I knew my cannabinoids, and I helped her pull that together. So long story short, formulations are important too. And you might already be in the business of creating formulations, either cosmetics or food. And that's
right.
Yeah.
And so like we had a little slide I wanted to just drop here, which had like, let me see if I can get it to work. Oh, look, I got it to work. I want to thank Raeblin Vargas, who prepared this. Raeblin, hello. But she's really great at these PowerPoint type things. So this was one of the slides. And it had just breaking down from the agricultural side. And it's really to support these licensed businesses. If that's the case, we had all the agricultural stuff, like what John was talking about, agricultural supply, chemicals, extraction and refinement, I think testing, gardening, greenhouse, manufacturing. And I always love to people always forget cleaning services. These entities have to be cleaned. You know what I mean? Architectural, general construction, fire, safety, interior design, cleaning products. And then to run your business, you need financial services. So we've got accounting and tax, health services, banking, which we're definitely going to need, insurance, alternative currency, security services. I mean, there's so many areas. We didn't even talk about like HVAC stuff. I had a really great friend. He was like, I want to get into the business, but I don't know what I would do. And I'm like, you're a plumber. Are you kidding me right now? You run an HVAC business. So there are many opportunities to talk about.
No, absolutely. The one that some of the new things to look out for are in the financial services side, the crypto and alternative currencies. And I would stretch that more out to sort of blockchain. So
yes,
I know of an organization that's starting up a DeFi project to create an investment fund on the blockchain to fund social equity businesses. So
oh wow,
going outside the traditional capital fundraising channels, and they are using tokens. And I don't know if you're into Web 3.0, but some of you out there might be. That's an opportunity there. So hit me up if you want to learn more about that.
So what would you tell someone who's trying to do something ancillary, a non-plant touching business? What would you tell them that they should be doing now as we gear up?
It's just maybe the lowest common denominator is learn the industry a little bit, read up on it, get the education to know where you can jump in, and understand the market that you're jumping into. I think, for startups, some of the pitfalls generally are going to be like timing, misreading the market size and market opportunity. And certainly, and this is a really tricky industry because it's regulated. You have a legacy market out there that's running counter to what you're doing. So, and then we don't know when the rules and regs are, so it's the timing is tricky.
A lot of pieces there, yeah.
Not a lot of pieces. So, maybe stick to what you know really well and understand where you can slide into the market, and then just start getting into the chat rooms, into the Discord servers and everything else to learn more and make relationships.
Absolutely. I know from my vantage point, when we started the Canadiva, it was to build community around my New York City Women Grow Market. And then when we stopped doing in-person events because of the pandemic, our community continued to grow. And we've been able to do some events. We've been supported by some MSOs as far as sponsors. But we will continue to be a non-plant touching entity. And in fact, on March 1st, we're launching an intranet community for our Canadivas called the Canadiva Collective, coming March 1st. But it's an ancillary. I'm building an internalized community, but I don't need a license to do that, because really I'm providing education and resources. These folks that are going to go out and do that, but that they'll need the licenses, but I don't need one to create my community. So I think that, and I want people to think in those lines as well, as opposed to just like, mortgaging your house and trying to get a dispensary, so we don't want you doing that,
No, I think that's really smart, by the way, because when the large MSOs come in or whatever, they're not going to have the grassroots connection, and they're going to have to look for folks who have these communities to help them get into the market. And that's also a way for you to shape the narrative of the market as well. So there's just not, big guys coming in and trying to clean up on
exactly
on the little guys. You can sort of be that intermediary. That's pretty smart. And on dispensaries, that's tricky. Retail is tricky anyway. I think a dispensary, you're gonna have to put out like $1 million, $1 million too.
My dad had a record store when I was a kid. He could never leave the store, because it was a cash business, and retail is difficult, and retail ownership is not simple. We have a few retail operators, not cannabis retail, CBD retail in our community, and it's work. So I want to just make sure that people don't set too high expectations. I want people to have expectations to operate in that. We need you in this industry, but just make sure that you're aligning yourself with this industry where you don't put yourself in a situation where it's, understand, learn, there's so many opportunities to participate. You don't have to own a dispensary. You can work in one first and then, learn. There's going to be a lot of jobs. So keeping my fingers crossed, we're going to have a really great industry.
Yeah, some really smart people out there. New York is I think it's in the best position. We have a huge population. The banking system is here. The world banking system, marketing, telecoms. I mean, so I think New York market is going to be really exciting.
So just know, as we wrap up, just know that you have more opportunities. There's so many opportunities in the industry. You don't necessarily have to apply for a license. There are some ways that you could take what you do right now. I'd say I started as a personal assistant in my career. I promise you, in a few years, I'm gonna need one myself. So there are going to be so many opportunities in this industry. You're not going to miss out. Just make sure you align where you fit and build yourself a great business.
Great advice.
All right, so we're going to wrap up, folks. Get ready for the next segment. Thank you so much, John, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right.
I am muted. Yes, I know I am muted. Thank you so much. Well, that was a great segment. I'd like to bring up Mr. Patton. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Going?
All is well. How you doing?
Pretty good. So two things. Yes, we're running over. Mm-hmm. Listen, it is what it is. Thank goodness we're virtual. So
Right.
if you're here, stick around.
Right. If not, we'll speed through. I think
And you
some
can
of the
always
things.
come back because this will live on the platform that you're watching it. So what else did I want to say? Some really great information about ancillary businesses and getting your license. And thank you for your talk about community. All right, so we're gonna keep moving because we do want to get everything in that we've got. And we want to segue to supplier diversity. I know that's a conversation that we all should be having, and some stuff that some really fantastic women are doing in this space. Anything you want to share, Earl? While I have you up here.
Well, no, I mean, with respect to supply diversity, I think that the key thing is when you are in any business that is in a big growth trajectory, and as you guys alluded to before, everyone is going to look at one dimension of the business, that meaning, dispensaries. It's where everyone is going to, chime into. But I think you guys made some key points with respect to whatever job you're doing now, there is a job in this industry. So, I mean, if you look at, even Women Grow, that is probably one of the largest communications platform in the world, just disseminating information,
Absolutely.
not touching a plant. So it touches on marketing, events, and communications. Those things are, really important from a strategic standpoint, but also from just an information dissemination standpoint. So people can congregate in one place, get good information, network, and so forth. And then the other thing is what I like to call, I guess, what is the quiet money businesses is that, no one sees it, but there are those businesses that are going to have a big uptick because they're supporting, if you look at it from, I have, let's say, interest in the oil sector and is upstream and downstream, and everyone looks at, getting crude oil. But just in transportation alone, that's a multi-billion-dollar business because you got to get crude oil to refineries, and you got to get the refineries to those who need the supply, and so forth and so on. So if you look at the cannabis industry in that context, I think it offers a tremendous opportunity for just those verticals to integrate together. But then even within that, there are jobs, within that.
Yes.
Counting,
I'm
whether
excited about that.
Marketing, PR, so forth and so on.
All right, so we're gonna jump right into supplier diversity. Thanks, Earl.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So happy to be here with you again. Today, I have the awesome pleasure of interviewing a leader in this cannabis industry, and I'm Hi, everyone. So happy to be here with you again. Today, I have the awesome pleasure of interviewing a leader in this cannabis industry, and I'm so thrilled to introduce everyone to Khadijah Tribble, who is the Senior Vice President of CSR, which means Corporate Social Responsibility. Thank you so much for joining me today. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad I get to finally talk to you one-on-one, Tanya.
I know, because we've never done this. It's usually via email.
Right.
So at your role at Curaleaf, Curaleaf, as we all know, is a multi-state operator in our lovely cannabis space. I think right now you're in something like 23 states throughout the country. But
at least.
At least, right?
Yeah.
In New York, right now, you're operating as medical cannabis dispensaries and so on. Mm-hmm. And a good part of Curaleaf's initiatives is around rooted in good. I love
Yeah.
the name A. So thank you for that. But can you tell us a little bit about what Rooted in Good is?
Absolutely. So, and I'll just actually put a finer note on kind of, Cureleaf as a company. We've grown tremendously in the last 2 or 3 years. We are a multinational company because we have operations in the UK and in Spain and Portugal with the merger and acquisition of MAC last year. So now we are proud to say we are not only multi-state operators, but we're multinational operators as well. And so, yes, Rooted in Good is Cureleaf's corporate social responsibility strategy. It is our response to what does it mean to be a good corporate neighbor in cannabis. And we looked at what some of the mainstream companies like AT&T or Best Buy or Costco, what were they doing to show that they were serious about being a good corporate neighbor? And also, what does it mean to be able to work and build a company literally from scratch that responds to the needs of the communities where they do business? And so Rooted in Good is our response. It's pretty robust programming. And I'm excited about the work that we've been able to do over this last year with very key partners like Women Grow and what we're going to be able to do in the next 2 to 3 years.
I'm excited. That's great stuff. I love the term corporate neighbor. Is that what you said? I love that, because realistically, especially in New York, we've had a vibrant cannabis industry, but we've only got medical in 2016. Is it 2016? So I love that, we're building these relationships as a community, which is really what we need to be doing, which is awesome. So so before we do a dive into my bigger question, tell me why you feel it's so important for large companies to be good corporate neighbors.
Right. That's a great question because I believe that any company, particularly one in cannabis, should be focused on how do you respond to the needs of the communities in which you do business. And when, there's no secret that I've been someone who spent a great deal of time in my own political and social capital in the social equity space. And so when I was being recruited to Cureleaf a few years ago, I wanted to make sure that I had an integral role in shaping how this company showed up for communities all across this country and now the world. And I think it's important, Tanya, because cannabis has such an incredible legacy and history. Some of it good and beautiful, and some of it not so good. And so it is important to the leaders at Cureleaf to figure out what is our place and our role in making sure we respond to some of the things that have happened as a result of the war on drugs, and how do we do that in an intentional way. And so I fought to have as a part of my portfolio not only social equity, but environmental sustainability, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and strategic social partnerships. Because, if I wanted to really move the needle on the things that I cared about in terms of social equity, they intersect with some of those other pillars that I just mentioned. And it makes for a much more robust response to what we know is entrenched systematic oppression of communities of color.
I love it. Thank you so much for that. So one of the pillars of Rooted in Good is supplier diversity. And I know that we at Women Grow did a really deep dive in this last year, in the fall and winter of last year, because, I worked in corporate America and I just didn't understand what it was. And in our industry, it takes so many, it has so many faces. So can you explain what supplier diversity means in general, and then more specifically as it relates to Cureleaf?
Right. So, there's all this talk about how many billions of dollars the cannabis industry is going to be, right? People are like, it's going to be $20 billion by, 2025. And supplier diversity is a framework or an approach to making sure that individuals from underrepresented groups or underrepresented communities will have have an opportunity and a pathway to accessing some of that 20 plus $billion that will be created by the growth of our cannabis industry. And so at Curaleaf, we were asking the question right after the murder of George Floyd, what is our role? What is our responsibility? And one of the things that continue to come up for us, this question of building the ownership of underrepresented folks in cannabis, people of color, African American people, specifically women, veterans, LGBT-owned entities. We thought, yes, we're going to figure out what is the response to create better opportunities for ownership in the operator space. But that's a not necessarily a small portion of the pie, but it is there is a significant ecosystem around the operator license space. And we recognize that not many people were talking about how do we create opportunities for Black and brown folk to leverage that part of the ecosystem. We are a company that spends a great deal of money to do our business, whether we're talking about real estate transactions, whether we're talking about the construction of new facilities, the lighting, the marketing, the branding, the packaging. All of that is a part of our supply chain as a company. And the industry has an incredible supply chain. And so why aren't we talking about creating diversity in the supply chain, which ultimately is supplier diversity? And so, Women Grow has been an important partner in helping us reach women-owned businesses, because they are also underrepresented when we talk about this ecosystem of cannabis. I just looked at, I think we have about 70 people registered for our event tomorrow, which is doing business with Curaleaf. A significant number of those people have come through Women Grow. So we thank you guys for being partners and getting the word out. But at the very basic, people should understand that we need to create more opportunities for business owners to do business with Curaleaf that are underrepresented.
And it's so fantastic, because when I assumed, and I'm going to say maybe other people would also assume, that supplier diversity from Curaleaf's vantage point is meant you had to be an operator. You had to be plant touching and you were going to be on a shelf, which is great. But I have an ancillary business. I do events, so if Curaleaf wanted to do an event, they could hire the Canadiva to produce that event. I have a great friend who's a plumber. We have people. This is perfect for those who are really entertaining the ancillary space, because these opportunities and these are bridges to your way into the industry by aligning in organizations like Curaleaf who have supplier diversity initiatives. Am I right? Okay, cool.
No, I was going to say 100%. When you think about events like Hall of Flower, MJ Biz, people are activating in spaces at the retail location. When you think about, that's a really lucrative opportunity for people who can do it and do it at scale, because, we are presenting our best foot forward, and we aren't necessarily doing that inside of Curaleaf. So we bring on vendors and suppliers that can help us show up in those spaces the way Curaleaf wants to show up.
So what would you tell someone who is in our audience today and wanted to connect with you about being part of this supplier diversity, this supply chain at Curaleaf?
Sure. So I'll give you guys an email, csr@curaleaf.com. Send over that and put inside the email subject line, supplier diversity. and tell us what your company does. And what will happen is a member of our team will get back to you, probably give you the link to the portal where you can actually sign up as a business owner to do business with Curaleaf. And a prime example is that, we are in phase 2 of our environmental sustainability work. And last year is going to be a significant amount of money. And so we decided that we're going to release a RFP, which is a request for proposals, because that is one way to level the playing field, put something out in the public sphere, and allow individuals to submit a proposal for the work. And then you vet them based on what they submitted. And so we just went through that exercise. We're down to the 2 finalists. And I'm happy to say that one of those finalists is a company owned by someone from a diverse represent someone from a diverse community. And so that, I don't know if we were doing business status quo, do you know this person, or can you find me someone? When we go in our network only to find employees or vendors or suppliers, they tend to look like whoever we are, right? And so, my network is inherently Black, gay, and female. And so if I had a company that was all of that, then you'd probably see employees and vendors will probably come from that. The idea at Curaleaf is that we expand the opportunities beyond what our status quo is, which is traditionally white, male, and straight, right? And we're trying to be inclusive. We're not excluding anyone. We're creating more opportunities for those business owners to have a chance to do business with Curaleaf.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So can you repeat the email address one more time before we wrap up?
Sure. It's csr@curaleaf.com.
At curaleaf.com. Thank you so much, Khadijah, for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, for all those watching, this is an opportunity to operate a potential. Now, you do, or will you have opportunities with CSR or supply diversity for plant touching folks as well?
Oh, absolutely. So I'll talk a little bit about that. And this opportunity, we're doing our first Doing Business with Curaleaf Summit on the 24th, but it's the first one. We plan to have more of these, but it's no secret. I think we've been very loud and proud about amplifying the voices of various brands across our footprint. Last year, several of our retail locations in the Midwest actually created an in-store installation where they amplified not only brands that had THC brands, but also ancillary swag companies, CBD companies, folks who had lotions. So, we're being really creative about how we get to 420 by 25, which is our commitment to doing business with 420 owners from diverse backgrounds. And the way that we do that is create pipelines and amplifying those voices. So yes, you could be plant touching if you are a brand. As a matter of fact, I think we have maybe about 10 CBD brands that are coming to the Doing Business with Cannabis Summit tomorrow, and a few of THC plant touching brands. So
it's plant touching CBD, or it will evolve into being plant touching CBD services, professional services.
Absolutely.
And then like things
product, packaging, all of those things. Absolutely. I mean, we sell a lot of pre-rolls at our company right now.
Somebody gets to ride those rolling papers, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Machinery, equipment, you name it.
Love it. Thank you for clearing that up for me. And thank you again for joining us. I appreciate your time so much because I know you're super busy. And everyone, get ready. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
I am so excited to have Roz McCarthy. She is the CEO of M for MM, Minorities for Medical Marijuana, and she has a new brand called Black Buddha Cannabis. It is my sincere honor to have Roz McCarthy here with us at the Business of Cannabis. My name is Nicole Monroe. Hi, Roz. How are you?
Oh, what's going on, honey? Hi, how are you?
I am doing well. I am so excited for you to be here with us. And I'm also excited about the fact that you have supported Emmanuel Baptist Church and Women Grow, of course, with the Business of Cannabis. So just thank you for your support and showing up.
Listen, for the work that you're doing and the education that you're providing and the resources that are being provided, and for Emmanuel, for all of the members of Emmanuel that open yourself up to learn and understand more about this plant, just God bless you and kudos for you just taking that step and saying, listen, I want to listen, I want to learn, I want to get educated, tell me more. And so I'm happy to be with you here today. We're going to have a great conversation. I'm here in Orlando, Florida, and so it's just awesome to be able to get connected to everyone virtually.
We are so happy to have you. So let's just kick it off. And your new brand, this is about your new brand, Black Buddha Cannabis. What is Black Buddha Cannabis?
What is Black Buddha Cannabis? You know what? The tagline for Black Buddha Cannabis is Get Enlightened. And I really and truly believe that we don't understand the power of this plant. Last summer, May of 2021, I was in a car collision and I ended up suffering a traumatic brain injury. I had injury from my shoulder to my neck that went up to the back of my head. And this is where I ended up suffering a concussion, whiplash. And literally, I thought the Lord was trying to take me home. Like he was like, hey, Roz, job well done, servant. And it wasn't my time. Thank the Lord, because I feel like I still have more work to do on this earth. But literally during this time, I was able to have a caregiver come live with me, Nicole Bafong. Shout out to Nicole. And she's a caregiver who is very educated on the plant, on understanding how to decide on what's the right strain and options for you as a patient. I was a medical patient. I literally was unable to drive, unable to walk. I couldn't put words together. I was disoriented. I was nauseated. I mean, I couldn't light. I was light sensitive. I was, any type of loud noise, it would just put me in a tailspin. And I ended up passing out about 4 times after the accident. And my last time, the doctor says that you are suffering from a mild TBI and you have concussion syndrome. And this plant really brought me back to life. Nicole came into my house and she took out anything that was processed in my refrigerator, in my pantry. She was like, she took it out. She kicked it out. She's like, you have to eat natural, eat pure. So she changed that whole entire conversation of my eating. And then after doing that, she also integrated CBD in my regimen. Every 4 to 6 hours, I was taking CBD tincture, right? And then on top of that, she had made available for me some cannabis flower, and I was able to vape it in a dry vaporizer that you can just pull on, that you didn't have to smoke it. It wasn't an oil. It was dry flower that was in a ceramic vaporizer. And let me tell you something, Nicole, that girl brought me back because I wasn't able to do anything for myself. And during those really dark hours is when I realized that not only was the cannabis I was taking, but also I was practicing in meditation. I was like, she made me every day. You are strong. You are healed. Just different mantras that I was saying every single day, different meditation. So literally I was taking concepts from the Buddhism religion and adding it with my cannabis. And it literally brought me back to life. And so when I was laying there in my darkest hours in my mind, Nicole, I was like, you know what? I've been advocating for this plant for all these years, but I have nothing to show for it. So if I were taken away from this earth today, I wouldn't have anything to leave behind to my kids. I didn't have anything of tangible, and that's when I was like, I want to have my own brand that's focused on feeling better, getting better. It's focused on wellness. It's about being enlightened versus getting high. And so Black Buddha Cannabis is a boutique black owned cannabis business that produces products that are about you feeling better. We will be the #1 lifestyle and wellness brand in this country.
That's right. That's right. Speak that into existence.
Listen, that's what I did with Infra-MM. Y'all, listen, when I started Infra-MM, girl, nobody wanted to talk to me. This was in 2016. So folks didn't want to hear about the organization. They didn't want to hear about no cannabis education. And I wrote down on paper. I got my paper and I was like, I want to be a large national nonprofit. I don't want to be a poor nonprofit. How many nonprofits do we see out there that service in our community and we can't get the resources in? So I was like, I want to make sure I have $1 million plus in revenue coming in. Now, I'm not there yet, but we're getting there. And there were just certain specific things that I said and I put out there that I wanted this nonprofit to be. And over the last 6 years, it has all come to fruition. Everything that I put on paper, it's manifesting. And so that's how I feel about Black Buddha. Like, I know this will be the #1 lifestyle and wellness brand. And it's about you feeling better and about you getting better and being able to use this plant in such a great and magnificent way. So I'm excited to be here.
And I'm excited for you. I'm excited not just for you, but all of us who would have an opportunity to access it.
Yes.
And one of the things, based on what you said about your new brand, is that it's on your website. Because I did do my research. It's going to be environmentally conscious, and you talk about social equity driven. Why is this so important to the industry?
Well, first, it's important to me because I cannot in good conscience go and try to create something, a for-profit business, and not follow follow my heart and follow the work that I've already been doing with Infra-MM in regards to creating opportunity for social equity brands, for social equity business owners, for the minority business owners. Like, if we don't figure out how to work together and cooperate together economically, we're going to get lost in this industry. And if I'm afforded the opportunity to be a major brand, a Black-owned brand that's seen on shelves, that I'm not a celebrity, I'm not an athlete, I don't have millions and millions of dollars, I have a commitment. We have a philosophy, people over profit, where we will put a percentage of our profits back into social equity businesses and being able to support their opportunity of getting on shelf space. And on top of that, the states that I'm going into, whenever I can, I'm finding a social equity operator to partner with to bring my brand to fruition in that state. So, like, for example, in California, we're partnered with California Cannabis, which is owned by Virgil Grant. He's a social equity operator. He's a retailer. And so he's going to be my partner to produce the flower that we provide to the mass public. So I want to show you, if I can show you one of our products that's going to come out first, if I can get this off, but I'll let you go ask me more questions and I'll see if I can pop off and show you the product.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of time, but I also wanted to find out, where can folks look at that?
Yes.
Where can folks get Black Buddha?
Okay. So this is how it's going down. So this is our first product that's going to come out the gate. It looks like this. This is called a pre-pack, right? This is a glass chillum that has 0.35 grams of flour. So look right here. You got 0.35 grams of flour right there. That's the top.
Mm-hmm.
You take the top out, you light right here, and you pull from this end. So, and that's it. It's a one-hitter quitter. You don't have to roll it. It's very easy. It's discreet. Your flour's in here. You might take 2 or 3 puffs or what have you, because you're not trying to get high. Evidently, if you're using this, there's something that's going on. You either want to, you're having a moment where you're having maybe a concussion moment, you're having an anxiety moment, maybe you're nauseated because you're going through chemo and you just need to have something right quick to be able to kind of take away that feeling of nausea. Maybe if you have pain in your hip, in your leg, and you just need a couple of puffs just to relieve that pain. This is going to be our first product out the gate. It's called our pre-packed chillum. We're going to have it in 4 different blends. We're going to have one for creativity, one for enlightenment, one for wellness and pain relief, and one for Zen and relaxation. So there are going to be 4 to choose from, and they'll come in little tubes like this. So when we talked about being environmentally conscious, our tubes are 100% compostable, right? So basically, once you trash it, it will biodegrade, and it will basically it will not leave a negative. It will not leave a positive footprint on. It will not leave a carbon footprint on the earth, right? And then the chillum itself is made of glass. It's 100% recyclable. So once you're done with it, you can toss it. And then basically, if you need, if you want to have
That's
another,
amazing.
yeah, you go to the store, you get another one. Really, Prepacks has partnered with us more. I mean, they really have put money into working with us, introducing this to the mass audiences. So the 5 states that we're going to first, here we're going first. We're going to Massachusetts, Michigan, Nevada, California, and Ohio. And that's our focus for the next 12 to 18 months.
Wow. That is so amazing.
Yeah.
That is so amazing.
If people go to like, if you go check out Black Buddha Cannabis on IG or on Facebook, and it's right there, go check us out. You'll be able to see a sample of what it looks like. You'll be able to see some of our merchandising. So we have beautiful merch like t-shirts and hoodies that really embrace this getting enlightened philosophy. And if you look at some of our t-shirts and hoodies, that face on that hoodie, that's us. That's me, Nicole. That's you. That's this woman. Black Buddha is female. She is definitely female. And she is here, and she is not to be played with. You cannot, we are here, and we want to make sure that people understand that this really is a brand that's all about feeling better and getting better and helping us to just understand and respect this plant in its glory and how it can make us really just, such a better person from a medical perspective.
I'm so excited and can't wait. I just can't wait. I have one last question for you before we wrap this up.
Yes.
Give us 3 steps an entrepreneur who's interested in getting in the business. Three things that they can do to launch their own brand.
Well, I'm gonna give you 3 things to focus on and don't forget, right? When you're looking to launch your brand, right? Okay. First and foremost is understand what's your why. Why are you doing this? It can't be about just the money. It has to be, you got to have a story. You got to have something that resonates to this plant. If you don't, it's going to be so hard when you have those tough days and you want to give up, to not give in because you don't have a why. So first, find your why. Number 2, your business that you're trying to get into, is it a hobby or is it a business? If it's a hobby and you haven't figured out how to monetize your time and your efforts, and you don't have to apologize for wanting to make money. I thought I had to be the advocate and not make money. And then after my accident, I realized, Roz, you gotta it's time now. And so when you guys are out there and you're stepping out and trying to create your business, think about, is it a hobby or is it a business? And if it's a hobby, change, pivot, and make a business, and make sure that you're looking at, how's my money going to come in? What's my revenue? What's my expenses? And how can I turn a profit? Right? And then number 3, last but not least, is making sure that you become that advocate and you pay it forward. Advocate for the next person. Pay it forward. When you get your success, even if you think your success is not a success or you think it's small, even the smallest steps could be the biggest steps in somebody else's eyes. And so words cannot tell you how much, when I've put myself out there and I've paid it forward, I've gotten it back in spades. I've been fulfilled spiritually and in my heart, in my spirit, where I feel like, thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to make a difference in somebody else's life. But also my business is growing. I can't tell y'all, girl, they be like, Roz, we want you on this. Can you be a part of this? And that ain't nothing but God just working it out. He'd be like, Roz, step aside. I got it. Because you will be the head and not the tail. Listen,
come on.
Right? I am going to be the giver and not the borrower. And so I believe in my spirit every single day. I have embraced that and I believe it. And I want you guys to remember those 3 things. Again, what's your why? Do you have a hobby or is it a business? Don't be afraid to be a capitalist, and make sure that you have a give back, pay it forward. And I think if you focus on those 3 things, You will do so well. And I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to share this with you guys, because it really is that simple, to be honest with you.
We are so excited just to have you, and you've given us such great information, just that even about, not just about your brand, but how we can be a part of it. And also, thank you for sharing that. Black Buddha Cannabis.
Yes.
Check them out. They're on Instagram and they have a website.
And go follow.
Thank you so much, Roz.
Yes, go follow InfraMM United. Shout
yes,
out to everybody.
Go follow InfraMM.
If you're not a part of InfraMM, yes, we are together as a family trying to make a difference and change lives. So thank you guys so much.
Hi, everybody. Wow, what a follow-up to all these incredible brands. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Cassia, for having me. My name is Gina Surfless. I am the founder and CEO of 024. We are a Black-owned and women-led fragrance brand in New York City. We create luxury home fragrances, and these products contain patented scent technology that targets and neutralizes the cannabis smell. Yep, that's what we do. And we know that there are so many stereotypes and negative connotations surrounding cannabis. And one of them, unfortunately, is how it smells. The inspiration for me, after a 15+ year working in the beauty industry, specifically in fragrance development, is my son. And when Roz, you said something, my son has sickle cell anemia. He lives and he thrives with sickle cell anemia. And he decided to take a chance and wanted to find a different way to manage his painful crises that are associated with sickle cell anemia. And he wanted to use medical marijuana. And we discussed it. And what we talked about was being a person using cannabis, unfortunately, you're going to have these negative stereotypes and connotations surrounding it. And that inspired me as a fragrance exec. How could I take what I know and my expertise and change the narrative? So I founded 024, which is 420 reverse, because our vision is to reverse the negative narratives that are surrounding the smell of cannabis consumption. Currently, we sell candles. These are our lovely candles. They come in 3 beautiful fragrances: incense and pepper, cannatonic, and forbidden fruit. They are upcycled, meaning you can finish this, reuse it, use it as a stash jar, whatever you need to use it for. We also have USB lighters that are safe, because I have long nails, I don't know anybody else, and I don't like lighting and burning. And so these are what we also sell as part of our product assortment. We are sold on 024, and that is spelled out alpha024.com. And we are also sold in Higher Standards in Chelsea in New York City, and in Malibu, and in Happy Buds in Brooklyn. So we are so happy to bring this brand to you to explain how it's been such an inspiration for me and for my son. And I look forward to talking more about the brand and anyone asking any questions. Thank you.
Hi, so this is Gia, and I am back. I'm back with this awesome guest. So we're talking about what you can do now in the industry. There are a lot of people who are not interested in licenses, but they are looking to do other types of business. And so today we have co-founder of Tainted Love, Saki Fenderson, who is going to talk about what Tainted Love is and what she's doing with the business. Hi, Saki.
Hi, Gia. It's so good to see you again.
It's always good to see you. I mean, first of all, you are an advocate. You are an educator. You are so many things in this industry, and we have worked side by side, fought side by side. But in addition to all of that other advocacy work that you're doing, you're also doing incredible education in the kitchen.
Yes, And so we're here in the Tainted Love Kitchen.
I see the knives.
We actually have changed our name to TLBK because we want people to focus, yes, on the love, but just really focus on the work that we do. And out of this kitchen, we have given space for people to learn about the plant, learn about their wellness, and feel like they have control of it, and even move forward into becoming activists and advocates to fight for their own wellness and access to the plant. So, yes, we called it Tainted Love because food is love, and there's lots of love in the kitchen. And that's really inspired us to do what we've done. And that's bring grassroots education to the community. And that actually segues into what you just said, which is what can you do right now? If you're interested in the industry, but you don't want to touch the plant, you want to educate, you want to do things that help the community with the plant. You want to make sure that the communities that have been disserviced, I'm so sorry about the dinging, but the communities that have been disserviced finally get the service they need. And you can do that without a license and without touching the plant.
And there's a wellness aspect of it as well.
Absolutely. At TLBK, we say it's a medicine first. And the core of this plant is it being medicinal. And even if you think about that in terms of us having an adult use market, right? When you go to the pharmacy because you have a headache, you don't go to a doctor first to get a prescription to get Tylenol or some kind of pain reliever. You just go. And if you start thinking about the plant in that way, like that it can help alleviate temporary concerns, as well as help with long-term or even chronic concerns. But it's also a day-to-day benefit to us. Having something that's part of our system, our ecological system, that helps balance our endocannabinoid system, or what you learned last week when you talked about it as a medicine. But that balancing, that regulating system needs cannabis. And if we learn to accept that cannabis is part of our overall wellness, that helps as well. And these are things that if you're into education, you're into information, you can do this right now.
And you're doing it through food.
Yes.
And so what are some of those things that you're teaching people in terms, so for those that are watching, what Saki is explaining is, learning how to use the plant and being able to infuse it in a responsible way in your meals. Is that correct?
And not just the responsible way, but in a way that works best for your body, your elements, or your wellness, your overall wellness.
Wait, so just so I understand, and the reason, I'm sorry to cut you off, the reason why I use the word responsible, but you corrected me, and I appreciate that, because I've had infused foods where the dosage was too much for me, right? And so I said, oh my God, they weren't being responsible, but you're absolutely right. But my friends could handle it. Right. So it's really about understanding that and that education level. So thank you for that correction.
And yes. So 100%, this is about understanding what works for you. Here in the TLBK kitchen, we don't teach you how to open an edibles business. We don't teach you how to cook so that you can make medicine for necessarily a business plan. We teach you how to use the plant for yourself and those who you love in a way that works best for you.
And so what types of people come to seek you out?
We've had a whole level of people. In our very, very first class, we had a gentleman who came to me and thanked me because his elder uncle wound up addicted to opioids because of the oxycodone that was prescribed to him. And for him, this was liberating to find something that could help his family member, especially being that he came from a Latin community that looked really disparagingly on the plant. So it helped him find a way to communicate to his family about the safety of this, and also gave him hope that there was something that could not just help his uncle, but help other people. We have people who are patients who've suffered chronic illnesses attend. We've had people who are retired police officers, deacons of churches. We've had pastors of churches attend. So not just deacons, but pastors. We've had parents. We've had, there's just so many people who've come through these doors. It's incredible.
That's incredible. What can you give me an example of a dish or a meal you've taught someone how to prepare?
Yes, we do this wonderful avocado guacamole with the plant. We've taught people how to make cashew eggnog. We've done soups, various types of soups. And we do this so that people can see the diversity of how the plant works, so that you don't think that you just have to make brownies and cookies and sweets, that you can literally make meals throughout the day that, again, speak to your personal wellness. So if you have diabetes, or if you have, meat restrictions, or you have even some plant restrictions, allergies, you can feel comfortable finding a way to have the plant. And I keep saying this, but work for you, because that's what this plant is supposed to do.
Wow, that is incredible. Thank you so much. And so people can find you. Is that at the handle that's at the bottom of the screen?
Yes. So at Tainted Love BK, we're working on our website. Our very old website is still up. We're finally going to reinstitute cooking classes again, now that we're coming to a kind of plateau with the
COVID, of course.
But yes, we did a lot during the pandemic of me cooking in the kitchen by myself. And I can't wait to get people back in the kitchen so they can put their hands on the food and, feel how to control the plant.
Wow.
With it and control it.
That is great. Thank you so much for sharing. I learned something out of this today, and I hope others have as well. And I look forward to one day coming to your kitchen, because I've heard a lot about it. I've heard a lot of great stuff. So I look forward to joining you very soon.
And thank you, Gia, as always, for doing the work that you do, for putting on this event. This is year number 3.
Yes, this is year 3. You were with us last year too.
That's right, I was. And thank you. This is very important work that you do, and you speak to a group of people who need to hear your voice. So thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Both of us, we are always shoulder to shoulder out there. Even if we're not directly next to each other, we're always doing the work. So thank you for all that you do as well. And I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Hey, can you believe it? I mean, we are 4 hours in and we are still going. Yes, we have run over, as Tanya said, but we've heard from some incredible women, in the industry. And it was just our way of showing just examples of women on the ancillary side. We also have someone who is slightly touching the plant, Roz McCarthy, my good sister, CEO of M4MM. But I mean, you heard from Gina and you heard from Saki, and now we're about to hear from some good brothers in the industry. And so take a look at these next few interviews. Again, these give you an idea of what are some examples of businesses that are currently operating in the space. Talk to you soon. I am happy to be back with you. We have an incredible next guest. Our guest is Grizzly Bocard, and he is the founder and and executive director of Cannaware Society. And he's got his handles there. But I have to just share a quick story. I've met Grizzly actually through Kristen Jordan. Kristen Jordan was the first person that said, do you know Grizzly? He does these incredible events. And I've been hearing about his events for some time. He's done something really interesting in the cannabis space of incorporating arts, entertainment, and cannabis education in one space. And so he's here to talk to us, giving another example of what people can do right now in the industry without having a license, looking at ancillary opportunities. And so, Grizzly, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And so tell me, what is Cannaware Society?
So Cannaware Society is an organization where we provide resources and information for individuals looking to get involved in the industry from whatever aspect may that be, whether you're a patient, a consumer, entrepreneur, enthusiast, a specialist, but we provide information and resources for those looking to participate in the industry.
And where do you generally hold these? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, I apologize to cut you off, but I know that you've been doing, how long has Cannaware Society been around, and where do you hold your events?
Cannaware Society has been around since 2017, and we hold mostly our events in Brooklyn. However, we do a community engagement throughout New York City.
Got it. And so are you tapping in terms of education? Who do you tap? Are you tapping like the businesses? Are you tapping advocates? Like, who are you bringing in to your events to bring the education?
Well, mostly when we do our events, for example, our Canna Talk, which is a panel discussion series where we talk about different topics important to the community. So we bring different specialists, various on the topics at hand, whether it's pertaining to advocates, entrepreneurs, medical professionals for patients. So we try to bring those who are experts and have experience on these fields and provide information and education for individuals who are looking to get involved.
You're coming at this from a unique perspective because, you know, we've both have gone to a lot of these events in the industry, but you come from it, you come at it with a very creative approach. Why?
Because one of the things I realized that the cannabis plant has a wide spectrum of individuals who are interested. And many of times I recognize that many people who are involved with the plant, however, they may not be so much interested in the policy side of it, or they may not be so much interested in the educational side. So it's important to understand your market and the individuals who you're dealing with and how to find a way to bring things to them. So we often like to mix education and entertainment because, as we know, cannabis is something that we often use while we're enjoying music, while we're enjoying art and different creative outlets. So we found that, and as myself as an introvert, I found it easier to socialize in atmosphere such as that after consuming. So we try to utilize moments like that to bring people together to network and vibe. And from there, sparks an interest from them learning more and possibly being interested in, doing a lobby day, advocating or getting educated on something because they realize the benefits of the medical components of cannabis, things of that nature. But we try to meet people where they're at as opposed to forcing them to come to something that they may not be interested at first.
No, that's really smart because you're bringing cannabis enthusiasts as well as experts to the space, but those kind of curious, right, come as well. And they're, like you said, it's removing that pressure. So where are you from? Are you from New York or?
Yes, born and raised.
Okay, from Brooklyn.
Yes. Brooklyn and
Because
Queens.
I heard you say Brooklyn. You know, I got to shout out Brooklyn. No, and I asked that because, you know, there's a lot of people that are from our neighborhoods and communities that want to know how do they get involved. So, you know, you've already shared what Canaware Society is. Was it important to you to keep it like within the community that you're from?
Absolutely. Not so much to keep it in the community, because like I said, we do outreach all over. Like we even go out of state in different communities. It's mainly the connecting with the people from communities who are disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. That's our main focus. And a lot of that are in areas of Brooklyn, a lot of that in areas in Queens, Manhattan, the Bronx, all over New York City. So that's mainly where our focus is and where our attention lies.
So you're creating a movement, right? And
Right.
like almost like a culture within the culture of those, you know, because many of the events that we attend, they're also membership driven, right? So it's almost like a club that you belong to, which is, I think, is pretty cool because then you're coming together with like minds. Can you give us some examples of you know, like we just played the video, right, for your event, and so we saw that there were tables there. What is the information that people are bringing? Because it wasn't just cannabis.
Right. So for that event, it was our Take Action workshop. So since the bill got passed in March, there's been a lot of confusion in regards to what does that mean for New Yorkers. So we've been doing a series of discussions as well as workshops to kind of inform individuals and help them take advantage of the opportunities that now have been made available because of the Martyr Bill. So one of those being the expungement and giving opportunity for individuals to clear their record and take advantage of being a participant in the industry, as well as being able to receive assistance they may not be able to receive before, whether it's housing, financial assistance, legal assistance, and other things that were not available to them before. So that workshop, we provided different stations and different resources for them to take advantage of.
That's so cool. So, Grizz, how can people either get involved? I mean, I see you have your handle up there, but I would imagine that it takes, you know, a team effort to bring these events together. Do you look for volunteers? Do you have a team of people that work with you? And how can they keep up with what's happening in terms of events?
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work. And
For
we're always
sure.
looking for help. So you can check us out at our website, canawaresociety.com. You can follow us on Instagram. If you check out in our link tree, LinkedIn, we have a sign up form for anyone who's interested in volunteering with Canaware, as well as on our website. We also have a Discord to keep people connected on different news and different events going on in the community. So we always like to keep community engaged, where there's something that we're doing or something that someone else is doing. So that's how we circulate our information, as well as our newsletter. All that information can be found on our website, as well as our LinkedIn bio on our Instagram.
That's great. I have one last question for you. I heard you mention that you include entertainment. So does that mean you're tapping local talent to participate in your events?
Yes. So before I got into the cannabis space, I had another organization, a Rebel Minded Society, and we worked with a lot of independent creators. Empowering them to be able to make a career out of their passion and be able to add their business acumen to be able to make a living off their career, off their passions. So I, due to my experience and my relationships and my work in that space, I have a lot of network with independent local creators, musicians, artists. And so working in the cannabis space, I like to continue with that atmosphere. And like I said, bridging the gap between individuals who are into entertainment as well as individuals who are into cannabis and education. And so we like to, when we do events such as our Canna Talk, we have performances from local artists, and we're working on some other event series and things happening where we like to include local creators.
That is so good. And I asked that intentionally because there could be an aspiring artist that's watching this and saying, hey, I've been looking for a space or a platform like this. And the one thing I know about you is that you are connected. You are so connected, and people may not realize that, but you have brought incredible talents together and have been able to successfully merge the artistry and the entertainment side, as well as with the cannabis side. And as you said, you know, at the end, cannabis really does bring people together, whether if you're curious about it or, you know, you're an expert, but it brings us together, and it allows us to engage and learn from each other and build and become a, you know, bigger and better community. So thank you so much, Grizz. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I know you said you're an introvert, so I'm honored that you gave me this time. I'm like, you coming on here, you're going to talk to me. So I appreciate you. Let me tell you, anyone that's watching, do not let the quiet side fool you. This man is multi-talented, and he does a lot of great work. Follow him, support him, and learn more about CanAware Society. Another great example of a business operating in this space in a non-plant touching way. There's so many opportunities on the ancillary side that allows you to still engage and build within the space. So Grizz, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Gia Marone, and we are back. We are back with an incredible entrepreneur who is here to showcase his business. If you've been watching, you know that we are highlighting ancillary businesses in the industry. And while not everyone is interested in getting a license, there are so many people who are looking for other ways of getting into the industry. And so Mark Littlejohn is principal founder of Little John, New York. And watch and see and learn exactly what he's doing in this industry. Welcome, John. Welcome, Mark. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for having me. This is a wonderful honor to be here. I'm loving the work that you're doing, and happy to talk about the brand and our story.
Excellent. So what is Little John, New York?
Little John, New York. Good question. Little John, New York, we design, manufacture, and sell premium leather accessories to store cannabis and odoriferous products. We are the stash bag reimagined and refined. That's our tag. And we started the business 2019 on 4/20 of 2019. We're now a little over 3.5 years. The business has definitely grown from not existing and not being there to getting to this point. We've had some great sales opportunities. We've been selling overseas all the way to Dubai, and even right around the corner here in New York City.
Wow.
And yes.
And so were you making bags prior to, not stash bags, but anything like this prior to this?
Yes, I was. Actually, my background is in design and product development. And
Oh,
so I've worked in companies large and small, Avon products, for instance, Barnes and Noble. And I've developed a plethora of different items. All those years, I kind of like to say what I've done all these years has led me to this moment that I am at right now. I actually, through all those years, gained the knowledge and skill set to actually come up with an idea, draw it, and then have it made into a thing, which is one of the barriers of people with great ideas of how do you get something made. Having that skill set, I'm able to manage my factory, the importing, and that's the big piece that facilitated me being able to do this. To answer your question, yes. When I was at Barnes and Noble, I ran the bag business. So when you go there and you see the backpacks, pencil cases, all those items, my department designed them and I ran that. I then fell in love with functional, mobile, lovely products that really do serve a function, but also have a very high aesthetic value to them. And that's the
wow.
principle that we're based this on.
So I have to ask, do you have a bag to show us?
I have a couple bags to show you.
Oh, goody.
We have 12
I was
items.
on your site. I want you to know I was on your site and they're gorgeous. I was on your site and they're gorgeous.
Thank you. So let's start with the first piece, which is we call the slim case. It is a small piece that fits into your pocket, into your back pocket. These are airtight zippers. So I actually want to explain how everything is made. Everything's made with top grain or full grain leather. There are 5 layers of activated carbon and non-woven filters inside of it.
Interesting.
These are airtight zippers that everything is sealed with, and all the seams have a high stitch count, and everything is sealed. So no smell comes out of them when you have them, whether you chose to put cannabis, hemp, tobacco, anything in them. So this is the most popular piece, the slim case. We've stepped out of the brown and black and we've come up with the symphony collection. This is a pouch which has this lovely coordinating lining in it. Again, airtight zippers, sealed seams. Our 5-layer scent conceal technology. And this piece is the caddy, the storage caddy. You can fit a ton of stuff in here. These partitions are adjustable and can be moved to fit whatever it is you need to fit inside of them. And the piece also comes with a lock for safety. We're finding that there's a lot of new cannabis users, or actually former cannabis users that are new users, different point in life. And that kind of safety and security is important. There's also some legal logistical issues of not being able to open up things that are locked. So we try to accommodate all that, but mainly the safety aspect of it. That's very important to us.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because when you think about, we have a lot of canna moms in our industry, and it's important to them that they are not only preserving the plant itself and their products, because they are expensive, but at the same time, they also want to secure it in a safe place. And so seeing that your product allows for a safety lock, I think would give any parent or any adult a sense of security, right? Knowing that it's stored in a safe place and out of the harms of young ones. So that's so good to hear. So where can people find you?
We can be found, well, we have a website at littlejohnnewyork.com. We also sell on, we're in several dispensaries now. We just did a project with Etain Health here in New York City.
We had them on last week. That's fantastic.
There you go. We designed a special piece for them at the around fourth quarter for the launch of their Motif vape pen. So you can look for us with them. Those are the main places, but we also have Instagram, which you're looking at right here next to my name. You can find us at.
You're actually one of the sponsors for your spot, so it's perfect.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to call up Jess and tell her. That's interesting. And also we have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. All of it is Little John New York.
That's
I
phenomenal.
believe we're the only Little John New York out there, so.
I love that. So one last question before we go. We learned about when you got started, the types of bags and your history, but really, what was the trigger that made you realize, hey, I want to create a stash bag? And my other question, in terms of the leather, does leather absorb the scent?
Leather does absorb some of the scent. It certainly holds it in. Our leather is it's very natural, but we've also sort of sealed the inside of it so that the smells do not push through. There's also a layer of padding underneath that, another layer of non-woven filters, activated carbon. So yeah, so the leather does just seal the deal, so to speak.
Great. And again, you just one day thought, hey, I'm going to create a stash bag, or?
Well, as I said, I'm a designer by trade and experience. I've also been a lover of the plant for many years. When I saw that my time in large corporations was time to make a pivot, I kind of had this idea in mind, and I actually was going to start making something else and realized that would not have been a wise choice. Then looking around, understanding the cannabis industry, which is so open right now, and there's so much going on, it made sense to take my skill set and get into the cannabis space, which I personally feel, and I also teach, and one of the things that I do teach my students is that when you have a skill set, there's probably a place it could be used in the cannabis space, almost no matter what that is. So I did just that. And I jumped in and saw a niche, and there are other people making bags. We are the only luxury or premium brand out there right now. So I found that space and it felt natural to me.
Good for you. That's so brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you. And I've been meeting great people, and there's just so much excitement, energy, and inspiration here in this space. So
that is wonderful. Thank you so much, because again, you're yet another great example of what people can do right now in the industry and how they can carve their own lane and way by using their prior skill sets, applying it, understanding, oh, this is what's going to work. And you're also adding another solution, right, that people are looking for in the industry.
Yes.
And what a great luxury. Your bags are beautiful, and what I love about it is that it speaks to both women and men, right?
Absolutely.
I feel like your products can be purchased by either. The colors are beautiful. I haven't touched it, but I mean, just looking at the images, you can tell the quality is incredible. And what I realized, again, I hadn't put one and one together. I have seen your product, and I've seen it at Etain, because it's there in terms of with the sleek, the vape that they have there. And so I've seen it not knowing that it was yours. So this is incredible. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us today. Anyone that's tuning in, please know you don't have to limit what you can do in the industry. No. It's limitless. And, hopefully these examples that we're showing you are helping you to broaden your perspective on what you can do to the industry, what you can bring here to the industry. We're all valuable. We all have something to contribute. Let's all be the bricklayers that are building the blueprint for this industry. Thank you so much, Mark. We'll look forward to hearing from you again soon. And anyone that's tuning in, be sure to follow him, and we will see you on the next one.
Thank you. This has been wonderful. I will be in touch, and everyone, please look for us, Little John New York, on all our media outlets and the website.
we're here today. We're talking to Ruben Lindo of Blackmar Farms. And you already know who I am. I'm Nicole Monroe from Emmanuel Baptist Church. We're going to get right into it. Welcome, Ruben, to the Business of Cannabis.
Thank you, Nicole. Pleased to be here tonight.
Good. And so let's kick it off. You have a company called Blackmar Farms, right?
I do.
Tell us what Blackmar Farms is all about.
So Blackmar Farms is a multi-state, well, we say multi-state, we're just in 2 states, cannabis cultivation company, but we started it with the intent to build a socially equitable company that allowed for Black and brown individuals to start learning how to cultivate and learn the business of cannabis, which is fitting that we're here today. And we teach educational programs centered around running a company from seed to sale, which we always say turning your hustle into your hobby, into your passion and profits. So we kind of just marry all that up, and we take people from seed to sale in the cannabis business, whether you want to be a dispensary owner or you want to be a cultivator and get your hands in the dirt. That's kind of what we aim to do with our company.
So in essence, you have a license, correct or no?
So we're licensed in Michigan, and we do not have a license here in New York as of yet. We're hoping to have a license, especially with this newly expanded realm. In the state of California, we held a license. We gave up our license when we sold off that part of the company, but we still hold our hemp farm and we own the real estate in California.
Oh, that's great. So what can people do to prepare to get a license? You've done it before. I'm sure you're doing it now. Let the people know what they can do so that they can prepare to apply for a license.
The first thing I tell everyone in preparing to get your license is get your team together, because your network is your net worth, right? And you never know who has $5,000, $2,000, $3,000 to put on you, right? I always tell people this: they're never investing in the startup business. They're always investing in you as the individual, and then hopefully you'll grow and your company will prosper and their investment will turn. But people are really investing in people these days. So that's what I tell people: get your network together. Then the second thing I tell people is to ask questions, because it's incumbent upon us to know what we don't know, especially when entering into a new legal market, right? So asking these questions and getting the answers, and you may not get the exact answer you're looking for, but that doesn't mean stop asking. And the third thing and the final thing that I tell people is carry a notebook, because you never know when you're going to run across a Ruben Lindo or a Gia Marone or a Tanya Osborne or anyone in the industry who's done some things, right? Even like a Vlad and Ramon, those guys, I see them always interacting with folks at events. Ask questions, right? Get in front of your network, because your network is your net worth.
Those are 3 great points. I wish I could just write them down. I'm just going to go back to the videotape and get that. That's great. So what do you consider to be legal for an ancillary business?
So right now for ancillary businesses, I think there are a lot of things. And I just had this conversation with a very good friend of mine who's a 35-year higher education executive. And one of the things that I think that we overlook is, I think the best place where we as people could really enter into this ancillarily is in the communications side of this business. If you're good at writing and you're good at communicating, all of us companies need communication experts. And I think that because of the way we communicate amongst ourselves, we sometimes need somebody to help decipher that, right? And you know, we have a saying in our house: code switching isn't switch hitting, right? So when we talk amongst ourselves, especially as Black businessmen, you know, we often have to jump in and out of that role. But I think that communications would be a great place for someone to start. Another thing is to look at sustainability practices, right? Get into printing or marketing. There's a lot that can be done in the ancillary world, right? I tell people and everyone said this. I used to say I was the first one, but I don't think I was. But this business was built like the gold rush, right? So it's picks and shovels. Picks and shovels. More people made millions of dollars selling picks and shovels than they did mining for gold. So find your passion, find your niche, and turn that in, because we all need something, right? I'm building a cultivation facility currently in Irvine, New York, and we hire carpenters, we hire electricians, plumbers, lighting experts. You don't have to be an expert in one specific thing, but I like to see more of our brothers and sisters and Black entrepreneurs getting into the ancillary side of this instead of plant touching and chasing the money, because this is where you'll see your growth.
Yeah. I love the fact that we get to talk to a Black man in the business, right? Like, this is a really great opportunity for folks that look like us to see you in particular talking about the business, that you're in the business and you're not new to this. Clearly you're true to this, right?
Yeah, I've been doing this now on the legal side for 7 years. I've worked in every major legal territory. I was in Canada the day that went nationally legal in Canada. I worked with a provincial provider and an investor. I've consulted for 2 of the largest cannabis companies out of Canada. I've consulted for businesses and been down in Colombia. I've worked in 11 states in the United States. I was in California, and I helped take guys from Humboldt County from legacy to legal. And we ourselves were a legacy company, and we transitioned into the legal realm. So I've been doing this for a minute, Tanya. Nicole. I've been doing this. Sorry, I got Tanya on the brain. No.
That's okay. We're family. We're all working together.
Thank you.
Since entering this industry, what would you do differently? What would you do differently now?
I love that question, and I'm going to be kind of tongue in cheek with it, right? I always tell people I might have stayed legacy a little bit longer and stacked my paper, because I didn't take my own advice, right? I didn't build a strong network. So everything that we did, we had to kind of like dip and dive, penny pinch, and we didn't have the funding, because we know that the second biggest barrier to entry for a Black entrepreneur is funding, right? I never say it's the first thing. Access is the first thing, but just because you have access doesn't mean you have accessibility, right? So I always tell people, if I were to do this all over again, I would have stacked my paper, I would have counted my chickens a little bit better, and I would have come into this a little bit better funded, so that I could make the necessary strides and keep pace with those who don't necessarily look like us, right? We're calling them Brads and Chads, and I don't mean that to be offensive. That's just something that we've coined in our industry, and they've embraced it, some of our predominantly white counterparts. But, look, let's not make this thing about black and white, although we know it is, right? We don't get funding. I would have come into this better funded. And the other thing that I would have done, honestly, was I would have paid attention to the steps along the way, right? I didn't smell the roses on this climb, and here we are in the middle of a major acquisition in the state of Massachusetts, with another one right on its heels, which, will make us one of the larger providers in the state of Massachusetts. And then we have New York coming legal, my home state, right? So I came home to do this, but I would have smelt the roses along the way and stacked my paper a little bit better.
So what can people do today, right now, if they want to get a license or get into the adult use market?
The first thing that I say to do, again, is do your research. Figure out what lane you want to be in, and don't let anyone pigeonhole you into being a retail dispensary, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but don't get pigeonholed into that, because that's typically what they try to do to equity candidates, is push us to the end of the supply chain, right? So I try and encourage people, look for the middle of the supply chain, because that's where the rats get fat, right? In the middle of this game is through distribution or delivery, right? Those are the things that we do very well. We've done it for a long time in the legacy market, right? We know how to navigate and build our network in that sense. So I always tell people, figure out where you want to be, ask the questions, ask people like myself, get in touch with myself and others, and we will help guide you along the way, right? I always feel like there's never enough information out there for people, right? And no question is a stupid question. When people say to me, can I ask you a stupid question? I always say, do you have time for a stupid answer? And they look at me and I say, well, why would you ask me if it's a stupid question? You know, all questions are valid questions. So just educate yourself, build your network, build your team, and ask a ton of questions, and then pick your lane. And when you pick your lane, do not deviate from the course. Stay the course. It's going to be difficult. Nothing that's ever come to any of us people of color has come to us easily. Right. So we have to stay the course, weather the storm, and ask for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help.
That was my last question, but what I want to say to you and to at least every person that I've met in this industry since 2019, everyone is so receptive to being asked questions, helping those who are novices about cannabis and getting into the cannabis business. So I'm grateful to you for being here. I'm grateful that you are that you've opened yourself to be a resource to anyone who's interested in getting in this business. And I'm just thankful that you joined us today at the Business of Cannabis. Thank you for being here. You were so great.
Thank you for having me. And in closing, I'd just like to say this: in the spirit of collaboration exists innovation, right? So yes. When we come together, there is nothing more beautiful and nothing more powerful than the economic strength that we bring. And we bring that from two sides of the table. We bring it from the consumer end of the business all the way through manufacturing, through collaboration. And that's why I do what I do. It's not competition, it's growth.
That was perfect. Thank you so much, Ruben.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ooh, I'm muted. Live TV. We are in our final stretch. The last segment is really going to talk about community and supporting this ongoing cannabis community. So sit tight as we get the last segment, and then G and I will come back to close us all out. See you in a bit.
This company has been a longtime supporter of Women Grow, and this guest of ours has been an incredible supporter of Women Grow. Since she arrived at the company, she reached out to us. She's been consistent in finding out how she can support women in the industry and small businesses. And so it's my honor to introduce Nigist Abibi. She is Vice President of Public Policy at Columbia Care. She travels all over the country. I never know what city or state she's in, but I will tell you this: no matter where she's at, she's always reachable and always willing to hop on a call or a Zoom or something just to catch up, to make sure we have what we need, or how can we be supportive, or ways of which we can support Columbia Care, even if that's through recommendations and referrals. And so it's my honor to welcome you, Nigist. How are you?
Thanks, Gia. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. And I'm great because now I'm on call with you.
Listen, it's always great to be in your presence. And, one of the things that we wanted a voice to really contribute to this conversation today is how are businesses like Columbia Care supporting small businesses in the industry? Because you and I both know, there's a struggle for access to, resources, mentorship, just that information that sometimes doesn't reach some of our communities.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the first pillars for me in how we engage in our policy work and our partnerships is that when we work with partners like you and others, that it's not just about writing a check and running off into the dark. It's about maintaining the conversation and making sure that we are syncing up on policy priorities and also bringing folks along. I feel very lucky that as somebody who grew up as a policy nerd and politics nerd, I get to do cannabis policy as my day job, but making sure that folks who don't get to make this their day job know when they should chime in, how to access committee testimony, when to email their legislators, how to break down and understand 450 plus page legalization bills so folks know what is this going to mean for me, I think is one of the things that I most enjoy about my job and my responsibilities. I think it's also important because these, especially when it comes to cannabis legalization, we have programs that are finally being designed with equity at the forefront and designed to help undo past harms. But if the folks who are supposed to benefit from these programs are the last to find out about them, they're not part of the decision-making process, if they're not part of shaping that policy, then it's too late, right? We need folks to be involved as early and as frequently as folks can manage while having busy lives and waiting for these licenses to open up. So that's one part that's just about the philosophy of how we approach our policy work. I think the other side is meaningful partnerships. We've really enjoyed working with you and Women Grow, not just on helping on education, but also in terms of recruiting and helping us find the talented women who we know are out there and who we know want to be part of the cannabis industry and making sure that we're bringing them in at all levels of the organization, not just entry level, but management and senior and executive positions. And also we have, women on our board, which I'm encouraged at the momentum we're seeing and these publicly traded cannabis companies bring in more and more diversity at the board level, as well as the C-suite and senior executive level. I think the other way that we work and embrace the expansion, especially when we talk about a transition from medical to adult use, making sure folks have access to the resources to establish their businesses, whether it's boot camp programs that we run in states like Virginia to help folks get their business plans together and get connected with networks of lawyers and accountants, working with Medgar Evers in New York and the amazing cannabis curriculum. I know, Gia, you were involved in helping to shape and launch and the work that's being done at the community college level there, which is exciting to see because one of the first states that Columbia Care was in Massachusetts, we had partnerships with community colleges running kind of weekend seminars, breaking down the industry, both how to get careers in it, as well as how to be an entrepreneur in this space. And to see an educational institution like Medgar Evers not just having side programs on the weekends about this, but really creating robust curriculum and all of that. I think New York is really exciting because not just the scale of the market, but the level of just institutional support that is going to be available to folks who will be looking for resources to help them on this journey.
And that, thank you so much for that, because you touched on several points that I want to circle back to. The policy piece. You and I, while on different sides, we are all fighting to make sure that these regulations really support communities that are most impacted. Like, that's important. It's important that we get the right regulations in place for our industry overall. But what's interesting about what you said in terms of helping to explain and break it down for people who are not as informed about it or even understand or have access to it. Before coming into this industry, while I worked in the corporate space, I didn't necessarily have that same understanding and scope of it. And so do you find that in your role when connecting with community that you are having to break down and help people to understand what these policies are so that they can better protect, arm themselves, or even help to work towards amendments?
Absolutely. I think that ability to translate legalese and to make laws accessible is something that we need across all parts of our government, to be clear. There's a great piece in the New York Times this week about what happens when you create government benefits that no one can access. Speaking to the child tax credit that was rolled out and has since expired. And I think that cannabis, one of the things that excites me about cannabis is the fact that what we build in this space can be a model that we can apply to so much more than just cannabis. And some of that is a civic engagement piece. And I especially raise that because, you know, I work for a large medical company and we frequently hear from folks who are frustrated about market sizes or when are new licenses coming out and things like that. And I'm always like, well, we're looking forward to being a part of the solution, but all of this was being discussed 4 and 5 years ago too. And, you know, it wasn't being made accessible. Folks didn't know, you know, only people with the resources to track or people who were already involved or who were willing to take very large risks and had the financial resources to be able to make them were as heavily involved in shaping a lot of medical legislation all those years ago. Not just in New York, but I mean across the country. And I think that now that this has become a much more normalized conversation, we've got a lot of things, just like we have in every sector of America, we've got a lot of things to improve on, to unpack, to fix as we expand these markets in adult use. And I think that's where seeing these equity programs come online is so important, but then breaking it down and making sure we're actually going to achieve equity with them. And that's something that I think we're still very early for a lot of places, which is why it's not easy to find lots of good examples of success. But there are lots of lessons learned that we can be taking from this. And I think for me, in the conversations that I have across the country with folks who want to be in this industry, the two things that I always say is like, get an accountant and make sure you have a cannabis informed accountant to help you with your business plan, because everything you think you know, if you're already a business person, everything you think you know about business just got like the dial got turned to 11 on how difficult that's going to be once you start looking at the financials and the realities of working in a federally illegal industry. And then get a lawyer, because you're going to need somebody. And if it's not a lawyer of your own, it's join an association, find the groups that are trying to provide and make these resources more widely available for folks, because each of these laws is so complex and there's so many different pieces. And there's what are you looking for in law versus what are you looking for in your regs, and where can you go to track that? And then making sure that you find and connect yourself with the support and the resources to stay part of that conversation and to find people you trust who will break it down for you and not just explain things to you, but also tell you what to do about it next. Like, should you be emailing someone or calling someone or showing up at a meeting? Those things I think are really important.
And Nigus, that's so key what you just said, especially if you're a small operator and all you have is your team of 8, right? But so you don't have a lobbyist, you don't have all of these sort of roles on staff or on constant retainer. You know, that's crucial for a small operator to at least be in contact with someone that can guide them through, because people think it's just about getting the license and it's just about opening up. It's like, no, you actually have to remain open, but also in remaining and sustaining, you have to keep up with the changing of these laws that could impact your day-to-day operation.
Right. And I think in many ways, I feel like COVID helped adjust some of that expectation, especially for small business operators, because every day during COVID, right, we were all trying to figure out, like, what's the new guideline? What's the masking guideline? What's the best way to keep my customers safe? How am I supposed to keep my employees safe? Am I open today? Right? What government, like, how do I access these PPP loans? And I think COVID was hit the entire economy in a way that is very similar to almost how you have to live every day as a new cannabis business, because every day you're trying to keep up with what's the new rule, what's the new reg, how is this impacting me, how is my business plan going to meet that, how much does the security like program cost for me to meet these regulations versus how much is the seed to sale tracking software, all of these different things that are absolutely vital and fundamental parts of having a successful cannabis industry, but are also, we need more resources, more support, and more breaking down of exactly how, 2 lines in code might have millions of dollars of impact for, hundreds of business owners.
And so when we think about this industry, it's not just ownership. Like yourself, you found a career in this industry. And there are so many people since COVID are now more open to looking at a possible career in this industry. What does a company like Columbia Care look for? And what are the types of positions that are available?
So I think a company like Columbia Care has everything a normal company needs, right? We need lawyers and accountants, marketing expertise, comms expertise, assistants and all types of folks. And then we also have all of the cannabis specific expertise, right? And even there, a lot of the cannabis expertise, when you start talking about cultivation, right? Like it's horticulture. It's people who come from other types of gardening and cultivation industries, as well as people who might have had the good luck to have earlier experience in cannabis cultivation itself. I think the other thing that's really key is this is a heavily compliance-driven industry. There is not a lot of room for error because you can have a mistake, and depending on how egregious it is, you could lose an entire, business license in a state. And so that part about being able to be detail-oriented, especially if you're talking about, this is one place where I love reading bills, but I pray to God, like if I'm ever condemned, I know that I would be at a compliance desk trying to read and like with a fine-tooth comb certain types of paperwork. And so if that's your skill set, like that's a great place to be.
Right.
If your skill set is, the community engagement, community outreach, right? Like many companies are looking at that, and you have to, because not just because it's the right thing to do, but also because cannabis, like alcohol, is going to have a lot of community outreach responsibilities at the local government level. And so those are places where one of the things I always like to raise is like, whatever you're already doing and already love doing and are already good at, cannabis needs that. Somewhere in the industry, somebody is looking for those skills and people need it on their teams. The other thing I'll say is I think even for folks who want to be entrepreneurs in this space, it is helpful to get exposure to what the day-to-day of this business is like from inside an existing company.
Say that one more time.
For folks, for aspiring entrepreneurs in this space, there is a lot of benefit to working within or being a consultant for an existing industry, an existing operator.
Yes. Because you get
there's
that,
so much to learn.
Right. So you're getting that experience first, learn, maybe even working through some of the mistakes you may have made as an independent operator, but you're kind of learning a little bit. It's training. I was going to ask you about if you all do any sort of training, because I would imagine coming in today, I might look for a place that's doing some sort of training or internship or anything like that to help me, just to feel like I'm not getting a head start, but at least coming with the expertise that I would already have coming in, no matter what that is, but also gaining that additional education.
Right. And I think we're working with a few different partners to figure out how we can work on a workforce development program specifically within the New York market. But I think there are a number of different ways to be pursuing expertise. And if this is the field and space you want to be in, like it's helpful to start now by getting the exposure and finding ways, to start working with other folks. And like I said, all of those positions and services that I just described that we're hiring in-house, there's also a robust consultant economy for that. So, whether it's for other associations or other aspiring cannabis, entrepreneurs, being able to be involved is really key. And I think the other part is the cannabis industry is one of the most genuinely well-meaning group of people I think I've ever been able to meet. And I think one of the things that's nice about working in this space is showing up at events, getting to know people, meeting people, and figuring out how to be a thoughtful and helpful contributing community member. Like, people remember the folks who show up, they remember the folks who ask, they remember the folks who offered to help, and they keep coming back to them. And this is a space where, you know, a little bit of just human connection can go a long way. You never know, you might meet your next business partner, right, at a Women Grow event because you showed up and were lived authentically and met other folks. And then the last thing I'll say in that is I think careers in this space are important because there are lots and lots of opportunities to own businesses. Many, I want to be extremely clear, many, because this market, none of the existing legal operators in the US can even come close to the scale of the illicit market, like the scale of illicit or legacy market activity that's currently happening. And so we know that the market share here is huge. And I think it's important to think of it as a transition from something that's been entirely in an unregulated space to moving activity over the course of many years from an unregulated space into a regulated marketplace that will grow and expand for many years to come. But even with all of those many opportunities for ownership, there are always more employees than there are business owners. And so being able to understand what your skill set is and what you're passionate about and making sure that you're part of this, like if this is the space, this cannabis space is the space you want to be in, like there's always an opportunity. And some of the folks that we've worked with, helped incubate in Illinois, for example, we weren't able to have a successful application round, unfortunately, in Illinois. But the folks that we've worked with have continued to work in this space, and they've continued to have a career in this space and partnerships. And it's because I think the word resilient has become difficult because in order to be resilient, it means that you struggled. But I think that this cannabis space really relies on people being resilient because there will always be some setbacks, and it's always about staying open to what the next opportunity will be for you. And some setbacks do open new doors and new opportunities that might be even more in alignment with what you were looking for than you might have originally thought.
That's so helpful because you're absolutely right. We're at a constant pivot and having to adjust from day to day, even, as you mentioned, even during COVID, right? Waking up and saying, okay, what's allowed today? But fast forwarding, here we are 2 years later, but we're still having to do that. Maybe not as frequent, but still being prepared for any sort of adjustments we have to make. This has been really helpful. So if anyone is looking for perhaps a career in this industry, should they visit the Columbia Care site?
Yes, we have on the Columbia Care site, there's a career page. I think all of our job postings are also cross-posted on sites like Indeed. So we're out there and we're always looking. We always have a few openings somewhere. And I know with everything coming on in New York, we expect to have some hiring opportunities in the future here too, in different waves.
I appreciate it. Listen, thank you so much for being a sponsor yet again for Emmanuel Baptist Church. You were with us last year. You've been with us on so many of our initiatives. And so we greatly appreciate you, Nigist, for always showing up. And, when you and I met, even at your location here, I told you, and I walked in, I was like, I saw two of my neighbor's daughters working at Columbia Care, and I still check in with them, like, how are you doing? And I've seen where they started at entry level and they've been promoted and they're part of the Columbia Care family and they love it. They love what they do there. I'm happy to see that the sisters although they're in different locations, but they really love the work. And I'm proud to see two young Black women who found a company that they thought was a good fit for them. And they're they've grown within the business and they seem to love it. And I appreciate that. So, continue to be out there and speak the word and help these small businesses and mentor as you do. and you can't leave us yet. We still we still need your expertise and lending your support to the women in the industry. So we're grateful to your partnership.
We're always grateful for the work you do at Women Grow, Gia, and the entire team that you work with on that mission. And thank you for always convening these conversations. Anytime you ask, my answer is yes.
Listen, be careful what you ask for. What you say. I'll text you and call you. I need you niggas. But thank you so much. Anyone that's tuning in, again, if you are looking to connect with Columbia Care, please look them up. Check out the company itself. Look on Indeed also for career opportunities, and look for Columbia Care and niggas to come back and join us again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gia. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Listen, this next segment, prepare yourself, because I believe over the conversations, you've heard equity, you've heard social equity, you've heard this terminology over and over. But now we're joined with Amber Littlejohn, who is the executive director from Minority Cannabis Business Association. And if you've heard the term or the reference MCBA, this is the very organization that's leading in policy, that's leading in advocacy, that's really helping to push the narrative and regulations forward. Like, they're working with our policymakers. And so, we're honored to have her here because they've done something recently that I believe will add so much more value to the industry. There are many conversations around social equity. There's many conversations around equity in cannabis. But what MCBA has done is they've taken a look at the full map, the full country, to see who, what, when, where, and how we're doing. And we need those measurements. And I'm so honored to have you here. Hello, Amber.
Oh, thank you, Gia, for the always graciousness. And always a pleasure to get to spend time with you. Yes, this is, I'm excited to talk about this. This has been a labor of love. And pain, as most things that women do that are extraordinary. There is love and there is pain, both mixed in. So the National Equity Report and Map actually started because I kept getting asked by people, how many social equity programs are there in the country and what do they do? And I embarrassingly never really had an answer. And so never really had the opportunity to take an inventory of them. And so this started as us really kind of wanting to create a chart and then maybe a map to be able to look at the different social equity programs and isolate what they did. So who provides funding? What is the definition? What are the qualifications? Is there funding? Is there technical support? Licensing priorities, things like that. So originally, we started by just looking at social equity programs. But then we started to realize if none of the state social equity programs are actually working right now holistically, and I will say that social equity is working in places, but I think it's really important to talk about why. It's working because there are extraordinary leaders within our community that are willing to put their own resources, blood, sweat, tears, willing to step up and lead for others, help out others. That is the reason that social equity in places is succeeding. But holistically, when we are looking at the states, there is not one single state that is doing it right. And so because we know that they're not doing it right, we knew that we needed to look elsewhere. So much to the disappointment of my summer legal intern who thought he was going to work at a cool weed trade association, and instead spent his summer doing regulatory research. We pivoted from just looking at social equity to then looking at 40 different issue points. So things like license caps, early market access for medical operators, local opt-ins, the type of application selection process that was being used. And so this way we were able to take a really more holistic look at some of the challenges that we were seeing, and hopefully use this as a tool to kind of get to answers. And it was, some of it was like, oh yeah, we've known that. But to see it
writing, I'm sure is different.
Was staggering. And some of it was actually really stunning. How, wow, we didn't really get that it was this bad.
Well, I think that's a great point, because as you've said, there are successful programs that are happening, but overall, when you look at the state, from a grand scale, you realize that there are so many gaps and so many things that are yet still undone. And so seeing it in black and white, I'm sure paints a very clear picture. Yeah. But now with this type of report, what do you hope to get, or what do you expect, or what would you like these, states to pull from this? Like, you see it in black and white. Now, what can we do about this?
Something really important to know about both the report and the map, because we have two things that came out of this. One is a report, which is kind of a summary of some of our top line findings out of the research that we did. 40 pages of them almost.
Which I read. I want you to know, I read that. I was like, it's great.
Of course you did. Of course you did. I fully know that one. And then we have a map, and that map is a research tool that will allow you to actually go in and click on a state, and whether or not it is municipal or just a state level program, find out more about that. And we actually even provide you access to the underlying data with the citations. And we did this way because we wanted this to be a resource. We didn't have any desire to tell people how it should be. That wasn't what this project is about. We have our model policies for that. We have our advocacy efforts for that. We wanted to create a pure research tool where we can help people identify themselves what's going on, and to be able to do the inquiry. And then the report was about, again, kind of summarizing what we saw just from the data, and helping people identify some top line issues that we saw. And so what we'd really like to see people doing, which I will tell you, I was on LinkedIn today and saw that somebody was using the report for another academic piece today. And it really, truly warmed my heart, because that is exactly what I want to see. I am meeting with some of the state regulators tomorrow, actually, just to discuss policy, because I think one of the challenges that we've seen is people don't know this has been allowed to happen because the misconception that we have about programs really hasn't been brought to light. For example, we talk about social equity like it's a cornerstone of legalization, when the reality is there are only 15 of the 37 states that have legal cannabis programs that have anything that even resembles a social equity program. So that's not even half of the states with a legal program that we have something that is social, looks like a social equity program.
And can I just say, not only is that a critical point, but do you remember years ago where we had to actually fight to get social equity in to any sort of language, and then even have those even amended, right? Because we were already seeing the disparities in terms of lack of licenses or businesses entering into the space. And so you're absolutely right. Like the 15 states of the 30, was it 35, 36?
We are now at 37.
37.
And that Mississippi didn't go in on the equity provision.
Right, right. And so you think about that's so important. I'm glad you mentioned that, because for people to truly understand, 15 states of the 36, 37 that's not even half. And so what happens with those other states?
Well, I mean, even in the states that have programs, the barriers to entry and sustainability for small business are virtually insurmountable. And states with social equity programs bake in their own barriers to entry and inequities, which was something kind of extraordinarily disturbing to find. They don't. It really depends a lot on the market. So somewhere like Oklahoma, where they don't have a social equity program, but the barriers to entry are extremely low. I mean, mind you, it's a little bit hard to make a profit there because it's sort of the Wild West, and there are a lot of operators versus the amount of people making versus the, urban areas where you can sell product, or the places where you have higher concentrations of people and you can sell product. But at the end of the day, people can access and enter the market, and the cost of getting there isn't extraordinary like we are seeing now. And also because of the openness of the market, actually a lot of large operators are not there. So you're competing against the usual players, where the advantages stack on top of advantage on top of advantage. And it's not just economic advantage, but what we saw from our report is that there are significant policy advantages that are baked into, especially the existing medical operators that then transition over to adult use.
Do you mind if we bring up the map?
Yeah, no, I would love to show you the map. I gotta say, I squealed the first time I saw this.
Okay, let's see here. Oops, I'm sorry. I want to get this back on. Here we go. Oh, no, not me, you. There we go.
All right.
Here we go.
So yeah, this is the national equity map, and this is how the report came to be. And so what we have here are we have 3 maps here. The first map you see here is just, is it legal? Is it not? Is there any type of a program? Here, hold on a second. There are my maps. Hold on. Where are my other maps?
So as you're looking for that, so what we're seeing right now,
know how to operate my own technology.
So good. This is even better. So what you're seeing right now, the adult use equity programs, are those are the 15 states you're referring to?
So these are the 15 states we're referring to. Those are the places in red. You see those are adult use social equity programs.
Yes.
These 2 in yellow are medical programs. And I will tell you, when it comes to our criteria, those 2 eked it out, like just barely making the criteria. Whereas, for instance, Florida, where there are a couple of equity provisions, and I think surprisingly Alabama, where there's an equity provision in there, didn't. So this map, the cool thing about it is it will allow you to click on it. So you can go to a state, and then you can find out more about the given state. So this will give you sort of a summary of what's going on with that state, some key information. But if you want to learn a little bit more, we have state briefs. And so you could go to any one of these states. So let's just say, hey, Connecticut. And it will give you a ton of great information about that program, along with the citations for it. So if you're doing research, this becomes an extraordinary tool to be able to cut the time required for research.
And that's great because, as you know, we're focused on the tri-state. This is called Tri-State Higher Learning. And so viewers are tuning in from New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. So I think that this is super helpful for anyone that is trying to understand that landscape overall and what it looks like across the 3 states.
And especially this is for all of you super nerds out there, this is the underlying data. And so here you have every single provision that we looked at. And so this is licensing priorities, set aside, equity funding, reduced tax rates, everything that you would basically want to know about an equity program or programs potentially in affecting equity. In addition, if you scroll down a little further, you can access our report. And the report is, I will tell you, it's a thing of beauty. And when it comes to, again, doing research and getting just some basic information about what has happened. For example, we have 7 sort of takeaways from the report, including what I found to be the most striking, which is how the medical market, the existing medical market, and inequities there are actually impacting equity in the adult use market. I think it was something that we just weren't talking enough about. And then we saw it kind of happening in real time. When you're looking at Virginia, you have 3 companies, 3 license holders fighting to get early and exclusive access to the market. And so if you're looking at somewhere like New York, for example, and you have 10 medical operators, if those 10 medical operators are to somehow get early access to the market, and it is early and exclusive, if there are local opt-outs, if there is an exemption to the vertical integration ban, which exists, there can often be exemptions to opt-outs or zoning requirements. Additionally, they frequently will not allow people to, more often than not, they do not allow people to own or work in facilities when they have previous cannabis convictions.
Right.
There is, and then conversely, you see all of these barriers to entry, like you don't see the premises requirements that we see in social equity and adult use programs. You don't see that for medical. You don't see the requirements for proof of capital. So you see these barriers, just kind of arbitrary barriers thrown up without actually, and then we're wondering why things aren't working.
Right. And what's great about that is your report is highlighting things that often people don't know to ask, don't know where to look, or even knew that the data has been collected.
Yeah.
And,
one provision that really just struck me, there's two data points that we found. So when you think about social equity programs and a cornerstone of them, funding, right? Funding is a cornerstone, right, of these programs. Only 6 social equity programs provide direct funding to social equity licensees or applicants. 6 of 15. So that means 6 states of 37 provide direct funding. And none of them, not one, has provided that funding in advance of the opening of the adult use market. So what that means is that people don't actually have the resources to enter at the time that the program begins. Places like Illinois tried to fix that problem by giving early access and then taking the money. People still don't have the money 3 years later. And 3 years later, the existing medical operators still have exclusive access. So these are the type of things that the price paid becomes really high for that. So we really looking at new ways to do things. Another thing is licensing priority and set-asides or exclusivity. That's something, again, we think like that's what these programs do, right?
Right.
It's not at all what they do. There are only 7 programs that actually do that.
There's so much to take away, and anyone that's viewing, we highly encourage you. The link to this report will be in our workbook. We're providing links to many of the reports that are out there. Before we came on, I told Amber we're including Supernova Women. There's a report that Shailene Title recently did on a federal level on what social equity could look like. There's a report from Cornell. It's important that we bring this information together because we're in this day to day. We know where to find this and where to look. But if you're coming to this for the first time, you know how overwhelming this is. And, this report that you all have produced, it's incredible because this is information we've never had and not in this capacity. So, I commend you for sharing this with us. Please know I'm an MCBA member. And you have to, in order to stay up to date with what's going on, it is important to get involved in these organizations. We did, I'll bring the page back up again just so that people can take a look-see. There are options to join, to become a member. Amber did not ask me to do this. I want to do this because I do think it's important. It's a national organization, and so the information is available. It's worth exploring. It's worth signing up for the newsletters to be informed, because as things are happening, and you all have heard it time and time again, it's changing. Things are changing so rapidly in this industry. We can't even keep up to date. We have to reach out to each other. Sometimes we don't have enough time to read what's in the regs. We have to ask, give me the cliff notes. What do I need to know? Where do we need to get behind or push?
Yeah, and we are actually launching a few new committees at MCBA. So we're going to have a lot more opportunities for folks individually to get involved around the country and to empower folks, because this is such a political game. And so we want to give people, we want to empower folks with information, with a little access, let them leverage the brand a little bit, get in the door, to be able to advocate for the community and to ensure that we are making sure that information like this and the information that Supernova was put together is taken to folks, and that they can know that as Supernova said, that we are productive, beneficiary businesses to invest in, and that that they have the realistic information, because nobody's really telling them what's really going on. I've had a lot of come to Jesus conversations with some members about, okay, we're looking at it now and we're looking at the data. So what are we going to do about it, everyone?
Right. And just like you and our organizations, along with two others, are working on a federal level, in terms of financing, making sure that it's available, to our communities. And there's a lot of work to be done, but we can't do it ourselves. Like we need more. Right. We need more hands on deck.
We need more people coming in. And that's really what we can do. And this, running an organization in this space, what we can do is really only limited by the capacity. So people willing to come in, because resources will follow with the capacity. So I just really encourage people to get involved with any of the organizations. And the biggest thing that you can give is your time.
I appreciate you, Amber. Thank you so much for your time. I know you're busy, but we knew how important it was to have your voice with us today. Again, if you want to follow MCBA, that's Minority Cannabis Business Association, the handle is there. Follow them on social media, sign up for the newsletter, and we'll be hearing from you again soon. Thank you so much, Amber. Gia, and I am back. I'm back with this incredible guest of ours. Why? Because she is a farmer. She is a hemp farmer. That's right. Brittany Carbone of Tricola Farms, as well as her brand Tonic CBD, which is phenomenal, is with us today as she gives us a little bit of background about being a hemp farmer, but also about this incredible mentorship program that she has. And so if you're tuning in and you're looking for a mentor in this space within the hemp sector, but also if you're considering wanting to learn how to become a THC, meaning a cannabis cultivator, Brittany's your girl. So welcome, Brittany. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am great. So I know you're familiar with the business of cannabis. This is our third year. We're calling this the action year, right? So it's higher learning in terms of we are providing instructions and information to folks. And as a farmer yourself, can you tell us about your farm? What was it? Not last year, the year before, we had some field trips to your farm where a number of people had an incredible experience visiting your farm, understanding what it means to be a cultivator. They were doing some trimming there, just some incredible stuff. So can you share with us about your farm and where it's located?
Sure. So our farm is in Berkshire, New York. So not the Berkshires in Massachusetts. That's a common misconception that people have, but it is in the southern tier region of New York. So we're kind of nestled right between Binghamton and Ithaca. We have 30 acres of farmable land, 100 acres total. And we started farming hemp on it back in 2018. In 2017, we were among the first privately licensed hemp farms in New York State, which was really exciting. And, we've really started from the very beginning with intention of sustainable craft cultivation, cannabis grown with intention, right? And that's really, especially in the hemp space, something that can get lost a lot. This crop has become quickly commoditized. And, we really believe in the power of the plant and respecting, what the plant stands for, that, that healing, that love, that connection, and really also respecting the land that gives it to us. So our farming practices are very much taking like that quality over quantity approach, and also really making sure that we're educating not only our immediate community about, what it means to be living around a cannabis farm, and that it's not as scary as it may seem, and also educating our cannabis community and people, whether they are tonic customers, people who are looking to get into the business in any kind of way. Understanding where the source of that product comes from is so important from every level. So we really love to welcome people onto our farm, like we did with the Women Grow community, and really just offer up all that we have, all of our experience and all of our knowledge. We never farmed on a large scale before starting this farm, so it's a lot of stuff that you learn kind of through the experience. So as much as we can help to kind of shorten that learning curve for other people entering the space, especially people who will be entering this industry as social equity applicants, really making sure that we are providing a educational platform that they can kind of come to and be able to, learn from us. And if we can't teach them directly, be able to connect with other farmers and operators in the space that, might be able to help out.
We've heard that from one of our other guests. I don't know if you know Luis Vega of Wepa Farms.
Yeah, sure.
And isn't he phenomenal like yourself? But he also said the same thing. He was like, look, I wasn't a farmer prior to this. So there was a lot of learning curves that had to happen in real time. And so what we got back from the folks who participated in the Women Grow field trip, I think that was summer of 2020. We weren't able to do it in 2021, but hopefully again this year. Can you share with us what, the type of tour that they went through? They were ecstatic about it. Like, I think it was 2 groups that went up and they were just like, oh my God, like I got to really experience what that's like. For those who have never been to a hemp farm, what did you take them through that day?
Really just, going through the fields and explaining what our planting process is like, right? Like, so by the time the group got there, we're already towards the end of our season, towards near harvest. So just really explaining how the plants went from, the little rooted plugs that we plant to, the big ones I see, how we set up our irrigation systems, kind of just the way that we tend to the soil, and the process that we go through to harvest. And like you said, we allowed some trimming to happen. Allowed people to kind of have that hands-on experience of trimming the flower, which is a very common entry point for people entering the cannabis industry. Is either a bud tender or getting a trimming job. Things like this are they sound like very kind of low-level jobs, but that's just your foot in the door to really getting into a cannabis business and just seeing how it works from the inside, right? So it's just kind of nice to know about those options of like, maybe you're not ready for a full license yet, right? Maybe you just want to kind of see what it's like to be in the industry. These are really kind of accessible access points for you to learn from, and just really also what happens after we harvest, right? What do we do with the plant material that's left over, the stalks and the stems, how we mulch them, we reintroduce them to our soil. We even use it to heat our barn in like a wood burning stove while the hemp is drying in there. So all these different things that, we can just kind of teach people how to really appreciate the plant more and the process that it goes through, and kind of just nurture that connection to the source of the products that you're consuming. Because I think that a lot of the time, whether it's cannabis products or whether it's our food, we're just very disconnected from the source. And especially, if you're living in the city, you're living in urban areas, it's on the farm, and so you be able to have that hands-on experience. And it just, when you have that connection with it, when you kind of understand that process and internalize it a bit more, you're really able to connect with that medicine in a deeper way, and I think have a better relationship with cannabis.
Thank you so much. It's helpful to know, because my first time going to a hemp farm, I was in awe, like, just seeing not only where it's growing, but also the process of extracting the oils from it. It's so much science there that I'm so disappointed that school just didn't introduce that to us, because I think more of us would have been interested in the overall, just not just the growth of the plant, but that whole like sustainable sort of, as you said, like you're using the trim that's on the floor, like to put that back into the earth. Like that's amazing. And you can appreciate that. Yeah. So one of the things that we learned, not only from you, but also through Mary Pryor, our friend, Mary Pryor, about your incredible mentoring program. And the reason why that's of interest to us, because again, that feedback that people had from the field trip, which Tanya on our team was like, hey, listen, we need a women girl commune up there, because Tanya wanted to do this interview so bad. She was like, I'm in love with charcoal farms. Like it, and she was so hyped about the experience. But seeing that, excitement from her and from others, it's not just a field trip that should happen, but that follow-up. And what you came up with, which you told us about last year, and I'd love to share that again, is your mentoring program. And, specific to social equity, making sure that people in our community, Black and Brown people, have access to people like yourself who are able to, even through a virtual meetup, give, answer questions, give some guidance as to how they should be going through this process, whether through the hemp program, which New York State has expanded, or for those who are looking to enter into the THC market, which you and I talked about as well in terms of your interest. But you've had this farming experience, and you've said, listen, I learned through trial and error, and I want to be able to pass that on. So can you share more about that program with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So really, basically anybody who reaches out to us, we have a pretty much an open door policy at the farm. If you reach out and, you're good people and you're genuinely looking to learn more, we're always willing to help. And, that could mean coming to our farm and, just kind of getting the lay of the land, so to speak. Or, if you have specific questions about infrastructure, and, my husband, Eric, who runs our grow at the farm, he's amazing at really helping to set up harvest plans and irrigation systems, and helping you to figure out kind of how that all works, and even walking through the licensing process, which I will say is a little bit different now than what we've helped 2 Black-owned farms get their hemp licenses, and 3 additional women-owned farms get their hemp licenses to grow their own hemp. And the process now is actually a little bit easier, where it's just kind of a background check kind of thing, but it's still, after the application is approved, that's when the hard work starts. So we kind of help with that process, help you kind of wrap your arms around that a little bit more. And then really importantly is also what we do is help brands really have ownership in the space, and have, come out with innovative products that are going to be competitive in the marketplace, because this is such a crowded marketplace, right? That it's the disconnect kind of with real ownership in the space is, it could be easy to launch a brand, but maybe that's just like the easy way to do it is kind of white labeling, right? You're just kind of taking a basic product that who knows how many other brands are using the same exact formula, putting your label on it. And hey, if you're sick with marketing and everything like that, maybe that's enough. But to really be like competitive and have something that you can truly scale, eventually sell if that's your goal, you know, you have to own that IP, that intellectual property of your formulas, of your brand, right? So what we do is using our lab, Bardo Labs, which is where we extract our hemp, create the extracts, and turn them into products for tonic or for other brands. What we do for social equity businesses, so Black or Brown owned businesses, we make sure that we are pretty much lowering that barrier to entry of having your own intellectual property, owning that formula, and allowing that fully custom product development to happen, you know, at a lower upfront cost than what you're usually faced with in those types of situations. On top of that, we offer, you know, pretty much opening up our entire network of, you know, people in the industry that can help you from branding and marketing to, you know, compliance and legal things that, you know, again, my experience launching a brand as a woman, as a solopreneur, bootstrapping, it was really, really difficult and very, very lonely and very overwhelming. So my goal became to make sure that, you know, nobody else has to go through that, and that we're actually working to increase, you know, time to traction after entering the market and allowing brands to be able to scale more quickly and, you know, to really be able to have that head start to at least try to level the playing field a little bit, right? And allow that access and, you know, kind of just keep an open line of communication between the brands and the founders that we work with, and any questions that they have, you know, I'm always here to help out. You know, we're also starting to introduce, you know, products made by these brands into our tonic, you know, distribution. So opening up our retailers and connections that way. And, you know, with the THC licensing coming up, the conditional licensing bill is just about finalized, just waiting for the governor's signature right now. And, you know, once that happens, there is a social.
Can you explain that a little? We really hadn't gotten into that too much, and I would love if you could.
Yeah, absolutely. So the conditional licensing bill pretty much allows a kind of a fast track path to licensing in the adult use market for existing hemp cultivators and processors. So if you're a New York State hemp grower or processor who qualifies, you know, you need to have grown 2 of the last 4 years, be in good standing with the state, all of these things. If you qualify, you're able to get this conditional license, which allows for like a limited, you know, the grow is capped at a certain, you know, scale. It has to be outdoor or greenhouse, very minimal light assistance. But basically, it allows these existing hemp operators to be the only ones really competing with the registered organizations, meaning the medical marijuana companies, you know, for the first maybe 6 months, year of the market being open, depending on how all the timing works out, right? But basically allowing us to fuel the supply for when the dispensaries first open, right? Because once the dispensary is open, they're going to need product on the shelves. So we need a full grow season. You know what I mean? If retailers and cultivators got licensed at the same time, there would be a few month gap between when products would actually hit the shelves, right? So
and Brittany, just a quick question. Sorry to interrupt you, but from the time that you put seeds in the ground or you put your pods in the ground to harvest, when does that start and when do you harvest?
So we'll usually start the seeds in like early May. And then throughout May, the seeds are propagating, you know, in little trays, right? And they become little baby plants. And then you take those little baby plants, little rooted plugs, and then we plant those directly in the ground. Seeding directly into the ground with cannabis is a little bit difficult in the Northeast because of the climate. But then once we plant them in like the beginning of June, so they basically need a month to propagate. Then we plant them in June and we'll harvest, you know, mid-September through October. So that's, you know, harvest can take, you know, a full month on its own. So it's definitely a process. But yeah, pretty much the whole summer is like your outdoor grow season in New York.
Which is why, and I wanted you to answer that question, because then it helps people to connect with why doing this provisional makes sense, because it sounds like the state is looking to have dispensaries and adult use open earlier. But in order to meet the demands for those dispensaries, we need you all to have your licenses being able to cultivate, grow, because as you said, we can't cultivate and open retail at the same time. We need that head start. And if they were to go through that application process, we're still not there at that point. But doing it this way makes me happy to see women and Black-owned businesses, farmers, being able to take advantage of this opportunity that can then help support these social equity retailers that we look forward to seeing. So I just wanted to clear that so that anyone that's watching understands what this means and how you're able to use your hemp experience, tying that into the THC experience, and now look where you're going.
Yeah. And the really great thing about this conditional licensing is, like, the hemp farmers and processors, we have the advantage of having a good relationship with the state already, right? The state, we're in the system, and, we're in good standing, and it's just a kind of a cleaner process, right? But what we really wanted to make sure, as a group of farmers and processors in the state, is that, we weren't just leaving out any kind of legacy operators or social equity, potential social equity licensees through this program, and like making anybody feel like, maybe the hemp farmers are, having some kind of unfair advantage. Rather, we're trying to leverage this advantage that, that we're getting, and that the state is that to allow, a fast track for social equity applicants as well. So there is a mentorship program that has been established through this conditional bill. It's yet to be fully built out. We're still, awaiting, kind of just like we're still awaiting the final details of the MRTA when, the draft regs get put out. We're still awaiting the final details of how this mentorship program will take place. But in the meantime, we are trying to really just do some community outreach, let people know that this is a thing, this is happening, and that there will be an opportunity for interested cultivation or processing applicants to be able to, enter into this program, be able to kind of complete the program, and be able to kind of have the same fast track to licensing that hemp farmers and processors have been able to have. So this is a really great way for you to not only, learn, maybe you're already a experienced cultivator, but maybe you're just not used to having to deal with the state, right? And how to do the compliance thing. So that's kind of where this, mutually beneficial relationship can really, work out. And then at the end of it, allow you to be in a better position to then, get that fast track to the licensing as well.
And that's critical, right? Because we do have experienced cultivators, but we recognize that there are state regulations. And while I might do something a particular way, it's just not necessarily the way that the state is allowing us to do it. And being able to help someone navigate that process and understand it helps them, as you said, to fast track into this legal market. Because what I've learned over time is that, the other hiccups are if you're not passing the testing or any sort of regulation, it's going to hold them up. And we don't want that to happen. We want is that sort of smooth, I don't want to say sailing, but pass through, so that you can check off the boxes according to whatever the criteria are that we have to meet. Thank you so much. For people who want to get in touch with you in terms of the mentoring that you extended through your farm, how do they do that?
You can reach me at Brittany, BRITTANY, at tonicvibes.com. And you can, feel free to send me an email. You can reach out with whatever questions. If you're interested in the mentorship, I'm always here to help, and, happy to, bring more people into this industry however we can.
And I love your IG, because around harvest time, what I notice is that you guys film it, right? You're showing people exactly what happens. So if you're not following Tracola Farms, I suggest that you do. Thank you so much. I'm a huge fan of Tonic. Tonic CBD is the bomb. Seriously, it's a really, really good CBD product, and I love it. And you've got like these little tings of flavor there that I appreciate. So thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to having you back again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
There's a lot of judgment surrounding cannabis usage. And when you think about religion and cannabis usage, what you see is that judgment increase. Let's have a discussion of why people think cannabis is sinful and get a different perspective from different cultures around the world and what that looks like to you. Please join us on our virtual platform for this discussion.
Okay, exhale, because we said 4 hours, and Tanya, we are over 6 hours. We're over 6 hours. Last week we did just over 5 hours.
Yes.
This week we did 6 hours. That was a lot. That was a lot. For all of those, like across all platforms, we still have over 200 people tuning in. What an incredible day. That's all I
What
can
an
say.
incredible day. And I would say that one thing I would ask for everyone watching is to it was a long day. I know it was. Go back and rewatch something that you wanted clarity around. If you missed an email, it's going to live where you're watching it. B, I know there's somebody out here. I don't know if I said 1 or A, B, or 2. I don't know. But share this information with people who you think would gain value from it, especially part 1. Not everyone is going to apply for a license. Some people don't even care about business, but I think everyone can benefit from the medical part. So go back and share this part. Go back and share part 2, 1. I'm tired.
You know, last week, I know we're tired, but let me give you some quick data. Do you know when we aired last week, when I looked at the medical numbers of registered patients, there were over 360 that had registered from last week to this week. And then medical practitioners, there were over 36 that had registered from last week to this week. So I don't know if we had something to do with it, but I feel like we said
we did. I'm just going to take it as a win.
The energy out there. Listen, it has been a long day. That's a lot to process. But yes, this lives here forever. We did this at this length because we get so many questions. And oftentimes people want one-on-ones. Do you have 15 minutes? Do you have 10 minutes? Unfortunately, those are really difficult in our day-to-day. But what we do advise and what we can do now is point to these videos, like this whole show that we did for 6 hours today. We'll re-release them over the time so that you guys will be able to see it on our platforms. We do have to thank all of our speakers, every single one of them, all of our hosts. Thank you all. We have to thank A Better World. Oh my goodness, Emmanuel Baptist Church. Thank you for always being just a committed partner to us in this education for the community. Thank you, Reverend Trufant, Reverend Newton, Majority Leader Crystal People-Stokes, Tremaine Wright, Diana Waynu,
Chris Alexander.
Right, I was doing the chairs first for each. The chairs, right? We got to get the women in there, and then Chris Alexander, and then Jeff Brown. I mean, we had just incredible people. We had Wesley McKnight. I'm trying to make sure that we cover everyone. We had Maria Del Cis.
Yeah.
Yes, and so our sponsors, Columbia Care, Curaleaf, Weed Maps, Etain, National Holistic Healing Center, and then all of our supporters, all of the supporting companies. Thank you. And if you're tuning in, make sure you donate to Emmanuel Baptist Church. We've dropped the details for them. It would also be included in the workbook that will be released. Give it like around noon, anywhere between noon and 5 p.m. on Monday. Do not come at us Monday morning. Like, where's my workbook? We're actually literally still working on it. Believe it or not, there was more information that was shared last minute that we'll share with you. So if you can donate to the church so that they can continue to have this free education, that would be helpful. And then, look, there are some sponsors that came and said, hey, how do we support Women Grow at this? Contact me. Contact me, because I am looking for more businesses to come and support this free education. Again, this is all free to the public.
Yeah.
This lives forever, just like last year's event lives forever. And, we are looking for more companies to come in and become our partner in bringing this education, not only to New York, but to Connecticut and New Jersey. Before we say bye, Tanya, anything else?
I just want to thank everybody for showing up, for supporting, for spreading the word, for being a part of this community, which I know is going to continue to grow. We need you. We want you. And, don't forget to check out the Canadiva. We're going live March 1st on our new page, the Canadiva Collective. So we'd love this is a women-centered community. So all of the cannabis loving women who want a place to build and grow and connect, come over to the Canadiva Collective as of March 1st.
That's fantastic. And congratulations to you on that. Listen, again, thank you to everyone that tuned in. And again, all the information that we've been sharing for the past 2 parts will be included as much as we can in the workbook. Absolutely. Be patient with us, but our goal is to get it to you by Monday. Our Black History Month festivities are not over, believe it or not. Yes, so the Business of Cannabis is part of our Black History Month celebration. Our last Black History Month celebration actually happens on March 1st, which is the last day of Black History Month, but the first day of Women's History Month. And so we'll have Marijuana Matters close out Black History Month and launch Women's History Month. So if you're tuning in and you follow Women Grow, make sure to follow us during Women's History Month. We're going to have more incredible content for you. This is Gia Marone, president of Women Grow. That is Tanya Osborne, my ride or die. Thank you so much, Tanya, for everything. Thank you. You have stayed up long days and nights, and I appreciate you. But I think we did pretty good.
All for the people.
Yes, Tanya is our director of community. And so if you're looking to connect with collaborations, Tanya is your person. Listen, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you for staying with us. And
we're out.
We're out.
Have a great one. Bye.
Take care. Bye.